The nourishing Qi Lu recorded in the Qing Nong Jing is the kind of breath-out method taught by Dr. Gongsun earlier to Zhou Hao, through a unique breathing method to consolidate the body, and then let this vitality circulate throughout the body, enhance the function of each organ, so as to achieve the effect of prolonging life. Dr. Gongsun began practicing Yang Qi Lu at the age of 20. Thanks to Yang Qi Lu, he was able to save his life after taking ambergris, only sacrificing his legs. But ambergris is too medicinal after all. Strong, caused great damage to his internal organs, so that he was relieved of adversity. Up to now, Dr. Gongsun's Qi Lu has been cultivated for more than 100 years, and the depth of its internal skills is beyond ordinary people's imagination. As Zhou Hao completely absorbed the essence of ambergris fruit, his body's potential was maximized. It was much more effective to practice Yang Qi Lu. Within a few days, he had fully integrated the Yang Qi Lu, also mastered the method of using one's own power. Based on the nourishing Qi Lu, it is easier to learn the Wu Qin Shi. Wu Qin Shi is a martial art created by imitating the 5 animals of bear, tiger, deer, crane, and ape. Moreover, the Wu Qin Shi recorded in the Qing Nong Jing is more detailed and more varied than the ones circulating in the society. In the process of studying, Zhou Hao had to show admiration for Hua Tuo, who created this martial arts school. In addition, Dr. Gongsun also taught Zhou Hao some of the pharmacology in Shun Nong Bai Chao, allowing Zhou Hao to see how profound the medical skills of the land of China were thousands of years ago. Watching Zhou Hao's set of 5 animals show made tigers and tigers very powerful, Dr. Gongsun, who was guiding him, stroked the long beard under his jaw with satisfaction. I have to say that Zhou Hao's talent in martial arts is indeed amazing. In only half a month, I have learned the nourishing Qi Lu and Wu Qin Shi. Of course, there is still less heat, but with Zhou Hao's amazing strength, it is difficult to meet opponents outside. Li Ruolin over there was also looking at Zhou Hao, but the expression in her eyes was very complicated, and she couldn't tell whether it was joy or hate. Because her clothes were torn, she was now wearing a gray linen dress, which was changed from the linen cloth used to cover her shame. Perhaps out of guilt, Dr. Gongsun cooked her some and nourishing medicine for her. Coupled with the wonderfully effective ointment, Li Ruolin's body recovered within 2 days. However, in the past half-month, although she still took over the task of cooking, she never said a word to Zhou Hao, which made Zhou Hao uneasy and did not dare to make her angry, so she had to put all her scheming on studying martial arts. Above, the practice that is almost self-abuse, or perhaps this is the case, his martial arts will improve so rapidly. And he was not in a hurry to go out, because after going out, he didn't even know what attitude to treat Li Ruolin with. In fact, this kid is really good. Dr. Gongsun came to Li Ruolin's side. Li Ruolin did not speak, but still silently looked at Zhou Hao, who was working hard to practice martial arts over there. Due to the change in physique, Zhou Hao is now 1.8 meters tall, and the lines on his face have become much tougher and mature. A pair of sword eyebrows is even more heroic. Coupled with his own temperament, it doesn't seem like he is only a 14-year-old boy. On the contrary, looks like a charming, mature man. If you put it outside, he should be a man very popular with girls. Li Ruolin thought in her heart. She also didn't want to go out, because after going out, she and Zhou Hao would immediately restore the social relationship between teachers and students. However, she already had skin close with Zhou Hao, and she didn't know how to face this fact. Dr. Gongsun glanced at Li Ruolin. After he ate the ambergris, it means that he is no longer an ordinary person. So what? Is he an ordinary person? What to do with me? Li Ruolin answered bluntly. I mean, you don't have to worry about the teacher-student relationship. Dr. Gongsun said. You just need to remember that he is a man and you are a woman. That's it. But seeing Li Ruolin shook her head with a complicated expression. Outside things are not so simple. You have lived in the mountains for so many years. I don't know how complicated the interpersonal relationship in society is now. Moreover, he and I will never have a future. The previous thing, I'll take it as a nightmare. She turned her face away and stopped looking at Zhou Hao, but a tear flashed in the corner of her eyes. Dr. Gongsun smiled. Don't deceive yourself. I know you don't think of all this as a dream. He ignored Li Ruolin and said to himself, By the way, after eating ambergris, your ability will be greatly enhanced. It is difficult for you as a woman to satisfy her. You need to be psychologically prepared for this. What? Li Ruolin was annoyed at the moment, glaring at Dr. Gongsun. What kind of evil medicine did you give him? Why? How can there be such side effects? Side effects? Not necessarily. Dr. Gongsun smiled ambiguously. I think you have a personal experience. Do you think you can deal with him alone? Li Ruolin's cheeks flushed when she heard the words. She remembered that she was tossed for several hours by Zhou Hao, who was mad at that time. For her unmanned girl, these few hours were as long as the whole world. The specific feeling is like being inserted into the body by a big red iron rod and stirred for several hours. If you are alone, you really can't bear such suffering. Li Ruolin had this idea somehow in her heart, and then she was shocked, wondering how she had such an idea. Cough. Dr. Gongsun suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently. Li Ruolin quickly patted him on the back. Are you okay? Dr. Gongsun shook his head, but when he let go of his hand, he saw a blood stain on his palm. Time is not forgiving. Dr. Gongsun gave a wry smile, then waved to Zhou Hao. Boy, come here. Zhou Hao stopped immediately and walked over. After seeing Li Ruolin, he respectfully said, Ms. Li. Li Ruolin didn't respond to him either. Dr. Gongsun said, After these days, Yuryang Qi Lu and Wu Qin, she have been practiced. He sighed. There is no need to stay here anymore. I haven't practiced some of the techniques yet. Zhou Hao whispered. He didn't want to go out so quickly. At least he could get along with Li Ruolin day and night here. But after going out, there is no guarantee that Li Ruolin would not quit the classroom to avoid him. After leaving Xiangqing completely, Zhou Hao would not be able to see her. But Zhou Hao also thought that Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan must be very worried about them. And if they don't go out, they might not be able to hold it. Dr. Gongsun knocked on Zhou Hao. What are you drawing here? I don't really want this girl to accompany me. You can take her away. Zhou Hao quietly looked at Li Ruolin, but saw her looking elsewhere, her face blank as if she hadn't heard anything. However, whether you can go out or not depends on you. Dr. Gongsun said suddenly, seeing Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin's expressions change before he explained. I said before that I knew the way out, but I actually lied to you. Although I know this well. The various passages of the karst cave, but none of these passages lead to the outside. There is always only one way out, and that is there. He pointed to the east of the karst cave, but there was the one that brought Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin down. A huge rock and a pile of gravel. When you fell, the stone also blocked the way out. Dr. Gongsun said. Looking at the huge boulder, Zhou Hao's face turned pale. I don't believe it. If we can't go out, where do the rice and hare pheasant we eat these days come from? That is the food that I have stored in advance, and it is placed in another cave. Dr. Gongsun said, Didn't you find that those hare and pheasant meat are all dried meat? I store it here. Food is enough for one person for 3 months, and with 3 people, it can probably support about 1 month, so there is not much food left now. After listening to Dr. Gongsun's words, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin's expressions changed drastically. Zhou Hao was thinking at this time. It's no wonder that his intuition at that time failed. It turned out that there was no way out. But when Zhou Hao saw the look of fear and despair on Li Ruolin's face, he gritted his teeth and said, No, I must take Teacher Li out. Old man, you must have a solution, otherwise you won't write Shinnong Bai Chao and Qing Nong Jing were taught to me. You're right. If you were the previous one, you might not be able to get out, but now you are different. Dr. Gongsun smiled. The power you have now is very amazing. As long as you put that stone, if you break it, you can go out naturally. When Zhou Hao heard the words, he looked at the huge rock and then at his fist. Can I do it? You have to believe in yourself. Besides, if you really can't do it, then you have to stay here with the girl and her to bury me. Dr. Gongsun said, Okay, I'll try. Without further ado, Zhou Hao immediately came to the rock that blocked the way and raised his clenched fist. Don't keep it. Use your best. Dr. Gongsun and Li Ruolin stood far behind, lest the broken stones would hurt Li Ruolin. And Li Ruolin also fixedly looked at Zhou Hao's back, cheering for him silently in her heart. Zhou Hao nodded. Li Ruolin's vitality was all in his own hands. He could not fail for Li Ruolin alone, not to mention that there were so many people outside waiting for him to go out. He took a deep breath and the true qi in his body also circulated according to the yang qi lu, and finally flowed continuously to the right fist. Huh! He let out a loud shout, and his fist hit the rock in front of him heavily. Boom! The entire cave trembled slightly, and the rock also cracked under Zhou Hao's bombardment, and then it broke into pieces and rolled down. These dozens of tons of rocks were actually broken by Zhou Hao. After the rocks shattered and rolled down, a spacious passage appeared in front of Zhou Hao. Seeing the broken rocks in front of him, Zhou Hao was also shocked by his own strength, and Li Ruolin behind was also dumbfounded. Only Dr. Gongsun nodded in satisfaction, holding his beard and smiling. Not bad, not unexpected. There will be such a powerful force to use the human body's potential. After the rock was cleared, the way out was also opened up, and the gleam of light shining from the distance in front gave Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin a strong hope in their hearts. Dr. Gongsun, why don't you go out together? Zhou Hao said to Dr. Gongsun. According to Dr. Gongsun's own calculation, he only had less than a month's life left. Zhou Hao couldn't bear to let him die here alone, in a cave that no one knows about. Dr. Gongsun understood Zhou Hao's kindness, but he shook his head and smiled openly. No, I have lived here for decades. For me, this is my home, and my lifelong wish has been fulfilled. There is nothing to regret. He waved to Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin. You go. Your family must also be very worried. Dr. Gongsun, thank you for your care for us these days. Li Ruolin is not without sentimentalism. Although the over 100-year-old man has a weird temperament, she and Zhou Hao have been harmed by him. However, at the moment of parting, she still feels parting. For what I said, I should thank you for staying with me for so long. Dr. Gongsun said to Li Ruolin. Especially you. You have suffered too much. I want to say what I have to worry about in the end. That's you. When he said this, he turned his head to look at Zhou Hao and said, Smelly boy, protect Ruolan from now on. Don't let her get hurt at all, and don't make her feel sad. Otherwise, my old man, as if you are a ghost, I will go back to find you. Have you remembered? Zhou Hao looked solemnly. I will. I will protect her and not let her get hurt. Seeing Zhou Hao's extremely solemn expression, Li Ruolin trembled fiercely in her heart. But when she thought of the complicated relationship between the two, she couldn't help but feel sad. Okay, go. Remember to take good care of Shun Nong Bai Chao and Qing Nong Jing, and don't forget to practice. Dr. Gongsun finally ordered. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin walked towards the way out. After a few steps, Zhou Hao suddenly ran back, knelt down in front of Dr. Gongsun, and knocked 3 loudly. Dr. Gongsun was very moved when he saw this, but he just shook his head and smiled. Li Ruolin over there also bowed deeply to him. Dr. Gongsun, goodbye. Dr. Gongsun waved his hand again, and Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin slowly moved away and finally disappeared from Dr. Gongsun's sight. Looking at the two disappeared backs, Dr. Gongsun said to himself, Boy, after eating ambergris, you are destined to commit peach blossoms in this life. I just hope that you can treat Ruolin well, and I will have no worries. Up. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin naturally couldn't hear Dr. Gongsun's words, and they walked forward with excitement and complexity. This passage is still very spacious at the beginning, and narrower at the back, and in the end it can only allow one person to pass. After a tortuous journey, Zhou Hao and the two finally saw the sunlight from outside, and the final exit of this passage was a tree hole with a diameter of only half a meter. No wonder no one had discovered it for so many years. The sunlight that has not been seen for many days shines on the body, breathing the clear air outside, and thinking of the life of more than half a month in the cave, the two can't help but feel like a world away. Zhou Hao looked at Li Ruolin next to him and said with emotion, I'm finally out. Yeah. Li Ruolin didn't know what to say, so she nodded, thinking that her virginity, which she had been guarding for more than 20 years, was taken away by him in the cave where the sun was not visible. She felt really like a dream. Zhou Hao looked around and found that this was the mountainside of Qiuning Mountain. Judging from the intact woods around, this should be the other side of the landslide. After coming out, Zhou Hao couldn't wait to see Yin Tong and others. In the past half-month, not only did they worry about themselves, but he also missed them very much. Mr. Li, let's go. Zhou Hao stretched out his right hand to Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin looked at the right hand he stretched out, but didn't hold it. Instead, she walked forward. Seeing Li Ruolin's attitude towards her, Zhou Hao sighed secretly, knowing that she hadn't forgiven herself, so he stopped begging her and had to follow her silently, paying attention to her thoroughness. The two quickly found the Bluestone Road on Chuning Mountain and were about to go down this road, but saw that the of Chuning Mountain was covered with a piece of sand and stone, and the woods along the way were submerged. It seems to be the place where the landslide occurred, and there, dozens of soldiers in military uniforms were looking for something. Zhou Hao guessed that those people were probably searching for himself and Li Ruolin, and a few officers and soldiers also saw Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin. Seeing the linen clothes on the two of them that are very different in modern society, the few officers and soldiers quickly walked over, looked at them, and then tentatively asked, "Excuse me, are you Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin?" Hearing what they said, Zhou Hao's guess was confirmed. He nodded. "We are a few big brothers. Are you searching for us on the mountain?" "Great, I finally found you," the officer at the forefront said with joy and joy. "I am Hao Sherbin, the company commander of the 5th Company of the 83rd Division of the Guangzhou Military Region. Our 5th Company is already in Xiaoning. Search and rescue on the mountain for 18 days. Now that I finally found you, Miss Zhao will be very happy. Come with me. Miss Zhao is right down the mountain." Miss Zhao. Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment, then thought of Zhao Yuqin. It was impossible for him and Li Ruolin to alert so many soldiers to search and rescue. Among the people Zhou Hao knew, only Zhao Yuqin had this energy. Zhou Hao was really touched when he thought of Zhao Yuqin's persistent search and rescue of herself for 18 days. Knowing that Zhao Yuqin was at the bottom of the mountain, Zhou Hao was a little bit homely and followed Hao Sherbin down the mountain, and now that they both found them, the soldiers who were ordered to search and rescue could retreat. "By the way, where did you two go?" "As soon as we saw the scene of this landslide, we felt that your chances of surviving were not great. But Ms. Zhao never gave up. Let us continue the search and rescue." Hao Sherbin said, "Not only it is Qiuning Mountain. We are still conducting search and rescue in this area of more than 10 kilometers, but we have not found you. We were trapped in a cave, and the landslide sealed the cave." Zhou Hao didn't want to make the cavern public. Fortunately, there is a live spring in the cave, and there are some wild fungi. Otherwise, it won't last so long. It took us a lot of effort to find the way out. When he said this, he also winked at Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin understood and nodded to Hao Sherbin to confirm Zhou Hao's words. She also understood that Zhou Hao didn't want to tell others what was in the cave. If he let others know that he could smash the boulder with one punch, it wouldn't cause a sensation. Soon, the group of people came to the small hotel down the mountain and just happened to bump into Zhao Yuqin. At this time, Zhao Yuqin was wearing a white coat. Her cheeks were slightly inverted, her eyes were slightly black, and there was a ray of melancholy in her eyes, and her whole body was much haggard and wasting a lot. Zhou Hao thought that she must have made this look because she was worried, and she was moved and distressed. Just about to go forward, Zhao Yuqin frowned and said to Hao Sherbin in front of him, "Company Captain Hao, why are you coming down? Didn't I let you keep looking?" Since Zhou Hao's figure and appearance have changed a lot now than before the accident, Zhao Yuqin can't come out for a while. It was the first time Hao Sherbin saw Zhou Hao, so he didn't notice Zhou Hao's changes. Instead, he said to Zhao Yuqin a little strangely, "Miss Zhao, we have found two comrades, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin. Aren't these two?" He thought to himself, did he admit the wrong person? Zhao Yuqin also set his sights on Zhou Hao at this time. Although Zhou Hao's appearance has changed a lot, it obviously still has the original outline. But Zhao Yuqin is not sure because this one is more handsome and more handsome than the Zhou Hao she knows. A mature man is more than 10 centimeters taller. How can a normal person increase that much in half a month? Zhou Hao took the initiative to walk up and hug Zhao Yuqin. "Sister Zhao, you have lost a lot." Are you really Xiao Hao?" Although his appearance has changed a lot, Zhao Yuqin recognizes the smell on him. She has discovered before that Zhou Hao has a very special smell, neither cologne nor sweat. Taste, but a very light, but very unique and charming taste. Zhou Hao put his mouth close to Zhao Yuqin's ear, and then, when no one else could find it, he gently kissed her on the face, and then whispered, "This is polite." Hearing these words, Zhao Yuqin was shocked. This is a secret that only the two of them know. She hugged Zhou Hao with her backhand, buried her head on his chest, and cried. Now Zhou Hao is more than half of her head taller, and his chest is wider and stronger. Xiao, Zhao Yuqin cried bitterly. I'm worried about my sister. You are finally back, and finally back. My sister thought. I thought I would never see you again. Indeed, after receiving the news of Zhou Hao's accident, her heart hung high. As the days passed, Zhou Hao's hope of survival became increasingly diminished, and she became more and more desperate, as if a heart had been lost. It was as if he had gone halfway. Sister Zhao, don't cry, don't cry. Isn't Zhou Hao already back? Zhou Hao couldn't help, but his eyes were wet. Li Ruolin looked at the two embracing and crying, but she felt sore in her heart for some reason. After Zhou Hao came back, the boulder that was pressing on Zhao Yuqin's heart was gone, and she became cheerful and immediately told Yin Tong and the school and others the news of Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin's safe return. After Zhou Hao disappeared in distress, Zhao Yuqin still planned to hide from Yin Tong. But as the days of Zhou Hao's disappearance got longer and longer, the paper couldn't contain the fire after all. After Yin Tong learned of all this, he fainted immediately. Fortunately, Zhao Yuqin was taking care of him. After waking up, Yin Tong and Zhao Yuqin stayed here in Xiaoning Mountain to wait for Zhou Hao's news. It was also 2 days ago that Yin Tong, who was exhausted physically and mentally, was persuaded by Zhao Yuqin to go back and promised to notify her as soon as Zhou Hao heard from her. When Yin Tong heard Zhou Hao's voice on the phone, she couldn't cry anymore, and Zhou Hao here also burst into tears. Yin Tong was about to rush over to see Zhou Hao at Xiaoning Mountain, but it was already close to the evening, and Zhou Hao didn't want his mother, who had been exhausted because of thinking about himself, to run like this, so he told Yin Tong that he would stay here. Late, I will rush back early tomorrow morning. As for Li Ruolin, she is not a native of Shanqing City. Her parents rushed over from the field immediately after learning that she was in danger. They also stayed at the foot of Xiaoning Mountain for more than a week before they were persuaded to go back and temporarily live in Li Ruolin's faculty dormitory. Now that they heard the news of Li Ruolin's safe return, the two elders were also crying with joy, but Li Ruolin stayed here for one night, just like Zhou Hao, and returned with the 5th Company soldiers tomorrow morning. That night, Zhao Yuqin asked more than 90 soldiers from the 5th Company to have a good meal in this small hotel. On the one hand, he thanked them for their hard work for more than half a month, and on the other hand, he celebrated the safety of Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin. Return. The soldiers of the 5th Company were very enthusiastic, and they kept toasting to the two of the rest of their lives. Those were all high-quality rice wine. Li Ruolin was another weak woman. No matter how she could stand it, she was flushed with alcohol after only one drink. Zhou Hao, who didn't want Li Ruolin to be embarrassed, took her share, but his body was transformed by ambergris, and he practiced nourishing Qi Lu, and he didn't even blush even after a dozen or 20 cups of liquor. It's just that I go to the toilet more often. Finally, everyone who was able to enjoy themselves went back to their rooms. After taking a shower in his room, Zhou Hao lay halfway on the bed and turned over the Shun Nong Bai Chao. In the cave, Dr. Gongsun taught Zhou Hao some of the contents. According to the Shun Nong Bai Chao, various herbs have been recorded, which have different effects on various diseases. However, it is also said that the medicine is 3-point poison. What the medicine plays is only an external force. The ultimate goal is to stimulate the body's own disease resistance. In the end, it depends on the person itself. According to Shun Nong Bai Chao, the best medicine to fight disease is actually the vitality in the human body. Abundant vitality will prevent all diseases from invading, and weak vitality will enter the body. Zhou Hao thought to himself, the vitality mentioned in this is probably the true vitality he has now. Scrolling through Shun Nong 100 Herbs, Zhou Hao remembered Dr. Gongsun, and he didn't know what he was doing now. Why don't you take some wine to have a good time with him, just as farewell? Zhou Hao said to himself. So he picked up 2 bottles of white wine and ran out of the hotel to Xiaoning Mountain. Now he walks like flying, walking on the mountain like a ghost. He quickly found the tree hole, only to find that the hole had been sealed by sand, gravel. Looking at the sealed cave entrance, Zhou Hao felt a little sad and lonely, because there was no earthquake in Xiaoning Mountain, so these sands and rocks were obviously man-made, and that person could only be Dr. Gongsun. He may have left Xiaoning Mountain, or he may still stay in the cave, but no matter which way it is possible, it means that he does not want to see Zhou Hao. That being the case, Zhou Hao didn't force it anymore. He looked at the sealed hole and said softly, "Goodbye, old man." Back at the hotel, Zhou Hao found that Zhao Yuqin was waiting in her room. "Xiao Hao, where have you been?" Seeing Zhou Hao's return, Zhao Yuqin immediately walked up and took his hand and said nervously, "Sister is afraid that you are gone again. She has just experienced a life and death." He was very afraid that he would lose Zhou Hao again. "I went to Choning Mountain." Zhou Hao said, "What are you doing on Choning Mountain so late?" Zhao Yuqin took Zhou Hao to the bedside. "Sister Zhao, do you know how I survived this time?" Zhou Hao suddenly asked her. Zhao Yuqin shook his head. "I'm waiting for you to tell me. Company Commander Hao only said that you were trapped in a cave. Actually, I lied to him." So Zhou Hao told him how he bumped into Meng Tingguang and entangled Li Rulin that day, and how he passed out after an earthquake and a landslide. He even told him about the encounter with Dr. Gongsun in the cave. "Zhao Yuqin, I cannot let outsiders know what happened to me in the cave, but Zhao Yuqin is not an outsider, and Zhou Hao has always been honest with her. Only of Li Rulin in the cave, Zhou Hao didn't dare to tell her." Zhou Hao said, "I just wanted to meet the old man, but he didn't want to see me, so I came back." In other words, "Xiao Hao, are you like those martial arts masters now?" Zhao Yuqin said, "No wonder your body has undergone such a big change. I don't think there is such a magical thing as ambergris in this world. I'm afraid, Aunt Lian, I don't even recognize you." Zhou Hao smiled. "The so-called mother and child are connected. My mother will definitely recognize me. No matter how you look like Sister Zhao, you can't recognize me even standing in front of you." Still angry with my sister, Zhao Yuqin squeezed Zhou Hao's nose affectionately and then sighed again. "You don't know how much your sister has broken your heart these days." Hearing this, Zhou Hao couldn't help but put his arms around Zhao Yuqin's fragrant shoulders. "Sorry, sister, I worried you." Zhao Yuqin also took advantage of the trend and leaned in his arms. "It's nothing. As long as you come back safely, what the sister does is worth it." Zhao Yuqin was only wearing a thin shirt and a pair of shorts at this time, and Zhou Hao didn't have many clothes on her body, and the two of them had a blind date and a hug. With her arms around Zhao Yuqin's plump and mature body, her nose was filled with the seductive fragrance of her body, which made Zhou Hao a moment of confusion and couldn't help kissing Zhao Yuqin's delicate hair. Zhao Yuqin trembled lightly, and her body became softer, and she leaned closer in Zhou Hao's arms. Both of them enjoyed the tranquility of this moment. Zhou Hao felt that his relationship with Zhao Yuqin was a bit like a close sibling, but a little bit more than the sibling, and the kind of ambiguity between them, the two no one wants to pierce. "By the way, Xiao Hao, the price of your stocks has doubled from the original." Zhao Yuqin finally broke his silence. "Yeah." Zhou Hao continued to caress her pink back lightly, without much reaction, because this was what he expected. "The money you put in has also doubled," Zhao Yuqin said. "I originally wanted to help you let go, but I believe you will come back, so I resisted letting go. You are back now. I knew you would be back. Thank you, Sister Zhao, and thank you for believing in me." Zhou Hao was sincerely grateful. "By the way, there is one more thing." Zhao Yuqin raised his head from his arms. "Do you remember that you bought a lottery ticket?" "Lottery ticket?" Zhou Hao remembered after Zhao Yuqin said that. He bought a welfare lottery ticket on a whim that day to test his intuition. He looked at Zhao Yuqin. "Yes, I bought a welfare lottery ticket." "What is it hit?" Zhao Yuqin nodded happily. "Really won. It's a special prize. There are 5 million yuan, and there are more than 4 million yuan after tax. I went back to Shanqing a few days ago and went to your house. I saw the lottery ticket on the desk in the room. I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but the winning number was announced on the radio at that time. I realized that your lottery ticket won the special prize and immediately cashed it back." Up. After Zhou Hao heard this, he couldn't help but feel excited, and couldn't help but kiss Zhao Yuqin twice on the forehead. Zhao Yuqin flushed red and said, "This time I really don't die. There will be a blessing. I originally thought that if you really have a long life and 2 shortcomings, the money will be enough for the aunt to live on, and even if you don't have the money, I will also help you take care of Andy." Zhou Hao was moved when he heard this. "Sister Zhao, why are you so good to me? Is it because I saved you that time?" "I don't know. I just want to be nice to you." Zhao Yuqin grabbed Zhou Hao's waist and stroked Zhou Hao's tough and handsome face. "Xiao Hao, after you ate that ambergris, you became so handsome. Yeah, my sister couldn't help her heartbeat speeding up when she saw it. Really? Zhou Hao laughed. Then I am more suitable to be your little white face, Sister Zhao? Regarding this windfall, Zhou Hao intends to use it to buy a few pieces of land on the wasteland where an auto parts production base will be built. It is still barren and worthless at all, and Zhou Hao and Situ Li familiar, and once saved the mayor's daughter. With their help, it shouldn't be a problem to buy a few pieces of land there. But then, Zhao Yuqin suddenly pinched Zhou Hao's cheeks. Nothing happened between you and your teacher Li in the cave, right? Zhou Hao was shocked suddenly, wondering if Zhao Yuqin saw anything. When I was celebrating just now, I saw her eyes looking at you seemed very resentful. Zhao Yuqin said. Zhou Hao hurriedly said, why? She is my teacher. How dare I do anything to her? Not to mention that there was Dr. Gongsun in the cave at that time. Zhao Yuqin looked at him deeply for a while. Sister, I believe you once. Zhou Hao heaved a sigh of relief and saw that the night was dark outside the window, and he said to Zhao Yuqin, Sister Zhao, it's already late. You have to rush back to the city tomorrow morning. Rest early. But seeing Zhao Yuqin's face suddenly flushed, then she whispered, Sister, will you not leave tonight? Hearing Zhao Yuqin's words and seeing her beautiful and peach-like face, Zhou Hao's heart couldn't help but bang. In fact, Zhao Yuqin is more mature and plump than Situ Jianying and Li Ruolin, and is more attracted to Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao's dazed look, Zhao Yuqin suddenly chuckled and laughed. You fool, sister is not that kind of casual woman. Right now, Zhou Hao felt a deep disappointment, but he thought it was also difficult to sort out the relationship between himself and Li Ruolin. If anything happened with Zhao Yuqin, it would really be overwhelming. Despite this, Xiao Zhou had already reacted due to the rush of blood that had just surged, propping up an obvious tent between Zhou Hao's crotch. Zhao Yuqin naturally saw the unwilling tent, and his face was very hot. She kissed Zhou Hao's mouth lightly and said in a low voice, Xiao Hao, the future will be long. Then she turned around shyly and escaped, leaving Zhou Hao with a lingering fragrance. The sound of the door closing reminded Zhou Hao. The fragrance of Zhao Yuqin was still in the air, and Zhao Yuqin's words, the future is long, echoed in Zhou Hao's mind. Thinking about the meaning of Zhao Yuqin's words, Zhao Yuqin's mature body with rich milk and fat appeared in front of him, and Zhou Hao felt his blood boiled again. In desperation, he had to take a cold shower and then sat on the bed to carry out the internal energy of Yangqi Lu to help him calm down. Did not sleep until midnight. Early the next morning, the well-dressed Zhao Yuqin knocked on Zhou Hao's door. At this time, she had recovered her spirit, and her face was no longer haggard and tired. It seemed that Zhou Hao's peaceful return made her let her worry go. However, seeing Zhou Hao wearing only a pair of close-fitting shorts, his tall and sturdy figure, and Zhou Hao's more and more attractive face, Zhao Yuqin couldn't help but blush on both cheeks, and said to himself, this little enemy, no matter where he is 14, is afraid that someone will believe him when he is in his 20s. Zhou Hao was also a little embarrassed under Zhao Yuqin's gaze. Sister Zhao, go down first. I will come when I get dressed. But I saw Zhao Yuqin picking up Zhou Hao's clothes, and naturally said, what's the matter? Let my sister help you. After saying that, she dressed Zhou Hao thoughtfully, like a gentle wife. My sister does not wait like this. Over men. Little brother is deeply honored. Zhou Hao also joked. Zhao Yuqin squeezed his nose. Poor mouth. After washing up, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin came to the door of the hotel together and saw 2 large military trucks and 2 military jeeps parked there, and all the soldiers of the 5th Company got on the car. Zhou Hao looked around but did not see Li Ruolin, and asked, where's Teacher Li? Haven't you gotten up yet? Hao Sherbin said. A few non-commissioned officers just wanted to go back to the city to make a report. Teacher Li followed them back first. Zhou Hao was taken aback. Why didn't she tell me? Maybe I don't want to disturb you. Hao Sherbin replied. Li Ruolin's weak and indifferent figure emerged in her heart. Zhou Hao sighed secretly. It seemed that she had deliberately avoided herself. After that, he and Zhao Yuqin boarded the jeep in front. Zhou Hao's face was very calm. Zhao Yuqin could not guess that he was worrying about Li Ruolin's affairs, so he took out some meat buns and handed them to him. Xiao Hao, I asked the hotel to make this. Their meat buns taste very good. Try it. Thank you, Sister Zhao. Zhou Hao took the fresh steamed meat buns. The meat buns did taste very good, but Zhou Hao couldn't taste much because of Li Ruolan's heart. Looking out the window, there are mountains that are constantly receding. Zhou Hao is very emotional when he thinks of what happened in the cave these days, of Dr. Gongsun, and of Li Ruolan. At the same time, Zhou Hao felt very excited about being able to go home immediately and seeing Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan. Xiao Hao, the $4 million that you won are already stored in her bank account under the name of an aunt. Zhao Yuqin said to Zhou Hao, how do you plan to use this money? She knew that Zhou Hao was young. The independent opinion is very strong, and once something is decided, no one else can change it. I plan to use it to buy land. Zhou Hao didn't hide it from Zhao Yuqin. Buy land. Zhao Yuqin thought for a while. Now many cities in China are developing rapidly, and the city scope is also expanding. Many wastelands that originally belonged to the suburbs have been developed. Xiao Hao, do you want to buy land? Wait for the development there in the future, and then sell it to the government to make the difference. Zhou Hao was no longer surprised by Zhao Yuqin's cleverness, and when he decided to tell her, he had expected that she would guess her purpose, so he nodded. Yes, I see the development of Xiangqing the sooner, so I want to buy a piece of land in the suburbs and wait for it to be sold in the future. Zhao Yuqin touched Zhou Hao's head. Your idea is pretty good, but as far as I know, the Xiangqing city government intends to focus on urban construction in the past few years and will not develop abroad in the short term. Putting the money, there is afraid it will take a long time to get the return. And you don't know that the government will develop the land. Naturally, Zhou Hao could not tell Zhao Yuqin that he could predict the development of Xiangqing. Moreover, it took some time for the Japanese who wanted to establish a production base to visit Xiangqing. Now even the city government knows nothing about it. So Zhou Hao smiled and said, it doesn't matter. If the government doesn't develop, it's good for me to be a landlord. Anyway, with development, land will become more and more valuable. Long-term investment is good. You are right to say that. Zhao Yuqin nodded, and then joked. But if you want to be a landlord, you are not afraid of being fought by others? It has been nearly 20 years since reform and opening up, so naturally there will be no such problems. Zhou Hao grabbed Zhao Yuqin's arm and smiled, and said, with Sister Zhao protecting me, I am not afraid of anything. With Zhao Yuqin's identity background, if she sheltered Zhou Hao, not many people would dare to treat him. You kid. Zhao Yuqin smiled, but enjoyed Zhou Hao's closeness to herself. Soon, they returned to Xiangqing. The two trucks carrying soldiers from the 5th Company drove to the army station, and the jeep where Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were came to the gate of Yuning Middle School, because after learning that Zhou Hao had returned, Gao Holu, Situ Li, and the people from Xiangqing TV were waiting for him in front of Yuning Middle School. The landslide caused by the earthquake in Xiongning Mountain caused a great sensation in the city and even in the province, because the area there is not in an earthquake zone, and the probability of an earthquake is extremely small. The province also sent a group of earthquake experts to investigate the Xiongning Mountain. According to the survey and research of the experts, the specific cause of the earthquake in the Xiongning Mountain could not be found. In the end, it could only be attributed to the crustal movement. Fortunately for the provincial government, none of the teachers and students of Yuning Middle School who went hiking in Xiongning Mountain, except Zhou Hao and Li Ruolan, died as a result of the Xiongning Mountain earthquake. Now, even Zhou Hao and both of them have returned safely. He was greatly relieved. When the Xiangqing TV station knew that the missing person in Xiongning Mountain was Zhou Hao, who had been in the limelight recently because of the brave fight against drug dealers, it also rushed over for an interview. As soon as he got out of the car, Zhou Hao saw Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan waiting there. Like Zhao Yuqin, Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan are a lot more haggard, especially Yin Tong, who had been struggling with life. This time, because of Zhou Hao's distress, there were more white hairs on their heads and wrinkles on their faces. Go deeper. Xiao Hao. Yin Tong stumbled towards Zhou Hao in tears. Zhou Hao rushed up and hugged Yin Tong, tears bursting into her eyes. Mom, I'm back. Sorry that I had you worried. The reporters immediately photographed the moving scene of Zhou Hao's mother and son embracing and crying, and everyone around them also smiled. Zhou Hao also saw Wang Shijuan in the crowd. Seeing her, she also looked at herself with tears. Although she cared about Zhou Hao as much as Yin Tong, she would not be able to follow Yin Tong like Yin Tong. Zhou Hao embraced it. Moreover, there were some doubts in her expression, Obviously, she was surprised by the changes in her body and appearance. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly in his heart, and he seemed to have explained to Wang Shijuan. Yin Tong touched Zhou Hao's face. Xiao Hao, why are you tall? The so-called mother-child connection. She recognized Zhou Hao at first sight, but after hugging for a while, she realized her son changed. Gao Holu, Sito Li, and the principal Jian of Yuning Middle School also came over at this time and said to Zhou Hao, Xiao Zhou, how come you are so much taller in less than a month? The TV station had also interviewed Zhou Hao before, and now they have also discovered Zhou Hao's changes, and they all came forward to inquire. Zhou Hao naturally couldn't tell them about ambergris, so he replied, I don't know what happened. Anyway, it became like this after I got out of the trapped cave. People have speculated that something in the cave caused Zhou Hao to change this way, but Li Ruolin, who came back earlier, has lost the slightest weight, but it is not the slightest difference. However, Zhou Hao told them that the way out of the cave collapsed after he and Li Ruolin came out, dispelling the idea of those people wanting to go to the cave to study. Some people even guessed that Zhou Hao might have died in the earthquake. This one looks a little like Zhou Hao, but he deliberately pretended to be Zhou Hao, an unsuspecting person. But as soon as the man said something, others glared fiercely. Yin Tong is Zhou Hao's biological mother. Why did he even admit his son was wrong? And Li Ruolin, who was in distress with Zhou Hao, could also confirm that this was Zhou Hao who had been a fake replacement. In short, it took a long time for the turmoil in the city to calm down about the storm. Gao Holu and Sidu Li greeted Zhou Hao and went back with several other government departments. One of them was the mayor of Xiangqing City, and the other was the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. This time they came to see Zhou Hao in person. It means that the government attaches great importance to this incident. On the other hand, it is because the two daughters have been saved by Zhou Hao, so they can't ignore Zhou Hao. There is another reason besides that. That is Zhao Yuqin. What is Zhao Yuqin's identity? Gao Holu is very clear to both of them. Now that they know that Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao have a close relationship, they have specially mobilized a company of soldiers to search and rescue Zhou Hao for more than half a month, so both of them hope to pass. Zhou Hao came to have a good relationship with Zhao Yuqin. After a while, Zhou Hao and Yin Tong were about to go home. Before leaving, Zhou Hao asked President Jian about Li Ruolin's situation. President Jian said that Li Ruolin went to the faculty dormitory to see her parents as soon as he returned. Zhou Hao said, oh, and didn't ask anymore. He wanted to see Li Ruolin, and he also thought that she would definitely not want to see himself. At this time, Principal Jian said to him, Student Zhou Hao, the school originally arranged for you to participate in the Olympic English competition, but the competition was held last week. Because you are not here, the school will let other students replace you. You're here. But don't mind, it won't happen this year, and a place will be reserved for you in the school next year. After listening to President Jian's words, Zhou Hao remembered the English competition. Before that, he also wanted Li Ruolin to coach herself alone so that she could have the opportunity to get along with Li Ruolin alone, but he did not expect to encounter such a thing in Xiaoning Mountain. Because of this, he had an actual relationship with Li Ruolin. Therefore, Zhou Hao's interest in that English competition is now lacking. Then Zhou Hao returned home with Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan, and Zhao Yuqin also came. Lu Shiping and Wang Zhongcai were also waiting for them early. Yin Tong and Lu Shiping also used some curse coins to light a fire at the door and let Zhou Hao cross over to show that Zhou Hao turned bad luck. Then Yin Tong let Zhou Hao bathe with the prepared pomelo leaves and fushui to avoid evil, and then asked Zhou Hao to incense the porcelain statue of Guanyin on the sacred stage of his family. Zhao Yuqin and Wang Shijuan were beside them, some gloating watching Zhou Hao being tossed by the two elders, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping. When Zhou Hao saw the two women talking and laughing, he wondered when they had accumulated such a good relationship. Xiao Hao, I really want to thank Yuqin this time. If she hadn't been comforting me saying that you must be alive, I don't know how I have survived these 10 days. Yin Tong said to Zhou Hao. Meanwhile, I am also grateful to Zhao Yuqin. Auntie, please don't say that. Zhao Yuqin said quickly. Not to mention that Xiao Hao had saved me before. I would treat Xiao Hao as a younger brother. He is in danger. How can I just sit back and watch? Zhou Hao came to Zhao Yuqin and said to her sincerely, Sister Zhao, thank you. Xiao Hao, do we still need to thank you like this? Zhao Yuqin's eyes were very soft. Don't say these things, Auntie. Didn't you say that you bought a lot of vegetables? Come, let me help you, let's cook together. As he said, he pulled Yin Tong into the kitchen. In this way, only Zhou Hao, Wang Shijuan, and Wang Zhongcai were left in the hall. Wang Zhong saw that Zhou Hao was so tall, and he quickly asked, "Brother Hao, why are you so tall? I almost couldn't recognize you. Actually, I met a hidden stranger in that cave in Shoning Mountain. He taught me a set of Qigong. After I practiced it, it became like this." To Wang Shijuan and the others, they are not outsiders, and Zhou Hao naturally cannot use the words that deal with reporters to perfuse them, but they can't say everything in the cave. Qigong? So there really is Qigong. Wang Zhongcai immediately became interested. "Brother Hao, can you teach me? I also want to learn Qigong, and I also want to grow taller faster." Zhou Hao nodded. The nourishing Qi record could be taught to Wang Zhongcai, and even if you can't become a master of the inner family, it can also have the effect of strengthening the body. He said to Wang Shijuan and Wang Zhongcai, "But you don't tell others about this. I know that the real martial arts are secreted." Seeing Zhou Hao promised to teach him Qigong, Wang Zhongcai did not hesitate to agree to Zhou Hao's request. After chatting with the enthusiastic Wang Zhongcai again, Zhou Hao was taken to her house by Wang Shijuan. Wang Zhong knew that the two of them had not seen each other for a long time, and there must be a lot to say, so naturally he would not bother them. In Wang Shijuan's house, when Wang Shijuan looked at Zhou Hao, who was much taller than himself, tears could not help streaming out. "Zhou Hao, I thought you could not come back." After that, he threw himself into Zhou Hao's arms and cried. Came out. Zhou Hao gently hugged her, feeling a bit in his heart. "Silly girl, am I back?" Wang Shijuan lifted Pear Flower's rainy face. "When Sister Zhao told us that you were in distress, I felt as if I was stabbed in my heart." She fell on Zhou Hao's chest, her little nose twitched. "I smoked. Later you disappeared for so many days. Everyone's chances of survival are not great anymore. I thought in my heart, if you really can't come back, then I won't live anymore." Her hazy tears filled her eyes. With a firm gaze, "If you are born, I will live with you. And if you die, I will die with you." Zhou Hao was deeply shocked by Wang Shijuan's words. She was only 14 years old, and her feelings for herself were so deep. Zhou Hao had heard before that true love is to live and die for one person. He hugged Wang Shijuan tightly, kissed her on her forehead, eyes, nose, and lips while murmured, "Shijuan, how am I worth? How worth?" Wang Shijuan shook her head. "No, you are worth it. Only you are worth it." She wiped the tears from her face and smiled. "But God finally heard my prayer and let you come back. I heard the news of your survival last night. I thought I was dreaming." She hugged Zhou Hao's solid waist. "I didn't know that you really came back until I saw you just now." Stupid girl. Zhou Hao also felt his sore nose, and felt that it would not be in vain to have such a woman in love with him in his entire life. Looking at Wang Shijuan, Zhou Hao thought to himself, that girl Situ Jianying was probably worried about me too. In addition to Situ Jianying, Zhou Hao also thought of Gao Jingyi. I don't know how she will react when she hears the news of my return. Just thinking about this, Zhou Hao scolded himself in his heart. Wang Shijuan alone is affectionate for him. It's serious, but there are other women in my heart, which is really undesirable. However, if Zhou Hao were to give up other people, it would be impossible to do. Without talking about others, Li Ruolin could not let go of Zhou Hao. In this regard, Zhou Hao could only refute himself in his heart. Hua Xin is indeed a man's nature. On the sofa with Wang Shijuan, Zhou Hao felt that his own things were secretly burning, but Wang Shijuan was different from Li Ruolin. She was not 15 years old. Even Li Ruolin could not stand Zhou Hao. How can you bear to hurt Wang Shijuan? However, he still feasted on Wang Shijuan's desire for brotherhood, and made Wang Shijuan wince and breathe again and again. After Wang Shijuan recovered and arranged his appearance, the two men returned to Zhou Hao's home, and lunch was just right. Zhao Yuqin saw the hidden spring in Wang Shijuan's eyes, and then looked at Zhou Hao ambiguously. He had clearly seen the ulterior relationship between the two. Facing Zhao Yuqin's gaze, Zhou Hao felt guilty. Fortunately, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping kept asking Zhou Hao about being trapped in the cave during the dinner, which gave Zhou Hao a chance to transfer. For Yin Tong and Lu Shiping, Zhou Hao still couldn't tell them the truth about ambergris, especially Yin Tong. Zhou Hao didn't want her to know how dangerous she was in the cave, so as not to worry her. So just like what Wang Zhongcai said, he said that he had met a mysterious person and learned Qigong. Yin Tong and Lu Shiping are just ordinary middle-aged women, and they were amazed when they heard Zhou Hao learn Qigong. After lunch, Lu Shiping and Wang Shijuan went back. Yin Tong dragged Zhou Hao to sit with him. Xiao Hao, did you know that the lottery ticket you bought won the grand prize? It's a full 5 million. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. I know. Sister Zhao has already told me. Now the money is in my mother's account. Haha. I don't have to worry about your tuition anymore. I used to worry if you were admitted to a university, but there was no money at home. What should I do? Worried, Zhou Hao shook Yin Tong's hand. He knew how much his mother had. For himself. Mom, with this money, you won't have to work so hard in the future. Before being reborn, Yin Tong was overworked. As for those suffering from liver cancer, Zhou Hao can't let these things happen. Mom, just quit your job. How can this work? We can't just be lazy if we have money. I won't agree. Yin Tong shook his head firmly. Zhou Hao said, even if you don't quit all your jobs, at least you don't have to wash the dishes at the food stall at night. It's too hard. This is fine. Yin Tong nodded. Mom, I plan to keep some of the money, and the rest will be used to buy land. Yin Tong frowned. Buy land. Zhou Hao nodded. Yes, millions of dollars may be a lot today, but it will not be so valuable in the future. Buying land will be different. It can be used for investment and value preservation. He looked at Zhao Yuqin and asked her to help persuade Yin Tong. Zhao Yuqin glanced at Zhou Hao before saying to Yin Tong, Auntie, I also agree with Xiao Hao's idea, and I know a lot of people. If you want to buy land, it's always cheaper than others. Yin Tong trusts Zhao Yuqin. Since Yuqin has said so, then I have no objection. Right, Mom? Zhou Hao asked Yin Tong. You didn't tell others about the money, did you? Yin Tong nodded. No, Yuqin told me that wealth should not be revealed. If everyone knows that we have won several million prizes, it may be very troublesome. I didn't even tell the poetry family. Zhou Hao glanced at Zhao Yuqin and smiled at himself when he saw her. In fact, Zhou Hao thought to himself that Lu Shifu's family can tell. After all, the two are old neighbors for more than 10 years. He and Wang Shijuan are in love again. The relationship between the two will only get closer and closer. Compared with Zhou Lichang's family, Lu Shiping, an old neighbor, is much better. In the afternoon, I want to see where to buy. Mom, go with me. Zhou Hao said. Zhao Yuqin on the side said. Then I'll go too. I have a car. It's easier to go back and forth. Sister Zhao, you have been delayed for many days for my business. Your trading company and securities company need to go back and take care of it. Zhou Hao didn't want Zhao Yuqin to delay business for her own sake. But when she saw Zhao Yuqin smile and shook her head, it's okay. There are people in the company watching. If I have to deal with everything personally, then my boss has failed too much. After a pause, she said to Zhou Hao, speaking of securities companies, Xiao Hao, when do you plan to let go of the stocks you bought? Now the entire Chinese stock market is going crazy. In the past half month you were trapped. The Shenzhen Component Index has increased by 100%. There are more than 300 stocks, and there are hundreds of stocks that have risen more than 5 times, especially the few that Xiao Hao bought, which has risen tenfold so far. Yin Tong heard the words and said in surprise, then the 10,000 yuan we invested in before has become 100,000 yuan now. Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Yin Tong didn't know that Zhou Hao's money invested in the stock market was not only the original 10,000 yuan, but now he invested 15%. 10,000 US dollars has become more than 1 million US dollars, and it would be more than 10 million when converted into RMB. If Zhou Hao sells all the stocks now, he will immediately become a multimillionaire, and with the winning of more than 4 million, then he can be regarded as a rich man in Xiangqing. And this is where Zhao Yuqin appreciates Zhou Hao. Even if he has so much money, he is not as arrogant as those upstarts, and he is very kind and close to old neighbors like Lu Shifu. However, because the stock market has risen too much this year, the central government is worried that it will create a bubble economy. I have received news that the central government intends to formally introduce a daily limit and lower limit system to contain the stock market. Zhao Yuqin frowned and looked at Zhou Hao. When this system is introduced, The domestic stock market will probably fall sharply, so I think now is a good opportunity to take a shot. When Xiaohao disappeared, I was already considering whether to help you release the stock, but I believe Xiaohao will come back, so I insisted on it. Zhou Hao thought, thank you for your persistence. Zhou Hao also knew about the limit up and limit up system. It was officially launched in China on December 16, 1996, after which the Shanghai Stock Exchange and Shenzhen Composite Index plummeted immediately. It is now the end of November, so the stock market will skyrocket for more than 10 days. According to Zhou Hao's plan to release the stocks on his hand before December 12th, he said to Zhao Yuqin, Sister Zhao, those stocks, I plan to release it on December 10th. Zhao Yuqin frowned upon hearing this. Will it be too late? In my estimation, the SSE and SCSE stock markets are not only operated by a large number of retail investors, but there must also be many people with deep backgrounds. They will not be so easy to give up. Even if the above policies are issued, these people will use their own influence mediation, so even if the daily limit and lower limit are to be announced, it will take some time. Zhao Yuqin also knows these inside stories in the stock market. She runs a securities company, and many people with official background also invest in the stock market through her. Her father is a member of the Central Committee, and many unknown inside stories. She naturally knows a lot. But what made her wonder was where did Zhou Hao, a teenager, know these things? Well then, I will help you let go on December 10th. Zhao Yuqin agreed to Zhou Hao after all. Then Zhou Hao and Yin Tong left home and went with Zhao Yuqin to see land with potential for development. Zhou Hao saw many areas in the city that are about to be developed. However, because Xiangqing City was already planning and developing in the city at this time, these areas had already been targeted by many people with deep backgrounds. Zhou Hao moved in at this time. One hand is very wrong, so he didn't pay attention to the city, but directly asked Zhao Yuqin to drive the car to the outskirts far from the city. Soon, Zhou Hao and his party came to the outskirts and saw the wasteland in Zhou Hao's memory that would be built by the Japanese as a large-scale production base, and Shuahua village near the wasteland. As Zhou Hao expected, this place was still deserted at this time, covered with dense weeds, and the part near Shuahua village became a place for dumping garbage in the village. Xiao Hao, why are you here? Are you going to buy land here? Stop the car. Zhao Yuqin looked at the vast wasteland outside. These wastelands will not develop even after 10 years. Buy here. If you land, the money won't come back. Zhou Hao said. Those places in the city have already been remembered by others, and I can't afford to provoke others with great wealth. Moreover, in my opinion, Xiangqing has developed rapidly. When the land resources in the city are gone, naturally it will expand outward, so I want to grab the land here as much as possible at this time. Moreover, these are wastelands and can be bought back with very little money. What you said is not unreasonable. Zhao Yuqin looked at the wasteland outside the window. I just don't know whether this land belongs to which village or the city government. We have to ask someone to ask. At this time, the villagers of Shuahua village also saw Zhao Yuqin's Mercedes-Benz and looked curiously. You must know that in these years, even in cities, it is rare to see Mercedes-Benz cars of this grade, let alone rural villages in the suburbs. They don't even know that this is a Benz, they just think they can drive on four wheels. The car is already very impressive. After Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin came down, the villagers were even more surprised. Today Zhou Hao is a handsome young man, tall and handsome with extraordinary temperament. But Zhao Yuqin is already beautiful and moving, and she has a natural noble temperament in her prominent family. Only Yin Tong's appearance is relatively ordinary, but in the eyes of the villagers, those who can sit on four wheels are not ordinary people. A few villagers hurriedly went to the village head, saying that a few extraordinary people had come to the village. Compared with Zhoujia village in the city, the standard of living in Shuahua village is lower. At first glance, they are almost all tiled and earthen houses. Most of the people in the village are mainly engaged in agriculture. In addition to being self-sufficient, the rest take the agricultural products to the city to buy. In Zhou Hao's memory, when the production base was built, it brought great development to the nearby Shuahua village. Simply providing rental houses for the employees in the base can already bring a lot of money to the villagers. Income. Approaching Shuahua village, those strong young men all turned their eyes on Zhao Yuqin. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. They wanted to be able to ask such a woman to be a wife. It was worth death. Sister Zhao, you see you become a star as soon as you enter the village. Zhou Hao leaned into Sister Zhao's ear and smiled. Zhao Yuqing glanced at Zhou Hao and said, "The dog can't vomit ivory." At this time, a very strong man who was nearly 50 years old came hurriedly, surrounded by a few villagers, and he was the village chief of Shua village Daizhou. Just now, the villagers said that some important people had come to the village. He thought it was the government department above who came to inspect, so he hurried over. Now I don't see the big-bellied leaders of the past, but a pair of very handsome young men and women, and an ordinary-looking woman. May I ask who are? Daizhong came to Zhou Hao and asked carefully. Although Zhou Hao didn't seem to be leaders, Daizhong also saw the car at the entrance of the village. His knowledge was better than other villagers. It is much taller, knowing that it is a Mercedes-Benz car, even if many city leaders can't sit on it. You are the head of Shuahua village, right? Zhao Yuqing smiled at Daizhong Wei. Daizhong was stunned, thinking that this woman was really good-looking with a smile, but he only dared to think about it. At a glance, the one in front of him knew that he was not an ordinary person, and it was troublesome to offend. So Daizhong also smiled. Yes, I am the mayor of Shuahua village. My last name is Dai, and my single name is Zhou. Hello, village chief Dai. Zhao Yuqing nodded. We are here to buy a piece of land. She pointed to the vast wasteland over there. It's there. I want to ask, that piece of land belongs to your village? Or is it in the city government? There. Daizhong scratched his head. He didn't expect these people to come to the village to buy land. It belongs to our village. Originally, our village wanted to grow vegetables or dig some fish ponds there. Yes, but there is no money in our village, and the government refuses to give us assistance, so it can only be left to waste. He brought Zhou Hao and the others there, and saw that there were more than 10,000 mu of wasteland. Zhou Hao thought that it would take a lot of money to develop such a large area. He said to Daizhong, Mr. Dai, if we want to buy a piece of land here, can the village decide? Of course it is possible, Daizhong said. This land is in our village, so we can naturally decide whether to sell it. He looked at Zhou Hao with some doubts. You can buy land here, but I want to ask. Now, what are you going to buy for? Facing Daizhong's problem, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqing looked at each other, and then Zhou Hao said, I want to build a factory here, because the land price in the city is too expensive, so I will consider building the factory here. Daizhong was just asking. Anyway, this large wasteland of Shuahua village could not be developed. It would be better to sell it and increase the income of the village. Thinking of this, he asked, then how much land do you plan to acquire? Zhou Hao looked at this wasteland. The densely covered land was covered with weeds, and the place near Shuahua village over there became a small garbage dump. Of course he wouldn't buy the entire land, but he still wanted to get as much land as possible, so he asked Daizhong, how big can you sell to me? Daizhong was taken aback by Zhou Hao's question, but since he was used to build a factory building, the area would certainly not be small. He discussed with the following villagers of a certain age for a while before telling Zhou Hao. Selling them all to you is also impossible. After all, we may also use them in the future, but it is still possible to sell half to you. Zhou Hao originally thought that they would be satisfied if they could take 1,000 or 2,000 square meters, but they didn't expect that Daizhong and the others would sell half of the wasteland to themselves, which is 7,000 or 8,000 acres. With such a large piece of land, even if the Japanese do not buy it in the future, when the city develops, it will be very valuable. He suppressed the surprise in his heart. His face was very calm. Then Chief Dai, if I buy half of this land, what price do you want? This time made Daizhong embarrassed, because he had never had this experience, so he discussed with the few villagers who seemed to be respected. After a while, he said to Zhou Hao, Sir, look at this land. It's so big, and I can't let the village suffer. How about 1,000,000? We will sell it to you for 1,000,000. 1,000,000, Zhou Hao exclaimed. You should know that when the Japanese came to buy it, the few villagers next to the wasteland alone would receive more than 1,000,000 per household. The area is less than 100 square meters. Now Zhou Hao needs to spend 1,000,000 to take down 7,000 or 8,000 acres of land. Even Zhao Yuqing, who is next to him, showed a surprised look and winked at Zhou Hao, indicating that the land was worth buying. When Daizhong heard Zhou Hao's exclaim, He thought that the price he had quoted was too high, and said with embarrassment, "Sir, is the price too high? Actually, we can still discuss the price. In fact, even if the villagers in Shuahua village bring agricultural products to the city to buy, each household will earn at most a few hundred yuan a year." When Zhou Hao heard Dai Zhong's words, he secretly smiled. Not too expensive, but too cheap. Naturally, he would not tell Dai Zhong in his heart, but frowned and said, "It is indeed a bit taller. You see, village chief Dai, this is just a wasteland. Even if you want to grow vegetables and raise fish, it will take a lot of effort. Well, let alone I want to build a factory." "What do you mean, sir? Why don't we take a good intention? 800,000 yuan, no more." Zhou Hao said. Dai Zhong lowered his head and thought for a moment. For them, 800,000 is already a big number. If it is distributed, each villager can have a few $1,000s, which is better than letting this land go unused. So he raised his head and looked at Zhou Hao. "Well, 800,000 is 800,000, but you have to pay it all at once." "This is no problem," Zhou Hao said. "However, there are too many weeds on this ground. You have to clear it out for me." "Yes, you can." Dai Zhong quickly agreed. The villagers here already live on farming and are extremely skilled in farming. It is naturally easy for them to remove some weeds. Without further ado, Zhou Hao, Zhao Yuqin, and Yin Tong followed Dai Zhong to the village committee of Shuahua village to complete the formalities. Yin Tong saw that Zhou Hao bought 7 or 8,000 acres of land in one afternoon. It was a bit like a dream. The village committee of Shuahua village is actually the backyard of the ancestral hall in the village. There are a few wooden tables and wooden benches in it. Several barefoot elderly people play cards and chess together. It looks like an elderly club. Dai Zhong's status in the village is obviously very high. The villagers respect him. Everyone heard that he sold half of the wasteland next to the village so that everyone in the village could get thousands of yuan. They all seemed very happy. Zhao Yuqin, the rich man, is even more enthusiastic. Although the village committee of Shuahua village can decide to sell the land to Zhou Hao, they still have to inform the town government if the area involved is so large. Shuahua village is under the jurisdiction of Pingtu town, so Dai Zhong called the town government. After the town government heard that Shuahua village was going to sell the land, it quickly agreed, because they could also receive some benefits from it. Taking advantage of the word, the town government immediately prepared the approval documents for the sale and sent them to Shuahua village. Zhou Hao asked Dai Zhong, "See you in Chief Dai, do you want bank transfer or cash?" "Cash, cash." Dai Zhong replied repeatedly. Although the town government has long asked the village committee of Shuahua village to open a bank account, because the village committee basically only has much money and the villagers have no concept of bank savings, they are still accustomed to cash. Zhou Hao was a little embarrassed because the millions of bonuses were stored in Yin Tong's account, and it was very troublesome to withdraw such a sum of money from the bank. Zhao Yuqin, who was next to him, saw Zhou Hao's expression and immediately guessed his difficulty and smiled. "I have cash in my securities company. Let me get someone to bring it first." Zhou Hao nodded. "Thank you, Sister Zhao. I will transfer the money back to you immediately after I will go back." "Don't worry, Sister is in a hurry for the money." Zhao Yuqin smiled, then called to Galaxy Securities Company to get the cash. While waiting, Dai Zhong and the other villagers were very cordial and enthusiastic towards Zhou Hao, and they also took out their treasured tea. But for Zhao Yuqin, compared to the special premium tea that his father drank, these teas are Yunny is different, but she will not refuse the villagers' kindness. In the meantime, Dai Zhong introduced Shuahua village to Zhou Hao. There is a road leading to the city in Shuahua village, which is not high in specifications, but it is quite convenient. Shuahua village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there is a Huaping River passing by, and the environment is very quiet. Zhou Hao remembered that after the completion of that large-scale production base, the city deliberately built an expressway here, and the future development of Xiangqing was closely related to this production base. Not long after, people from the Pingtu Township government and employees from Galaxy Securities Company arrived. The Pingtu Town government sent an office director, while Zhao Yuqin's Galaxy Securities was driven by 4 male employees in a Santana. After all, they had to carry 800,000 cash. Safety is still very important. When the 4 employees took out the stacks of 100 yuan bills, Everyone, including the director of the town government office, looked straight, especially Dai Zhong and a few other villagers. They had never seen this before. More cash. Yintong was also a bit eye-opener. Although the money was theirs, from the time when Zhao Yuqin received the prize to Zhao Yuqin's transfer of the prize money to her account, all she could see was the number on the passbook. How much money was in the millions? How much conceptual? Sign the contract and the transaction will be completed. It was the office director who came back first. Also, give me a copy of the ID card. The government needs to prepare it. Zhou Hao took out 2 pieces of paper, on which were copies of Yintong's ID card, because Zhou Hao was not old enough to apply for an ID card. He gave the 2 copies to Dai Zhong and 1 to the director, and then asked Yintong to sign the contract. The contract stated that the land that Zhou Hao bought was on the side of Shuohua village, covering an area of more than 7,600 mu. Later, Daizhong would also let people set a landmark on that land. Handed over 800,000 to Daizhong and the others. Daizhong wisely handed over 150,000 of it to the director of the office to distribute it to the big bosses in the town government. He also took the initiative to make a few stronger people in the village. The young man is responsible for sending the director back for safety. After finishing everything, Daizhong said to Zhou Hao and the others, "Mr. Zhou, Ms. Zhao, how about you stay here for dinner?" Zhou Hao shook his head. "No, we still have things to do, so I won't disturb you, the village chief." He said to Daizhong, "Let's come over and see again in a few days. The weeds on that ground have been cleaned up." "Definitely, definitely." Daizhong quickly agreed, and personally sent Zhou Hao and the others to the entrance of the village with a few respectable elderly people in the village. When Zhao Yuqin drove a long way out of the car, Daizhong and the villagers stood at the entrance of the village and waved to them. These villagers are really simple. Zhou Hao looked at them through the mirror. People are so simple, and you still bear the pain to slaughter them. Zhao Yuqin glanced at Zhou Hao with a smile on his face. "You bought such a piece of land without a million. You are considered a big profit." "You can't say that." Zhou Hao smiled. "In our opinion, they made a profit, but in the eyes of Chief Dai and others, they made it. Maybe they are laughing at us now. By a piece of 800,000. A wasteland of no use." Zhao Yuqin chuckled and laughed. "I didn't expect that you are not big, but your eyes are pretty dark. By the way, Sister Zhao, do you know any construction teams?" Zhou Hao asked Zhao Yuqin. "Knowing you know something, what's the matter? Do you really want to build a factory there?" However, Zhou Hao nodded. "It's not a real factory building. Just build the outer wall hard. Nothing else is needed, and the area doesn't need to be large. Just build 2,000 square meters. The plant is just fine." "Why is this again?" Zhao Yuqin was a little puzzled. "It's still unclear, but it will always be of great use." Zhou Hao smiled. Compared with pure open land, the price of industrial land is much lower. When the Japanese want to buy land from them next year, they can make more money from them. He said to Zhao Yuqin, "Sister Zhao, just build the outer wall, and how much does it cost?" "In this case, it doesn't cost much, and if I come forward, the building materials will be much cheaper. The total amount is more than 200,000 at most. Then I will trouble you, Sister Zhao." After sending Zhou Hao's mother and son back to the city, Zhao Yuqin originally wanted to invite them to the Tianbin Hotel for a meal, but her brother temporarily called and asked her to go home because she hadn't returned for more than half a month. In desperation, Zhao Yuqin had to bid farewell to Zhou Hao and they drove away. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz car that was going away, Zhao Yuqin sighed. "Yuqin is really our nobleman, Xiao Hao. We have to return the 800,000 yuan as soon as possible." Zhou Hao nodded and said, "By the way, how much do we owe Zhou Lichang?" "Zhou." Yin Tong was stunned, and then scolded Zhou Hao with a smile. "How can you be so rude? That's your uncle." Zhou Hao curled his lips. He did not admit that Zhou Lichang was his uncle. He clearly remembered how Zhou Lichang and Su Yongwei ridiculed themselves when Yin Tong had liver cancer and Zhou Hao came to their home to borrow money in his previous life. Yin Tong said, "Plus the borrowed one. We owe your uncle more than 16,000 yuan. Just give them 20,000 yuan, lest they say we owe money for so long without even paying interest." Zhou Hao said, "Uncle, they wouldn't say that." Yin Tong frowned. Zhou Hao snorted, "They are just such people." Yin Tong knew that Zhou Hao was very unwelcome to Zhou Lichang and the others, but didn't say anything. The two hurried to withdraw 25,000 yuan while the bank was not working. Yin Tong handed the 5,000 yuan to Zhou Hao. You take the money. Buy whatever you like, but don't spend too much money. Mom, you give too much. Yin Tong shook his head. You got the money originally, and Mom just kept it for you. You will have to use the money to go to college and get married. Zhou Hao nodded. By the way, Mom, if Dad comes back to ask you for money, don't give it to him, let alone tell him we won the prize. Otherwise, he will take it all to gamble. Speaking of Zhou Liren, Zhou Hao's father, Yin Tong showed a sad expression on his face. Fortunately, he had a sensible son, otherwise there would be no hope in this life. She nodded to Zhou Hao. I know. After leaving the bank, the mother and son arrived in Zujiakan by car. After knocking on the door of Zhou Lichang's independent bungalow for a long time, I saw a very beautiful young woman opening the door. This woman is probably only 18 or 9 years old, with long hair and delicate features. Zhou Hao saw that her hair was slightly messy, her forehead and nose were covered with fine sweat, and there was a wave of turbulence in her expression. After seeing Zhou Hao's mother and son, this woman had a short meal, especially after seeing the handsome Zhou Hao. Her original impatience was also suppressed. Who are you looking for? Xiao Zhu, who is here? A man's voice came from the room, sounding very impatient, but Zhou Hao recognized that it was Zhou Lichang's voice. Then he walked over and saw that he was wearing a pajamas, breathing a little. After seeing Zhou Hao and Yin Tong visiting, the expression on his face became even more impatient, frowned, and said, Is it you? Uncle. Yin Tong called to him. Come in. Zhou Lichang said a word and returned to the room, and the woman named Xiao Zhu also let Zhou Hao and the two enter. Zhou Lichang sat on the sofa in the living room and lighted a cigarette in his mouth. What are you going to find me? It's not because you borrowed money again. I heard Yongwei said that you just borrowed one a while ago. 10,000. We didn't come to borrow money. Zhou Hao couldn't bear the contempt on Zhou Lichang's face. We are here to pay back the money. After he said that, he took out an item wrapped in newspaper and opened it. The unopened 100 yuan bill said, Here is 20,000 yuan, plus all the money we borrowed before is repaid, and the extra will be used as interest. Zhou Lichang was very surprised by Zhou Hao and the others' actions to pay back the money. Obviously, he did not expect that they would be able to pay back the money so quickly, and even give him thousands of yuan in interest. He picked up the 2 stacks of banknotes and looked at it, and determined that they were not counterfeit. Later, he said to Zhou Hao strangely, Why do you have money so soon? Didn't you say that you can't even pay the tuition? We used the money to buy stocks and made some money, so we will pay you back first. Yin Tong said, Are you also trading in stocks? Zhou Lichang raised his eyebrows, and then laughed. This year's stock market is very good, very good. Ha ha. Xiao Hao, you have grown a lot taller after not seeing you for so long. Zhou Hao mother and son after paying back the money, his attitude changed. He didn't care much about Zhou Hao's changes. It was more than half a year since he last saw Zhou Hao. The children grew up fast, so Zhou Lichang was not as surprised as those who knew Zhou Hao. Little Zhu, why don't you pour tea for Xiao Hao and the others? Zhou Lichang shouted. Zhou Hao glanced at the woman. Is that? Zhou Lichang laughed hee twice. That's the little nanny I invited back, because Yongwei said that the weather was starting to get cold, and she didn't want to do cooking and washing dishes, so I specially invited one. The babysitter is back. By the way, why don't you see Annie in them? Zhou Hao looked around and found that Su Yongwei and her 2 children were not there. She went to pick up Ji Hao and Xin from school. Zhou Lichang said, 2, please have tea. At this time, Xiao Zhu put 2 cups of hot tea on the coffee table in front of Zhou Hao's mother and son. Zhou Hao noticed that Xiao Zhu and Zhou Li had eyebrows, plus the previous signs, and he sneered in his heart. There must be a leg between the two. However, it is reasonable to think about it. Zhou Lichang has a rich net worth. This young and beautiful young Zhu can get what he needs. But Su Yongwei suffered. This little nanny not only took care of her housework, but also take care of her husband. Xiao Hao, how much money did you make from stock trading? Zhou Lichang asked with a smile. Zhou Hao and Yin Tong glanced at each other, and Yin Tong said, We made more than 100,000. More than 100,000. Zhou Lichang said, How much did you invest in? 8,000. Zhou Hao said lightly, Isn't this a 10-fold increase? Zhou Lichang was very surprised. Xiao Hao, Which stock are you buying? Can you tell the uncle? He laughed twice when he saw Zhou Hao's puzzled expression. Because I also bought a few and invested almost 1 million. But so far I have only made more than 1 million. For the average person, it is already very much to make more than 1 million yuan. But according to the current stock market, Zhou Lichang invested 1 million yuan, but only made more than 1 million yuan, which is less than Zhou Hao's profit margin. A lot. But for snobs like Zhou Lichang, Zhou Hao will not tell him which stock to buy, and even Zhou Hao will not tell him that the domestic stock market will plummet after mid-December. With Zhou Lichang's greedy temperament, he will certainly take advantage of the victory in the stock market, and if the stock market falls sharply, he will lose more. We are just buying randomly, and we have already withdrawn. Zhou Hao smiled at Zhou Lichang, imagining what he would look like when he suffered heavy losses in the stock market. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhou Lichang knew that he didn't want to tell himself. He was about to say a few more words, but he heard Zhou Hao say, "It's too early, we won't bother. Mom, let's go back." Then he and Yin Tong stood up and walked to the door. Yin Tong nodded to Zhou Lichang. "Uncle, let's go first." After Zhou Hao's mother and son walked out of the door, Zhou Lichang came back to his senses and thumped the sofa severely. "Smelly, itch." Seeing Xiao Zhu, who was wiping the wine cabinet over there, he got up again. "Xiao Zhu, come here." Xiao Zhu naturally knows what will happen next and deliberately whispered, "Come on." After leaving Zhou Lichang's independent bungalow, Yin Tong took a deep breath, finally paid off the money. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "This is called debt-free and light." When the mother and son drove back to their home, Zhou Hao saw a familiar figure standing there, who turned out to be Situ Jianying. She had obviously been waiting there for a long time, rubbing her sore legs from time to time. When Situ Jianying saw Zhou Hao, she shouted in surprise, "Zhou Hao." Then she wanted to rush over, but when she saw Yin Tong next to Zhou Hao, she knew that it was Zhou Hao's mother. Stopping, bowed slightly to Yin Tong, and said politely, "Auntie, hello. Are you Zhou Hao's classmate?" Yin Tong saw this beautiful girl, especially Situ Jianying being very polite in front of her, so he was also very happy. "I'm him, his friend." Situ Jianying took a peek at Zhou Hao and said to Yin Tong, "I'm in the second middle school, and I'm in the same class as Wang Shijuan. I came to see Zhou Hao to hang out with." "Hee, that's the way it is." Yin Tong smiled. "Then Zhou Hao, go and relax. By the way, why not call Shijuan and Zhongsai also?" Situ Jianying immediately said, "I went up to find it just now, but there is no one in their house." "Oh, I remembered. I'm going to take Shijuan and the others to her family's house." Yin Tong said, "Then you too. Don't care about me, Xiao Hao. I'm just about to find it. The workers have a meal." Zhou Hao knew that Yin Tong had deliberately let herself go out and have fun and didn't want to touch her kindness, so he said, "Then let's go." After that, he walked out with Situ Jianying. "Goodbye, Auntie." Situ Jianying said goodbye to Yin Tong with a smile. "Goodbye, have fun." Yin Tong waved to the two of them. As soon as the two of them walked out of the street and left Yin Tong's sight, Situ Jianying hugged Zhou Hao's arm and stared at Zhou Hao with his eyes. "Zhou Hao, Zhou Hao, Zhou Hao." Zhou Hao smiled slightly. What's wrong? He also missed this girl who was obedient and obsessed with herself. "You are so annoying. I won't look for someone else when I come back." Situ Jianying's Danfeng eyes were covered with water vapor. "People are worried about you. If my dad didn't let me, I would go to your school together this morning. I picked you up at the door." Situ Jianying stretched out his hand and touched Zhou Hao's tough face. "Zhou Hao, your appearance has changed a lot. If it weren't for your father, he had told me before and watched the TV report, I almost couldn't recognize you." In fact, Zhou Hao only changed his physique under the action of ambergris, which caused his body to develop much faster than normal. The way he looks now is just like the appearance of his 20s before he was reborn. Zhou Hao grabbed her tender jade hand. "Is that better or ugly?" "It looks good." Situ Jianying's gaze was a little blurred. "You were very good looking. Now you are more handsome. You are taller." She was only a little shorter than Zhou Hao, but now she can only reach Zhou Hao. "The chest is gone." "Then how did your father tell you?" Situ Jianying shook his head. "He doesn't know anything. Just that you seem to have grown up in an instant." This analogy is pretty good. Zhou Hao smiled. and listened to Situ Jianying asking himself what happened when he was trapped. He explained that he met a hermit master in the cave, and he became like this after being taught Qigong. Son of it. Finally, he said, "Don't tell your father about these things. I don't want too many people to know." "Well, I won't tell others." She has always been very submissive to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took her hand and walked down the street. "Then where are we now?" "Go to Dynamic City, where I will take you to sing karaoke, and there are a lot of food to eat." Situ Jianying took Zhou Hao's arm affectionately and put his whole body on it. She was wearing a white shirt and a dark blue denim jacket. She was wearing a short denim skirt that was no more than knees, revealing a pair of white dangling legs. Situ Jianying was originally very beautiful, and after a little dressing, he became more mature than his actual age. Coupled with the handsome and extraordinary Zhou Hao next to him, the two of them are still very popular on the street, and Situ Jianying also enjoys this. A feeling of being concerned. Dynamic City is the largest disco in Xianqing. There are many karaoke rooms in it. Karaoke has already emerged at this time. Many young people like to party and have fun in Dynamic City. Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying soon came to Dynamic City. They saw that it was a 3-story building with the words Dynamic City flashing on a huge sign made of neon lights. And Zhou Hao also saw the front door. There are many cars and motorcycles on the open space. At this time, people who can come here for consumption have better family conditions. In front of the door, there were 2 decent female clients in High Fork Cheongsam. When they saw Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying, one of them showed a polite smile. "Are you two? Have you booked a room?" "I booked the room, 231. The surname is Situ." Situ Jianying said lightly. The female client took out a book and flipped through it. "You are Miss Situ. The room is ready. Please come with me for both of you." So she took Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying into it. I have to say that the disco in the Dynamic City is still very atmospheric, with colorful lights flashing constantly and dynamic music in the air. There are probably hundreds of young men and women in the central open space, following the rhythm of the music. Want to twist his body. And Zhou Hao also saw that there was a staircase on the other side of the disco, and 2 tall, austere men stood guard in front of it. The female client took Zhou Hao to the 2nd floor. Zhou Hao saw that there were dozens of rooms in the row, and they went up to the 2nd floor. The deafening music of the disco below could not be heard. The soundproofing here, very well done. Zhou Hao thought to himself, the people who open this store are very business-minded, and it is no wonder that this place can become the largest entertainment venue in Xianqing. Walking into room 231, Zhou Hao saw that there were more than 10 square meters, with blue lights shining in it, a large-screen color TV and a set of sound systems, and 2 golden microphones in front. Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying sat on the sofa, and the female client said, "Miss Situ, your package is from 6:30 to 12 o'clock in the evening. The couples you ordered earlier are also ready, and they are also present. A dozen of beer. The total consumption is 189 yuan. May I take the set meal now?" "Well, send it over now," Situ Jianying said, and then took out 200 yuan bills. Just as he was about to hand it to the female client, Zhou Hao held her hand, took out 200 yuan banknotes from her trouser pocket, and handed it to the client. At the same time, he said to Situ Jianying, "What? Can use your money." But Situ Jianying knew about Zhou Hao's home environment. Zhou Hao frowned. "Are you going to let me eat soft rice?" Seeing Zhou Hao frowned, Situ Jianying immediately gave in. No, I know it's not that kind of person." "It's good to know." Zhou Hao handed the money to the female client, and the client left the room after thanking her. There was no one else in the room, so Zhou Hao took Situ Jianying in his arms. "Little fairy, you have also ordered a couple's meal? Have you planned for a long time? They just launched this couple package, and I want to try it too." After a while, Zhou Hao let go of her and kissed her blushing cheek again. "I just waited for a long time downstairs in my house." Situ Jianying's jaw slightly said, "I'll be looking for you after 3 o'clock, and it's almost 6 o'clock when you come back, so I stand on my leg." "Is your leg sore? I'll rub it for you." Zhou Hao laughed. Zhou Hao took a breath and said, "Little fairy." "Ah," Situ Jianying exclaimed. Just as the two were about to take their swords and walk in time, the door of the room was suddenly knocked. Zhou Hao woke up, seeing Situ Jianying, who was looking blurred under him, suddenly remembered that she was only 14 years old like Wang Shijuan. Damn, I'm committing a crime. Zhou Hao cursed in his heart, and then he quickly sat up and arranged Situ Jianying's clothes. Situ Jianying thought that Zhou Hao was disturbed by the knock on the door and lost interest, and hated the people outside, and said angrily, "Who? Come in." The door of the room was pushed open, and a few waiters came in with food. It was the couple set meal that Situ Jianying had booked earlier. I saw that the couple set meal had spaghetti, chicken wings and drumsticks, steak, and a delicate cake. 2 hearts were drawn with red jam on the cake. In addition, there was a bottle of champagne. Seeing this decent set meal for couples, Zhou Hao thought to himself that the owner of this dynamic city could be considered unique. Unlike the pre-rebirth society, few restaurants offer couple meals at this time. Seeing this exquisite couple set meal, Situ Jianying wanted to share this delicious meal with Zhou Hao, which was also very good. The grievances against these waiters just disappeared. But at this moment, the door was knocked again, and when the door opened, Zhou Hao saw an unexpected person, who turned out to be Wen Xiaoqiang. I saw Wen Xiaoqiang walk in and smiled flatteringly at Situ Jianying. "Sister Situ, why don't you say hello to me when I came here? Haha, all your consumption is forgotten tonight." So he handed back the 200 yuan that Zhou Hao had given to Situ Jianying. Because Zhou Hao's appearance has changed a lot, and the lights here are dim, Wen Xiaoqiang did not recognize Zhou Hao for a while. Seeing the money handed over by Wen Xiaoqiang, Situ Jianying glanced at Zhou Hao, and saw Zhou Hao nodded slightly before accepting it. Then Wen Xiaoqiang said to Situ Jianying, "Sister Situ, why don't you see you during this period of time? Every time I ask you out to play, you are either not free or in the mood. Maybe you avoided me on purpose." Zhou Hao had previously told Situ Jianying not to get together with Wen Xiaoqiang. Situ Jianying faithfully followed his instructions, and had not interacted with Wen Xiaoqiang and the others since this time. Zhou Hao thought about this, and was very satisfied with Situ Jianying's obedientness, so he kissed her earlobe. "Little fairy, this is for you." Situ Jianying naturally knew what he was talking about, but it was the first time that Zhou Hao showed his intimacy in front of outsiders. This made Situ Jianying very happy, because it showed that Zhou Hao had already admitted his relationship with him. And Wen Xiaoqiang is another kind of taste. Seeing Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying so close, but Situ Jianying, who never let men get close in the past, was happy to accept it, when Xiaoqiang's heart burned with jealousy. From the very beginning, when he contacted Situ Jianying, he wanted to soak her in his hands. On the one hand, Situ Jian has an excellent appearance, and on the other hand, because she is the only daughter of the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, she is like relying on her boss Situ to build this big tree. So his father, when Zhangdongdu, he encouraged his son to attack Situ Jianying. Therefore, when Xiaoqiang would be responsive to Situ Jianying, for fear that he would not wait for this daughter well. But now that Situ Jianying is so intimacy with the guy who is taller and handsomer than himself, and even specially called the couple package, when Xiaoqiang knows that Situ Jianying is in favor of others. Zhou Hao saw when Xiaoqiang look at him with jealousy and resentment, and he also understood the nastiness in his heart. Judging from the fact that when Xiaoqiang can save the two of them from spending a night, his family is obviously the proprietor of this motion city. But it makes sense to think about it. To open such a large entertainment venue, the owner must be a person who eats both black and white. Zhou Hao knew before that when Xiaoqiang's father was a well-known underworld leader in Xiangqing, and from this moving city, look, his business acumen is indeed not bad. When Xiaoqiang looked at Zhou Hao and found that he was familiar, "This is Sister Situ's friend. Haha, brother, you are familiar. Did we know each other before?" Zhou Hao deliberately took Situ Jianying into his arms and sneered at Wen Xiaoqiang. "Wen Xiaoqiang, why are you so memorable? Didn't I just beat you up a while ago? Don't remember?" Wen Xiaoqiang's expression changed, and he looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. You are Zhou Hao? Why are you? How did you become taller? Also, didn't you say that you encountered an earthquake and a landslide in Qiuning Mountain? You not dead?" He was happy all night after seeing Zhou Hao's distress from the news, saying that Zhou Hao was finally cleaned up by God. Before Zhou Hao spoke, Situ Jianying in his arms stood up quickly and slapped Wen Xiaoqiang across the coffee table. "Wen Xiaoqiang, do you dare to curse Zhou Hao to death? Are you tired of living? When Xiaoqiang was stunned by the slap of Situ Jianying, and even Zhou Hao was a little shocked. It seems that Situ Jianying still treats outsiders like before, and her gentleness is only shown in front of her. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao couldn't help feeling a little proud. When Xiaoqiang did not expect that Situ Jianying would slap herself for Zhou Hao. Fortunately, the waiters had already gone out, and no one saw him like this. But when Xiaoqiang really didn't dare to do anything to Situ Jianying, because as long as her father embarrassed himself a little bit, then this dynamic city wouldn't have to go on. Sister Situ, don't you hate Zhou Hao very much? How? Indeed, Situ Jianying asked herself to teach Zhou Hao that time, but now she protects Zhou Hao very much. When Xiaoqiang was puzzled, that's what happened before. I like him now. Do you have an opinion? Situ Jianying hummed. No. When Xiaoqiang quickly said with a flattering smile. Zhou Hao looked at him like this, and he was very contemptuous. This guy was obviously a villain who was bullying and fearing evil. Seeing when Xiaoqiang pouring a glass of beer himself, he smiled at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, I didn't know good or bad before. I apologize to you for this glass of wine. I hope that you adults will ignore the villain. Zhou Hao thought to himself that this person changed his face quite quickly, but he was also such a person, and it was easier to adapt to society than those who would rather be unyielding. He waved his hand. Forget it. It's not a deep hatred anyway, as long as you don't provoke me in the future. It must be. When Xiaoqiang laughed. But in his heart, he hated Zhou Hao for capturing Situ Jianying's heart. With Situ Li as his backstage, not many people in Xiangqing would dare to provoke him. Okay, you go out. Don't hinder us. Situ Jianying also wanted to enjoy the couple's meal with Zhou Hao. Naturally, she didn't want a light bulb to get in the way. Then I will go out first. So when Xiaoqiang retreated, only Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying were left in the room. Situ Jianying smiled at Zhou Hao and said, You are hungry. Zhou Hao nodded and saw Situ Jianying rolled up some spaghetti with the fork and sent it to Zhou Hao. Come on, try it. In front of Zhou Hao, Situ Jianying resumed her obedient appearance and waited on Zhou Hao as a great master. Zhou Hao accepted it and ate the spaghetti with his mouth open. The taste was not bad. He also took a piece of grilled chicken wings and fed it to Situ Jianying. Come on, you try too. Yeah. Situ Jianying smiled and took a bite on the chicken wings. The two of you feed each other bite by bite and enjoy this intimacy very much. Zhou Hao opened the bottle of champagne and asked Situ Jianying. Drinking champagne is not so easy to get drunk. You can drink some too. Situ Jianying nodded, and Zhou Hao took a sip by herself. Seeing that Zhou Hao wouldn't feed her, she pouted her small mouth coquettishly. Zhou Hao didn't speak, and a smile appeared on the corners of her mouth, and then she suddenly hugged her. Living in Situ Jianying and kissing her, he passed the champagne in his mouth. How is it delicious? Zhou Hao licked her lips and smiled. Situ Jianying's cheeks were flushed, and she looked at Zhou Hao in the spring. You are so bad. Zhou Hao laughed and kissed her on the nose. Didn't you say that men are not bad and women don't love me? If I am just a clumsy nerd, would you still like me? Of course not. Situ Jianying hugged Zhou Hao. I like your badness. After a full meal, the two sang karaoke again. There are a lot of love songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan. The two sang many love songs together. Situ Jianying's voice is relatively thin, so it sounds very sweet. And Situ Jianying discovered that Zhou Hao's voice was very magnetic when he sang. Those love songs sang from him always had a charming charm, which made her fascinated. Therefore, every time Zhou Hao finished singing a song, Situ Jianying couldn't help but kiss him. Soon after 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Hao thought that it was a bit boring to sing all night, and Situ Jianying also sang a little hoarse, remembering that when I came up just now, I saw a well-guarded staircase on the first floor. Zhou Hao to Situ Jianying, who was tired of her arms, said, Should we have some other fun? You make up your mind, I will listen to you. So Zhou Hao asked him to call when Xiaoqiang, while the waiter came in to clean up the table. When Xiaoqiang hurried over, What do you two have to say? Zhou Hao said, I saw two big guys guarding the stairway below. Where did that lead to? That. When Xiaoqiang hesitated, but after seeing Situ Jianying's unkind eyes, he immediately said, Then below is an underground casino we opened. He thought, anyway Situ. Li also knew that otherwise Dynamic City would not open, so he didn't plan to hide from Situ Jianying. Sure enough, Situ Jianying became excited after hearing it. Casino? I have never been to it. Zhou Hao, let's go see it. Zhou Hao was also a little curious, and with his current skill, it was more than enough to protect Situ Jianying, so he nodded. When Xiaoqiang said, "No way, Sister Situ, where dragons and snakes are mixed, how can you go?" If Situ Li knew that he let Situ Jianying enter the casino, he would immediately find his father's hands. "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that we have no money? I can bring enough money out today." Situ Jianying took out a handful of banknotes from the bag, all with a face value of 100 yuan, which seemed to be more than 1,000. It's not the problem. When Xiaoqiang smiled bitterly. If he could, how about providing Situ Jianying with gambling money himself? Zhou Hao saw his worries. "Don't worry, if I am here, she will be fine. Besides, since this is your casino, you should have your people watching it. Could anyone dare to be there for you? Trouble on the site." Seeing Zhou Hao said so, and Situ Jianying was in high spirits again, when Xiaoqiang had no choice but to agree. He personally took Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying downstairs. When Zhou Hao saw those young men and women who were freeing themselves under music, he suddenly thought of a question and said to Wen Xiaoqiang, "Is there anyone selling drugs here?" When Xiaoqiang shook his head repeatedly when he heard the words, "No, although my dad is a gangster, he also knows that the country is very strict with these things, so we are very strict with our own venues." Zhou Hao nodded, and soon a few people came to the stairway. Seeing that when Xiaoqiang had come in person, the two big guys quickly stepped aside, and Zhou Hao saw that this was a staircase leading down. Pushing open the door at the end of the stairs, Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying saw a different scene from the disco on the first floor and the private room on the second floor. "I saw that this is a hall that can accommodate hundreds of people, with brilliant lights inside. Gaming tables are neatly lined up. Each table is surrounded by a lot of people, and the bunny girls in dress shuttle around the gaming tables. In between, to provide these gamblers with drinks and cigarettes. Although it is a basement, the ventilation equipment here is very complete. Many gamblers have a habit of smoking." Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying did not feel the air here is dirty, and the decoration here is also very formal. The gaming tables are even similar to the Macau Pudin Hotel. All of them have special specifications. "You have done a lot of work here," Zhou Hao said to Wen Xiaoqiang. "Indeed, the scale and management of this place are far beyond ordinary underground casinos." Zhou Hao also saw the shuttle between the gaming tables. In addition to those bunny girls, there are also some men with tall statures and cold faces, which should be the watching scene here. Situ Jianying looked at the lively casino and said to Wen Xiaoqiang, "You are afraid that hundreds of thousands of dollars will be paid in here every day. Usually there are, sometimes millions." Wen Xiaoqiang is not without pride. Zhou Hao is secretly speechless, so it seems that Wen Xiaoqiang's father earns tens of millions of income every month. At this time it is already an astronomical figure. However, Zhou Hao thought that in order to open such a place, Wen Xiaodong would need to manage many places, and he was afraid that most of his income would be invested in it. In the casino, you can see all kinds of life, because there are many people who have gone bankrupt and gambled all the money, and watching the scene of crowded people in front of him, Zhou Hao's heart is also faintly surging. When Xiaoqiang next to him noticed Zhou Hao's look and smiled. "Zhou Hao, if you are interested in playing, we can provide you with gambling money for free. There is still interest, but you don't need to invest in your casino. I have the money." Zhou Hao took out a handful of banknotes, but it was the 5,000 yuan that Yin Tong gave him earlier. "Do you use cash or use cashier?" "The bargaining chip." "Bargaining chips." When Xiaoqiang replied, "How much do you want to cash in?" 3,000, a little gamble." Zhou Hao smiled and handed 3,000 yuan to Wen Xiaoqiang. Wen Xiaoqiang gave it to a younger brother behind him, and the younger brother immediately gave 1,000 to 510. "Give 100 chips to Zhou Hao." Situ Jianying looked at Zhou Hao and cashed in 3,000 chips. He couldn't help but said strangely, "Zhou Hao, why do you have so much money?" Zhou Hao said, "I'll tell you later. What shall we go to play?" "I don't know. I haven't played." Situ Jianying asked Wen Xiaoqiang, "What projects do you have here?" When Xiaoqiang introduced, "There are all, dice, roulette, Texas Hold'em, blackjack, and even Pai Gao." Situ Jianying looked at a gaming table not far away and heard the gamblers there yelling big, 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 and said to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, let's go over there and play." Zhou Hao nodded and walked over with Situ Jianying. This gaming table is playing dice, and a croupier stands opposite. In the center of the gaming table is a glass cover with 3 dice inside, a pattern of points for people to bet. At this time, it happened to be the end of the previous round. The dealer covered the metal cover to cover the dice inside, and at the same time pressed the button of the chassis to make the dice in the cover jump, and then stretched out his hands to each gambler. "Please place a bet, buy and leave." Those gamblers put their chips in the big and small squares one after another. These people's bets are all small, mostly 100 or 200, rarely thousands. Some people bet on specific points, and then call out their bet points, hoping that goddess of luck can take care of themselves. The surrounding atmosphere was so warm, Situ Jianying was also excited, shaking Zhou Hao's arm, and said, "Zhou Hao, what are we buying?" Zhou Hao calmly looked at the cover and put the 1,000 yuan chip on the big square. The odds for betting on the size of the chip is 1 for 1. After everyone had placed their bets, the croupier lifted the cover and said, 4, 5, 5, big. "Zhou Hao, did we win?" Situ Jianying asked nervously. Zhou Hao smiled and nodded, and the croupier pushed the 2,000 yuan in chips to Zhou Hao. Seeing that Zhou Hao had won 1,000 yuan in one hand, other people cast enviable glances at him. When Xiaoqiang behind also smiled. "Zhou Hao, good luck. It's just a blind touch." Zhou Hao smiled and picked up the 2,000 yuan bargaining chip. Then the croupier shook the dice again. "Everyone, please place your bets and get out of hand." "Zhou Hao, what are we buying this time?" "Big." Zhou Hao once again placed the 2,000 yuan in the big square. When the croupier lifted the cover, everyone saw that the 3 dice inside were 4, 4, and 6. In other words, Zhou Hao won again this round. Everyone shouted in admiration. As a result, Zhou Hao's bargaining chip became 4,000 yuan. "Zhou Hao, you're so amazing." Situ Jianying smiled with joy on Zhou Hao's face. "Let's come again. What to buy this time?" After the croupier rolled the dice again, Zhou Hao put the 4,000 yuan of chips on the 333 square. Everyone wanted to bet with Zhou Hao, but they hesitated when they saw that he was leopard. Although the odds of leopard were as high as 36 times, the odds were too small, so those who had to bet with Zhou Hao. The person who noticed stopped the action and watched. After when Xiaoqiang's explanation, Situ Jianying also knew that the chance of opening the leopard was very small, and couldn't help grasping Zhou Hao's hand nervously, staring at the cover tightly with his eyes. When the croupier lifted the cover, Situ Jianying exhaled joyfully, and the people around also cried out with annoyance, regretting that he hadn't bet with Zhou Hao just now, because the 3 dice in the glass cover were so impressive. It is 3. The odds of 36 times, that is to say, Zhou Hao's 4,000 chips has been turned into 144,000 yuan. The croupier looked at Wen Xiaoqiang with some hesitation, and Wen Xiaoqiang snorted. "What are you looking at? You lose money. We open the door to do business, but if you win, you will naturally have to pay." "Yes, Wen Xiao." The croupier nodded quickly, and pushed 14 10,000 and 4,000 chips to Zhou Hao. Seeing everyone around him cast envy and jealous gazes at Zhou Hao, Situ Jianying felt proud, and his chest stood up, as if to declare to everyone, "This is my man." When Xiaoqiang leaned into Zhou Hao's ear and said, "Damn, Zhou Hao, you are really amazing. Do you know how to listen to dice like those in the movie?" But this is not reasonable, because the dice are made of special materials. The site was also covered with flannel, and there was no sound at all. Zhou Hao just shrugged and smiled. "It's just luck. How can I listen to the dice?" In fact, he relies on his superhuman directness. Since Zhou Hao guessed even the welfare lottery with a chance of winning only 1 in a million, such the way to bet on dice is too simple in comparison. When everyone was about to bet with Zhou Hao took Situ Jianying and left the gaming table. "Let's go over there and play other things." The two came to a blackjack table not far away. There are not as many gamblers here as there were just now, and it is quieter, and the bets here are also much higher. I saw 5 people sitting around. The croupier on the opposite side kept dealing with them, while other gamblers betting on the banker or the player. Zhou Hao saw that there was a chair left empty, and when Xiaoqiang immediately sent another chair to be placed next to Zhou Hao and let Situ Jianying sit there. Zhou Hao saw the few people sitting here. The most chips on the table was the short, middle-aged man sitting opposite him, with nearly 200,000 chips. And Zhou Hao also saw that two men with indifferent expressions stood behind the middle-aged man, just like his guardian. At this time, when Xiaoqiang bent down and said in Zhou Hao's ear, "That guy is called Ding Yi. He came from Yunnan. I heard that he was in the jade business and he was very wealthy." Zhou Hao nodded and said that he knew, and then put 50,000 chips in front of him. And then the croupier dealt him the first card, which was the Q. "This counts as 10 o'clock. Zhou Hao asked when Xiaoqiang back. When Xiaoqiang nodded, "Yes, J, Q, and K hide at 10 o'clock, and they can be counted as 1 or 11. Do you need more cards?" The croupier said to Zhou Hao. "Yeah." So the croupier dealt Zhou Hao another card, but it was 7. "Do you need more cards?" The croupier asked again. "Good." Zhou Hao said. "This third card is the whole card." He covered it with the first card and then revealed a little bit so that only himself and Situ Jianying could see. The third card was 3, which was added to the previous 2 cards. Hao has 20 points in his hand, and the number of cards on the face is 17. "Do you need more cards?" Zhou Hao thought for a moment, then said, "No, thank you." The top master on the opposite side laughed at Zhou Hao, showing his yellow teeth. "Little brother, the cards are broken, hee." Zhou Hao saw that his explicit card was a king, but he didn't know what his whole card was. "That uncle is really wretched," Situ Jianying whispered in Zhou Hao's ear. Finally, when everyone except Zhou Hao and Ding Yi turned over the whole cards, except for the 2 broken cards that exceeded blackjack, the others did not have more than 16 points. So he saw Ding Yi smiled and turned over his whole card. "Hey, I am 19. His whole card is 9. Then he looked at Zhou Hao. "Little brother, show your card." Man. If you lose, you lose. What's to be afraid of?" However, Zhou Hao smiled slightly and gently turned out the 3. "I'm sorry, it's 20 o'clock. Seeing Zhou Hao's trump card, the originally cheerful Ding Yi immediately seemed to swallow a blowfly. His entire face turned blue. "See, you are still so arrogant." Situ Jianying raised his chin to Ding Yi. "Zhou Hao is a player. He won, so the gamblers who voted for the player won the prize. And Ding Yi cast 80,000 yuan in this round, plus the other 4. Zhou Hao won nearly 100,000 yuan in this game. FCK, I don't believe in evil. Let's come again." Ding Yi put 100,000 chips on the table and stared at Zhou Hao fiercely. "Boy, I place a 100,000 bet. Dare you dare to follow?" Ding Yi stared at Zhou Hao closely, as if Zhou Hao would not agree, he would immediately jump over. Zhou Hao took a 100,000 yuan chip from Situ Jianying and placed it on the table, and smiled at Ding Yi. He died to accompany the gentleman. "Okay, proud enough." Ding Yi extended his thumb to Zhou Hao. "The other 4 people are not waiting." Seeing that Zhou Hao and Ding Yi both placed a bet of 100,000, they felt that they could not weaken their momentum, so they all took out their chips. If they were not enough, they immediately let the casino put the chips. After redeeming it, this gambling game accumulated a huge sum of 600,000 yuan. When the people around the gaming table heard that the handicap was so wide, they all gathered around to watch the excitement. Situ Jianying was sitting next to Zhou Hao. Seeing that everyone around him was paying attention to him and Zhou Hao, she held his arm more intimately, feeling that this lively scene really resembled the plot of the movie God of Gamblers. Seeing that everyone's bet was 100,000, Ding Yi took the initiative to increase another 50,000 and let himself sit on the bank. Faced with so many bets, the croupier was also a little nervous, but seeing Wen Xiaoqiang sitting here also calmed down a lot, and took turns to hand out cards to Zhou Hao and the others. Zhou Hao's first 2 cards were 8 and 6, so it seems that Zhou Hao's table has 14 points. The top master is the dealer. One of the 2 cards is the whole card, and the other card is 6. Seeing Zhou Hao's card, he grinned twice. "Little brother, good luck." Zhou Hao laughed and said to the croupier, "I want a card." The croupier nodded and dealt the card in front of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao covered his other card and only let himself and Situ Jianying see the whole card, then put it down and said to the croupier, "I want a card." The 4th card is a 6. In this way, in addition to the whole card, Zhou Hao has 20 points on the table. With that whole card, Zhou Hao has a very high chance of breaking the hand over blackjack. Seeing Zhou Hao and Situ Jinying both frowned, Ding Yi laughed hee. Young people are impulsive. Playing blackjack can't win by just asking for cards. After everyone had finished their cards, Zhou Hao and Ding Yi all turned over their cards. In this game, their cards were very good. Out of the four, there were 2 18 points and 2 19 points. The surrounding audiences are also very nervous, because if anyone wins this game, they can get a huge sum of money of 650,000, which can be said to be rich overnight. Master Ding looked at Zhou Hao triumphantly. Little brother, don't worry, I seem to have won this game. He turned over his whole card, but it was a jack, plus his other 2 6s. And 4 is 20 o'clock. Ha 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 ha, this is a great win. Ding Yi laughed. The croupier, don't help me collect the chips. FCK, this Yunanese is really arrogant. When Xiaoqiang behind Zhou Hao pouted, and the croupier was also preparing to take the bargaining chip in front of Zhou Hao. They all thought Zhou Hao had lost. However, Zhou Hao stretched out his index finger and shook his face. Wait, my whole card hasn't been turned. Don't pretend to be a garlic boy, just hurry up if it's a man. Ding Yi snorted. Zhou Hao smiled lightly and turned his whole card over. Suddenly, there was a noise around him. Zhou Hao's whole card was an A. A can play 1 point or 11 points, and it can do 1 point when the card face does not exceed blackjack, just like Zhou Hao is doing now. So his 4 cards add up to exactly blackjack. How is it possible? Ding Yi couldn't believe the sudden change. He pointed to Zhou Hao and said, Then you just pretended to look like a dead father? Of course. How else can I make you embarrassed? Situ Jinying smiled. Zhou Hao easily won 650,000 back, and she was also very excited. Damn, dare to play with me. Ding Yi suddenly stood up and glared at Zhou Hao and Situ Jinying. When Xiaoqiang immediately stood up and said to him, Master Ding, this is our site. I hope you will not make trouble. Ding Yi glanced at Wen Xiaoqiang, then sighed again, then said to Zhou Hao, Boy, do you dare to gamble alone? Just play. Come on. Zhou Hao shrugged, looking calm and calm. After that, the 2 people followed Wen Xiaoqiang to a separate room. I saw that the room was more than 30 square meters, with a long gaming table in the center and a chair on each side, which looked like the movie God of Gamblers. Zhou Hao and Ding Yi sat on each side, while Situ Jinying stood behind Zhou Hao with him. Ding Yi said a few words to one of his subordinates, and that subordinate quickly left the room. When he returned, he had an additional briefcase in his hand. Ding Yi put the briefcase on the table and opened it. Zhou Hao and others saw that it was neatly filled with US dollars. There are more than 1.4 million US dollars here, so just treat it as 10 million yuan. Ding Yi said boldly, Boy, do you have enough chips? Zhou Hao is indeed a bit embarrassed. He was able to raise 10 million yuan, but the money is now in the stock market, and Zhou Hao will not move the money at all before December 10th. At this time, when Xiaoqiang patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder, It doesn't matter. Our casino can lend you. He looked at Ding Yi. Ding Yi, if you can trust us, how about our casino's funding? Hey, you opened such a big store, can I still trust you? When Xiaoqiang nodded. Okay, come here, let Ding Yi change 10 million chips. Seeing Zhou Hao and the 2 bet such a big bet, Situ Jinying was also a little nervous. 10 million yuan. Ordinary people can hardly earn for a lifetime or even 10 lifetimes. If Zhou Hao loses, how can he pay it back? So she said in Zhou Hao's ear, Zhou Hao, can this work? 10 million? Zhou Hao patted her hand and gave her a relieved smile. Don't worry, I can handle it. Seeing Zhou Hao's charming smile, Situ Jinying's heart suddenly softened, thinking that if Zhou Hao really loses, she would pull her face down and ask Wen Xiaoqiang for it. And it's a big deal to find his father to come forward and forgive Wen Xiaoqiang. They didn't dare to do anything with Zhou Hao. Soon, 20 million chips were placed on the table in front of the 2. The croupiers for them are also different from those outside. The suits and leather shoes look very professional. He dealt 2 cards to Zhou Hao and Ding Yi, 1 whole card and 1 clear card. Zhou Hao's card is the Ace of Hearts, while the top card is the King of Diamonds. The Ace of Hearts is big. Please Mr. Zhou to bet. The dealer said. Zhou Hao casually threw a handful of chips out. 500,000. Follow. Ding Yi also took out 500,000 chips. On the 3rd card, Zhou Hao is the Ace of Diamonds, and the top one is a 10 of Spades. The dealer said, a pair of aces is big. Please Mr. Zhou to bet. 1 million. Zhou Hao took out another 1 million chips. Ding Yi looked at the pair of aces in front of Zhou Hao, his expression a little ugly, but after only thinking about it for a while, he also pushed 1 million out. In the last two cards, Zhou Hao is the Jack of Clubs and the Four of Spades, and the King of Hearts and the King of Spades are the top ones. In this way, Zhou Hao still had a pair of aces on his hand, but the top master had 3 kings. The dealer said, "The 3 kings are big, please bet Mr. N." It turned out that the top master was named N. Ding Yi sneered, 3 million. Zhou Hao frowned and stared at the card in front of Ding Yi, and Situ Jinying also clutched his hand on Zhou Hao's shoulder, looking very nervous. "I'm following." Zhou Hao put out 3 million chips as he said. Ding Yi shook his head, pretending to sigh. "You dare to follow my card with 3 kings? Are you 3 aces?" Zhou Hao smiled and turned his whole cards over. "You are right. I am 3 aces." Ding Yi was taken aback and rubbed his eyes again, as if he didn't believe that Zhou Hao had 3 aces, and Situ Jinying could not help but smile when he saw him like this, thinking that Zhou Hao would win this round. Up. However, Ding Yi suddenly laughed. "Do you think I lost? Hey, what about 3 aces? I am 4 kings." He turned his whole card over, and it was the last club K. As a result, Zhou Hao lost nearly 5 million to the top master. Zhou Hao. Situ Jinying felt a chill in his back and grasped Zhou Hao's shoulder tightly with both hands. When Xiaoqiang next to him was a bit more complicated. On the one hand, he couldn't understand the pride of Ding Yi, and on the other hand, he was happy for Zhou Hao's loss. If Zhou Hao really loses this 10 million in the end, when Xiaoqiang will find it hard to believe that he can make it. However, this 10 million is not the point. The key is that Zhou Hao owes his family 10 million. Situ Jinying Situ Li would definitely not stand idly by, which means that Situ Li would not remain indifferent. In this way, when Xiaoqiang Xiangdong's side is equivalent to mastering the initiative. Even if there is something unpleasant with Situ Li in the future, Situ Li will be afraid of them. Zhou Hao also had a sullen face and didn't speak, silently watching the croupiers own nearly 5 million chips to Ding Yi's side. In the second round, Zhou Hao's first card was 5 of spades, and the top master was an ace of hearts. The top master threw 1 million chips. Zhou Hao hesitated and called for 1 million. Until all the cards are dealt, the 4 cards on Zhou Hao's table are spades 2, spades 3, spades 4, and 5 of spades, while the top master is aces of hearts, aces of spades, Q of spades, and diamonds. Q. Looking at your hand, you are very likely to have a straight flush. Ding Yi looked at Zhou Hao and saw a confident expression on his face, but Zhou Hao made very few bets, except for the first time. After 1 million with myself, I didn't dare to bet too much afterwards. Now it's only 2 million. So Ding Yi thinks that Zhou Hao didn't get a straight flush at all. This self-confident appearance was deliberately pretending to cover himself. So he pushed all the chips in front of him. Then he turned his club Q's whole card out and said to Zhou Hao, "I am 3 QS plus a pair of aces. I just don't believe it. You were a straight flush. Come out and see me with your whole cards." Hearing what Ding Yi said, Zhou Hao's expression changed, and he held the whole card with his right hand, and it didn't open it for a long time. Seeing that Zhou Hao hadn't turned his whole cards for a long time, Ding Yi stood up and pointed at Zhou Hao and cursed. "What's the matter, kid? Can't afford to lose? Come out and see me with your whole cards. Humph, it's better for a man to have a bit of spirit, especially in front of your little girlfriend." The croupier also looked at Zhou Hao. "Mr. Zhou, please show your whole cards." Zhou Hao took a deep breath and looked at Master Ding faintly. "Since you want to see my whole card, then I will fulfill you." After saying that, he slowly removed his hand and turned the whole card out. Situ Jinying behind Zhou Hao screamed, but it was full of surprises, because Zhou Hao's whole card is the ace of spades, and the combination of 5 cards is the A2345 of spades, which is the biggest straight flush. "How can you have a straight flush?" Master Ding rubbed his eyes vigorously, but this time he was really surprised. I saw Zhou Hao chuckle and said, "I never said that I am not a straight flush, and you have seen my 2345 flush just now. You should also know that I am fighting a straight flush. Do you dare to follow me?" Ding Yi's face went from blue to purple, and both eyes were red. "Then you just made such a small bet. Are you also drawing me into the game?" Zhou Hao shrugged. "It's very simple to show the enemy to be weak. I didn't expect you to be fooled so easily. In fact, in the last game, Zhou Hao intuitively knew that Ding Ye's hand was bigger than his own, but he's still following the bet. He lost nearly 5 million. This is to make Ding Ye feel confident and relax his vigilance. This is the so-called if the sky calls him to death, he must first be mad. It turns out that you are in to him. Situ Jianying grabbed Zhou Hao's neck and kissed him on the cheek. I was scared to death just now. I thought I really lost all the money. Zhou Hao turned around and squeezed Situ Jianying's nose. Thanks to you for having such a vanguard look. How about going to buy you a diamond ring later? Situ Jianying blushed and nodded, feeling sweet to Zhou Hao's want fuxiang. What is this? Ding Yi muttered a little bit, unable to accept the reality. On the side when Xiaoqiang sneered. You have 3 aces, and they have a straight flush. Of course, they won. Your 10 million won. In fact, he was a bit disappointed, because of the two-phase balance, when Xiaoqiang hopes that Zhou Hao will lose, so that he can contain Situ Li. But now it can make Ding Ye suffer, and when Xiaoqiang is also happy to see it. When Xiaoqiang's men used to bring the briefcase containing more than $1 million from Ding Yi to him, and when Xiaoqiang handed the official document to Zhou Hao thanked him, and then handed when Xiaoqiang the over 600,000 chips he had won back earlier. Thank you for lending me the money just now. You can accept these as interest or as my gratitude. Compared with the more than 10 million won from Ding Yi, these hundreds of thousands are not enough. When Xiaoqiang waved his hand again and again. How can this work? I just said that I would lend you money, and I never said that I will charge interest. Moreover, Sister Situ and I are friends. How can friends talk about this? Take it back and take it back. With when Xiaoqiang's refusal, Zhou Hao didn't have to push around, so he smiled and gave up. Seeing the resentful Ding Yi over there, Zhou Hao handed the briefcase to Wen Xiaoqiang. It's so late now. It's not convenient for me to go back with so much money. Can you keep it for me first? Of course. Wen Xiaoqiang smiled. Do you want me to help you convert these US dollars into RMB? Thank you then, Zhou Hao said. In addition to being a villain who deceives good and fears evil, Wen Xiaoqiang is also really not easy to have such a sophisticated ability to deal with things as young as he is. Let's go. Ding Yi gave Zhou Hao a fierce look at Xiaoqiang, and then left the room with the 2 left and right guardians. When Xiaoqiang looked at their backs coldly and said to Zhou Hao, this guy's flaws will be reported. I'm not afraid, but you? How about I send you and Sister Situ back? Zhou Hao shook his head. No, we can do it ourselves. After some time, it was almost 12 o'clock, and Zhou Hao was going back with Situ Jianying. Welcome you to come again next time. When Xiaoqiang personally sent the 2 to the gate of Dynamic City. But if you come again next time, Zhou Hao, you have to be merciful, otherwise we will not dare to do your business. He won more than tens of millions, but he didn't believe that it was all luck. Zhou Hao smiled and took Situ Jianying's hand and left. The night was deep, and the street was quiet, with only one street lamp accompanying the 2 of them. There is a very prosperous pedestrian street in Shanxing, but today is not a weekend. It is almost 12 o'clock, so the pedestrian street is also off work. Walking on the road, Situ Jianying took Zhou Hao's hand and swayed, and was very happy. Zhou Hao, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Just now, you really looked like the high-ranking player in the God of Gamblers. Hee, I don't know, someone with such a powerful technique is just luck. In fact, Zhou Hao really doesn't understand those gambling techniques. His magic weapon for winning is his super intuition, plus a little bit psychological tactics. Situ Jianying put his arms around his arms. But you are much more handsome than Zhou Yunfa. You suspect Zhou Yunfa is too old, Zhou Hao laughed. At this moment, Zhou Hao had a sense of instinct, instinctively approaching the 2 of him in danger. He immediately stopped and looked around. Situ Jianying said strangely, What's wrong? Zhou Hao sneered. It seems that someone is not convinced. After being transformed by ambergris and practicing nourishing qi record, Zhou Hao's 6 senses are much stronger than before, and he can hear people dozens of meters away. The breathing sound of people can even be distinguished by the different breathing rates of each person. Now he heard 5 breaths of different frequencies, 3 of which belonged to the top master and his 2 men in the casino just now. Sure enough, 5 figures swept out from the alley by the side of the road to block the path of Zhou Hao and the 2, and the person headed by it was Ding Yi. Master Ding stared at Zhou Hao fiercely and gritted his teeth. Boy, if you are interested, you can go back and get Lao Tzu's money back, and I can go around you for the time being. Otherwise, I'll take your skin off. Wait for your little girlfriend. Master Ding, use your words. Zhou Hao said. Man, it's better to be a little brave. If you lose, you will lose. He just talked about Master Ding might stop the way because he was unwilling. The money should be kept by Wen Shaoqiang and their casino. The reality proved that Zhou Hao had a foresight. When Ding Yi heard Zhou Hao actually use his own words to teach himself, he was trembling with anger. You kid won't cry if you don't see the coffin, right? Come on, let him see and see what will happen to Ding Yi. Hearing this, the two subordinates around him grabbed Zhou Hao and Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao put Situ Jianying behind him, and then before the two of them were bullied, he stepped forward first. The right hand swiftly waved at the two in the shape of a claw, which was a trick of the tiger opera in the Wu Qin Shi. Seeing Zhou Hao's astonishing momentum, the two immediately saw that he was a man of martial arts, and he was dexterously turned to avoid him. And Zhou Hao saw that they were agile, and he also knew that these two people had martial arts foundation, but he couldn't cope with them. But for the current self, these two people are obviously not enough. The Wu Qin Shi created by Hua Tuo is very subtle and far from comparable to the ones circulated in society. Zhou Hao stretched his backhand and grabbed the shoulder of the person on the right. Before he could move, Zhou Hao's 5 fingers suddenly tightened, and the sound of cracking bones was heard. Screamed. Zhou Hao can smash the boulder with one punch, and ordinary people can't stand his strength, and with just such a grab, that person's shoulder will be broken. And Zhou Hao did not delay. He paused, his left leg swept across to the other person and swept him down. At the same time, his left elbow suddenly hit the person's chest and broke his ribs. He fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up. Situ Jianying behind was dumbfounded. Although I heard that Zhou Hao was taught martial arts by a hermit expert when he was trapped in the cave, he did not expect him to be so powerful, and he put the two strong men down in the blink of an eye. Ding Yi was also stunned, and then he became even more angry. Unexpectedly, you guys are still a stubble. Following his words, his other two men took out a black pistol and aimed at the gun. Zhou Hao hurriedly stopped Situ Jianying behind him, and at the same time thought that this master's subordinates even carried guns privately, and his hands were not low, then he was definitely not an ordinary jade merchant. When Situ Jianying saw that the other party had drawn his gun, he covered his mouth and exclaimed. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene when he encountered the drug dealer. Zhou Hao at that time also protected himself as he does now. With Zhou Hao by his side, Situ Jianying still felt very safe even though the opponent had a gun. Boy, I'll give you one last chance. Go back and get my money back. Master Ding said in a gloomy tone. Otherwise, don't blame me for being blind. Huh. Hearing Zhou Hao's cold snort, he kicked the ground with the tip of his right foot, and the small stone on the ground immediately flew like a bullet to one of the gunmen, hitting the gunman's hand accurately. Zhou Hao's strength was so great that the man's metacarpal bones were immediately broken by small stones, and the gun in his hand fell. Without giving the other person time to react, Zhou Hao suddenly waved his left hand and saw something flying past and hitting the person's right shoulder in a thunderous force. The person only felt that his entire right arm was numb. That pistol also fell to the ground. There are no subordinates yet. Tell them all to come out. Zhou Hao looked at Master Ding coldly. Ding Yi was uncertain and stepped back. Zhou Hao thought that this Ding Yi was definitely not a good person, so he planned to catch him and send him to the police. But as soon as he took a step, a jeep suddenly drove across from the road next to Zhou Hao, and the driver shouted to Ding Yi, "Boss, go." Ding Yi's two men reacted quickly and immediately opened the door to protect Ding Yi and got in, and the jeep quickly ran away, ignoring the other two. Damn, running so fast. Zhou Hao scolded as he watched the jeep that had gone away. The two guards who had previously protected Ding Yi in the casino did not have time to escape, and both of them were injured by Zhou Hao, and they couldn't escape Zhou Hao, so they gritted their teeth and stared at Zhou Hao and Situ Jian. English. What do you look at? Do you still want to take revenge? Zhou Hao walked over and kicked them all and fainted, and then squatted down and fumbled on them. Situ Jianying asked suspiciously, Zhou Hao, what are you looking for? Found it. Zhou Hao found a pistol from each of them. These two guys also have guns on them. That Ding Ye is definitely not a law-abiding citizen. Jianying, you go call and inform your dad. Just say we were attacked by gunmen. At this time, the mobile phone was heavy and too expensive, so even if Situ Jianying's home environment was very good, Situ Li gave her one. Fortunately, there was a telephone booth over there. Situ Jianying walked over and called her home. Situ Li suddenly heard that his daughter was attacked by a gunman and was immediately frightened. He even mobilized a small group of armed police to rush. Come here. After arriving, Situ Li saw that the two gunmen had fallen on the ground unconscious and saw Zhou Hao beside Situ Jianying. He felt a little stunned and said to Situ Jianying, "So you said that you were hanging out with friends, it's Xiao Hao." After his wife's reminder and his own observation, Situ Li already knew that his daughter had a very good impression of Zhou Hao, but since he thought Zhou Hao was just a poor boy with an ordinary background, he did not approve of his daughter's association with him. Even if he knew that Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin had a good relationship, he still didn't like Zhou Hao. "Hello, Uncle Situ." Zhou Hao greeted Situ Li in a timely manner, and then handed him the two pistols found. Situ Li took the pistol and took a short look at it and gasped. Who are the two gunmen who actually used the Desert Eagle? Desert Eagle? Zhou Hao was also surprised. He had heard of this famous Israeli pistol, but he didn't expect that the two men used the Desert Eagle. He pointed to the ground over there. "Uncle Situ, there are two more there." It was Ding Ye's other two men who were hit by Zhou Hao and fell to the ground. Situ Li immediately asked someone to pick up the other two pistols and found that they were also Desert Eagles. Situ Li's expression immediately became serious and nervously asked Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying, "What happened on Earth? Why did you meet these dangerous elements for no reason?" Director Situ Li, "The two of them fainted, and we found that one of them had a broken shoulder and a broken rib." The armed police who came with Situ Li ran over and said to Situ Li. Situ Li frowned and looked at Zhou Hao. "Xiao Hao, you did it?" Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. The situation was critical at the time, so the hands were a bit heavier. Situ Li was surprised. There were at least 4 gunmen at the time, but Zhou Hao was able to knock down 2 and beat 2 with his bare hands. This skill was incredible. Then, when Zhou Hao told him the cause and effect, he was surprised again. "What? You won the top master more than $1 million. Well, it's about 10 million yuan in RMB. Zhou Hao nodded. Seeing that Zhou Hao won more than 10 million and remained so calm, Situ Li really admired him, and Zhou Hao is now a millionaire. From this point of view, Situ Li felt that he was initially possessed, qualified to associate with my daughter. At this time, he touched his chin and muttered, "Like you said, that Ding Ye is no longer an ordinary person." He said to a police officer who came with him, "First take these 2 people back and give me a good question. And also, get me Wen Xiangdong and his son." Then he said to Situ Jianying, "You two are not going home until 12 o'clock, so we are not afraid of worry. Also, you two at a young age, I would learn from other people to gamble for money, which is not worth it. Come on, Jianying, come back with me." After a pause, he looked at Zhou Hao again. "Xiao Hao, I will send you some police officers to take you back." Zhou Hao shook his head. "No need for Uncle Situ. I can just go back by myself." Situ Li didn't insist either. Since Zhou Hao could deal with 4 gunmen with bare hands, he didn't need to worry too much about his safety. It's just that Situ Jianying still looked at Zhou Hao reluctantly after getting in the car. "Zhou Hao, goodbye. I will meet you next time." "Well, go back and rest early." Zhou Hao waved to her. Situ Li, who was next to Situ Jianying, saw the appearance of his daughter, and he sighed inwardly. It seemed that it was not Zhou Hao who pestered his daughter, but his daughter took the initiative to give him a hug. He touched his forehead, and he seemed to have a good talk with his daughter after he returned. He knew that this daughter's temperament was exactly the same as his own. Once he was attracted to it, he would get it anyway, and he was desperate. He didn't want him to be a police chief, but his daughter would do something ugly. After Zhou Hao went home, he found that Yin Tong was still waiting for him, and he couldn't help feeling a little guilty, but Yin Tong didn't rebuke him much, just told him not to play so late in the future. Sleeping on the bed, Zhou Hao was still thinking about what happened tonight. Zhou Hao intends to invest the money he won back from Ding Yi in the stock market. The domestic stock market will skyrocket for half a month. This money can at least double or triple, and the operation will be handed over to Zhao Yuqing. Moreover, the biggest gain tonight is to find that my intuition can be used to gamble. However, Zhou Hao also thought that underground casinos like Wen Shaoqiang should not patronize too much by themselves, otherwise they would be hated by others. He set his sights on the official casinos in places like Macau and Las Vegas, thinking that if he had time, it would be great to go to those places to make extra money, and perhaps he could win the reputation of a Chinese of gambling. Thinking about it, Zhou Hao fell asleep without knowing it. The next day, Zhou Hao called Zhao Yuqing, told her about her winnings, and asked her to invest the money in the stock market. Zhao Yuqing was surprised to learn that he had won more than 10 million and agreed to Zhou Hao's request. Then, Zhou Hao called Wen Shaoqiang and asked him to give Zhao Yuqing the money he had sent to him. And Wen Shaoqiang complained to him, saying that their father and son were called by Situ Li last night, saying that it was to investigate the matter of the top master. After putting down the phone, Zhou Hao went to school as usual, and Wang Shijuan was waiting for him at the door as early as before. Auntie said, "You went out to play with Jianying yesterday." On the way, Wang Shijuan pretended to ask casually, "Well, we went to karaoke. I asked you to go with Zhongsai, but you are not at home." Zhou Hao touched her soft hand. "Why jealous?" "Nothing," Wang Shijuan denied, but his face was red. Zhou Hao felt a little entangled in his heart. Now there are more women involved in him. Not to mention Wang Shijuan, who is in love with him, Li Ruolin, who has already had a relationship with him, and Situ, Jianying, and Zhao Yuqing. There is a hazy Gao Jingyi. Zhou Hao scratched his head annoyingly. Trying to coordinate their relationship is not easy. But no matter how difficult it is absolutely impossible to let it go by yourself. With this entangled mood, Zhou Hao returned to school. As soon as they entered the classroom, the students inside cheered enthusiastically to celebrate Zhou Hao's safe return. As for Zhou Hao's changes, since they had seen it in the news of Shanqing TV, they were not so surprised. "Brother, you are finally back. I want to kill you." As soon as he sat down, Lu Shichao next to him hugged Zhou Hao. "Hey, calm down, calm down." Zhou Hao quickly pushed away Lu Shichao, but the fat man was too tight to push away. At this time, Gao Jingyi, who was sitting in front, also turned her head and smiled gently at Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, welcome you back." The tone was flat, but Zhou Hao clearly saw the suppressed joy and relief in her eyes. When Gao Jingyi turned back, Lu Shichao leaned into Zhou Hao's ear and whispered, "Don't look at our tall beauty now so cold. After hearing you in distress, I was the most saddened person." Then the search and rescue team came. She still guarded at the foot of Cheoning Mountain for 5 days. In the end, it was her father and the school leaders who tried to persuade her, and she came back. Zhou Hao was also stunned when he heard this, but Gao Jingyi was so nervous about herself. Seeing her close at hand, Zhou Hao couldn't help being a little fascinated. However, Zhou Hao quickly recovered, because he saw a figure that had been in his heart for a long time. Li Ruolin. Today's first class is Li Ruolin's English. I heard Lu Shichao say that the English teacher in the next class has been acting as a substitute for the English teacher in the next class during the half-month, when he and Li Ruolin were missing. I saw that Li Ruolin was wearing a clean and pure white dress today, with her long black hair pulled back, looking very pure and peaceful. Zhou Hao was very happy to see her, but also found that her face was a little haggard, and couldn't help but feel distressed slightly. Before class, I would like to thank all the students first. Thank you for your concern for me and Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin said with a smile. Zhou Hao also stood up quickly. "Yes, thank you for your concern for us." Everyone applauded, and Li Ruolin also looked at Zhou Hao at this time, but she took it back with a light glance. "Then let's start class now." At this time, Lu Shichao quietly said to Zhou Hao, "I heard other people say that Teacher Li's parents originally wanted Teacher Li to leave Shanqing and go back to his hometown with them." Zhou Hao immediately became nervous when he heard it. Then, did Teacher Li agree? Lu Shichao shook his head, but his expression was not without worry. No, Teacher Li did not promise her parents. She said that even if she wants to leave, she must finish the semester before leaving. The implication is that Li Ruolin may finish teaching this semester. Is about to go. Zhou Hao's heart was raised again, and he looked deeply at Li Ruolin, who was giving a serious lecture on the podium, wondering if she left Shanqing because she wanted to avoid herself. I think the reason why Teacher Li wants to leave is actually related to the rumor in the school. Lu Shichao said again. Zhou Hao was taken aback. What are the rumors? Lu Shichao took a careful look at him. Speaking of which, this rumor is still related to you. Someone at the school said that you and Teacher Li spent more than half a month in the cave alone, and it is estimated that something happened. Unclear relationship. FCK, who said this? Zhou Hao suddenly slapped the table. His voice was also very loud, and the whole class looked over here. This abrupt scolding immediately caught the attention of the whole class, and even Li Ruolin on the podium frowned and looked here. Lu Shichao glared at Zhou Hao, and then smiled at the people around him. It's okay. It's okay. Everyone continues to class. Continue to class. Zhou Hao is very angry, and his anger also has guilty conscience and anger into anger, because if this rumor is only a rumor, but in fact, Zhou Hao really had a relationship with Li Ruolin while trapped, so to a certain extent above, this rumor actually tells the truth. When the others continued to attend class, Zhou Hao grabbed Lu Shichao's hand and said in a low voice, "Who made this rumor?" Lu Shichao shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that it has spread in school since you came back yesterday." "Damn, don't let that guy be found." Zhou Hao clenched his fists. Apart from anger at this rumor, he was more afraid that Li Ruolin would leave Yuning Middle School or even Xiangqing because of this. By the way, Zhou Hao, what happened to you when you were trapped in that cave? Why did you grow so much taller? Lu Shichao raised his face and looked at Zhou Hao, who was already a head taller than himself, not without envy. "I knew I would fall with you, so I could grow taller." Hearing his words, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. At this moment, he found that Gao Jingyi in front of him seemed to be leaning back slightly, obviously paying attention to the content of his conversation with Lu Shichao. So Zhou Hao simply amplified his voice slightly, saying that he had met a stranger teaching martial arts in the cave, and told Lu Shichao not to tell others. "I didn't expect you to be a blessing in disguise." Lu Shichao's eyes lit up. "Unfortunately, it was not me who met the stranger. Why don't I teach you some punches and kicks?" Zhou Hao smiled. Lu Shichao was very excited at first hearing it, but he shook his head quickly. "I don't want it anymore. My parents asked me to run 2 laps in the playground every day. I can't stand it. The practice clothes must be much harder, not to mention me. Forget this piece of material." After class, Li Ruolin hurriedly left the teacher, and Luo Hui also took Lu Shichao to the canteen to buy snacks. And Gao Jingyi also turned her head at this time. Seeing Zhou Hao's mature face, a few ripples quietly appeared in her heart. "What's wrong? Is there anything on my face?" Zhou Hao touched his face when he saw Gao Jingyi staring at him blankly. No. Gao Jingyi suddenly recovered. "I know who said that rumor." Zhou Hao refreshed. "You know? Who is it?" "It's Meng Tingguang, the math teacher in our class." Gao Jingyi said, "When I went to the office yesterday, I just heard him in the mathematics teaching and research section saying that you and Teacher Li are right and wrong. Besides the other math teachers, there are other classes' class representatives. It is estimated that this is how the rumor spread." Meng Tingguang. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes. Before in Xiaoning Mountain, Zhou Hao fell down later because he bumped into him and entangled Li Ruolin. Now he has said such a rumor, which is obviously aimed at Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin. I heard Gao Jingyi say, although Meng Tingguang is already married and having children, he relies on his uncle being the deputy director of the Municipal Education Bureau and often pesters other female teachers. In addition, several female students in the class also said that he had been harassed by him. When she said this, Gao Jingyi's expression was full of disgust, and she could see that she also hated Meng Tingguang. Seeing Gao Jingyi's expression, Zhou Hao's heart moved. "Couldn't he harass you? Dare he?" Gao Jingyi snorted. Zhou Hao thought that too, the dignified mayor's daughter. Forgive me that Meng Tingguang had 2 guts who would not dare to make Gao Jingyi's idea. He smiled and said, "If he dares to harass you, I will help you teach him." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Gao Jingyi's cheeks blushed slightly, and she turned her face sideways and said, "If he dares to harass me, I will naturally have a way to deal with him, and there is no need for you to be nosy." He turned around and ignored him. "Zhou Hao." Zhou Hao was stunned, then shrugged and smiled bitterly, thinking that this woman's heart is really a needle in the sea, making people at a loss what to do. During the lunch break, Zhou Hao went to see Li Ruolin, but when she went to the office, other teachers said that she had already gone back, and Zhou Hao rushed out. Originally, Zhou Hao wanted to go to the faculty's dormitory directly to find her. Happy Jiansheng clarified the matter between the two people. After all, the current relationship between face and heart cannot continue. But Zhou Hao thought that Li Ruolin might be taking a nap now, and he would have disturbed her in the past. So he decided to go to the dormitory to look for her at night. After finally going through the afternoon class, Zhou Hao went home and had dinner before returning to school. He had been killed before, and Li Ruolin was not on duty for today's late repair, but he still went to the classroom to take a look, and when he saw that Li Ruolin was not there, he went to the teacher's dormitory. Since it is now the end of November, it gets dark quickly. In the dark, Zhou Hao walked through the mango grove of the school and came to the teacher's dormitory of Yuning Middle School. This dormitory building was built and used by the school 2 years ago. It has an apartment-like structure and has 7 floors. Zhou Hao remembers that Li Ruolin lived in 408 on the 4th floor. Zhou Hao also saw the light on the window of 408, indicating that Li Ruolin really did. At home, because the dormitory can accommodate hundreds of families, and many qualified teachers have bought houses outside, and some teachers are on duty at night, only 408 lights are on the entire 4th floor. On the way up, Zhou Hao met several teachers and greeted them kindly. Even if those teachers were not in Zhou Hao's class, they knew Zhou Hao, a celebrity, and responded with smiles. When he arrived on the 4th floor, Zhou Hao took a deep breath. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, he suddenly heard a quarrel inside. Zhou Hao had heard from Lu Shichao before that Li Ruolin's parents had already gone back, so Li Ruolin had already returned to living alone. At this time, besides Li Ruolin's voice, there was another man's voice in the quarrel, and it was a little familiar, but I couldn't remember where I heard it. Why would there be a man in her house? Zhou Hao frowned, and at the same time he was entangled in his heart, because it stands to reason that the person who can go to Li Ruolin's house should be someone who has a close relationship with her. He was hesitating to knock on the door, but Zhou Hao suddenly heard Li Ruolin calling help. Ms. Li is in danger. Zhou Hao was shocked, and he didn't care about knocking on the door. He kicked the door directly and kicked the door open. The scene of entering the target made Zhou Hao angrily, and saw Li Ruolin being pressed to the ground by a man, and the skirt of the dress was lifted up to the waist, exposing her slender, white legs and white underwear. Hearing the movement at the door, the man holding Li Ruolin turned his head, but it was Meng Tingguang. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth with anger, and his forehead was even more exposed. He strode forward and grabbed Meng Tingguang's back leader with his hand and grabbed him. "I'm your mother. You dare to move my woman." He raised his hand and punched him in the face. Going up, knocked him out, hit the wall next to him heavily and fell down. His face was already bloody. Looking at Li Ruolin, she was still lying on the ground in tears, and her neat hair was also very messy. Zhou Hao hurried over to help her. "Mr. Li, are you okay?" He looked at Li Ruolin's body carefully and saw that her dress was still intact, and he couldn't help being thankful that he came in time. Otherwise, he would be successful by Meng Tingguang. "Zhou Hao." Li Ruolin looked at Zhou Hao dimly, without crying, just clutching his arm tightly, but Zhou Hao was very distressed by the look in his eyes with fear and anxiety. "It's okay. I'm here. I will protect you." Zhou Hao hugged Li Ruolin's weak shoulders. You dare to beat the teacher." Meng Tingguang's vague voice came from behind. Hearing his voice, Zhou Hao's anger surged again. This guy repeatedly entangled Li Ruolin, not only targeting himself and Li Ruolin's rumors, but now also wants to violate Li Ruolin. Zhou Hao was stood up and kicked Meng Tingguang violently. "Let you move Lao Tzu's woman. Let you move Lao Tzu's woman." This is because Zhou Hao suppressed his anger. Otherwise, with his strength, the punch just now could kill Meng Tingguang. But even so, Meng Tingguang was kicked and screamed again and again by Zhou Hao. "Help! Kill someone! Kill someone! The students are going to kill the teacher. Do you still dare to say that you are a teacher?" Zhou Hao swiped over and kicked Meng Tingguang's mouth, and immediately kicked off his dozen or so teeth, and his voice came to a halt. In the end, Li Ruolin, who had recovered her calm, pulled Zhou Hao away. "Don't fight. You will really kill him if you fight again." Under Li Ruolin's persuasion, Zhou Hao also stopped, and Meng Tingguang was also dying. Zhou Hao said, "Ms. Li, we call the police and tell this of rape." Li Ruolin is not afraid of things, so he called the police right now, and at this time, The teachers who heard the movement upstairs and downstairs also rushed over and saw Meng Tingguang, who fell on the ground beyond recognition, and Li Ruolin with tears on his face. He even asked what happened. So Li Ruolin also told the whole story. It turned out that after Meng Tingguang learned that Li Ruolin had returned safely, he coveted her again. He knew that Li Ruolin was not on duty today, so he found her home. At first, Meng Tingguang threatened Li Ruolin and made Li Ruolin his lover. Seeing Li Ruolin resolutely refused, Meng Tingguang started to Li Ruolin. Fortunately, Zhou Hao happened to stop this tragedy from happening. Among the teachers, there were some who had heard of Meng Tingguang's comments, and they even despised him after hearing the whole story. Classmate Zhou Hao is really a hero of our school. The teachers admired Zhou Hao's bravery, and Li Ruolin gave Zhou Hao a grateful look. The police arrived soon, and they were shocked when they saw Meng Tingguang. They thought he was the victim. After Li Ruolin and other teachers explained that he was the suspect. When Meng Tingguang was taken away, a 40-year-old veteran police officer still mumbled, "I don't know who was beaten by this guy. He is even more ruthless than the people in our bureau." Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin also went to the Public Security Bureau to give a confession. As Zhou Hao showed up so frequently during this period that many people in the Public Security Bureau knew him, Li Ruolin, who was with him, even asked Zhou Hao, Don't you often get caught for committing crimes? Why do these policemen recognize you?" Zhou Hao said aggrievedly, "I haven't done anything illegal. Strictly speaking, I should still be the nemesis." "Have you ever done anything illegal? Then what you did to me is legal." Li Ruolin snorted. These words hit Zhou Hao's death hole, and he whispered, not knowing what to say. And Li Ruolin also noticed that this was not appropriate, and his face flushed slightly. However, Zhou Hao's originally high-hanging heart was let go. At least he and Li Ruolin were not so stiff when they saw it. The confession to the two of them was a policewoman in her 30s. Seeing Li Ruolin's beauty, she said, "It's no wonder that they wants to assault you. You really have grown into trouble." She looked at Zhou Hao, said to Li Ruolin, "You should thank this gentleman. If he hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. We have encountered many such cases. The female victims who have been violated have suffered a lot of psychological trauma afterwards. Some can't figure out suicide anymore." After Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin finished recording their confession, they happened to see Meng Tingguang's wife coming. A person who looks very ordinary, thin, and weak, is a typical housewife who keeps herself safe. Hearing that her husband was accused of rape, she still couldn't believe it. She repeatedly pleaded with the policeman who received her, vowing to say that her husband was not that kind of person and looked very miserable. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin were deeply moved. When a man commits an offense, the victim is always a woman. After coming out of the Public Security Bureau, Li Ruolin suddenly sighed. Zhou Hao dared not answer this, because he himself was not clean. It was getting late at this time, and Zhou Hao could not worry about letting Li Ruolin go back alone. So he came as an envoy to protect the flowers. The streets are very prosperous, many young men and women strolling in pairs, bursts of laughter and joy in the air. Although the surroundings were lively, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin were very silent. It was really that the two of them didn't know what to say, as if the air between them was frozen. "No matter what, thank you." Li Ruolin broke the silence, but looked forward and did not touch Zhou Hao. "Nothing," Zhou Hao said. At this moment the two are walking to a crossroad. Zhou Hao cautiously, tentatively said, "I heard other students say that you plan to leave after teaching this semester?" Li Ruolin was stunned for a moment, and just stepped out with one foot. Beep! A large truck approaching from the left made a harsh horn. "Be careful!" Zhou Hao immediately grabbed Li Ruolin's hand and pulled her back. The large truck almost drove past the two of them. Zhou Hao faintly heard the driver scolding, "Don't kill me." "Teacher, are you okay?" Zhou Hao turned to look at Xiang Li Ruolin, only to find that Li Ruolin was pulled into her arms by herself, and she was still holding onto her soft white jade hand. Li Ruolin lowered her head and pulled out of Zhou Hao's arms, only to find that Zhou Hao was still holding her hand, so she said softly, "Let go." But seeing Zhou Hao gritted his teeth, his hands tightened. Li Ruolin raised her head and looked at him suspiciously. Zhou Hao also met her gaze, his expression almost firm and cold. "No, I won't let it go." Touching Zhou Hao's eyes, the string in Li Ruolin's heart trembled violently. Perceiving the anomaly here, The people around turned their eyes to this side curiously. Li Ruolin saw that Zhou Hao hadn't let go of her intentions at all, and when she thought of the pressure and depression she had been under during this time, tears appeared in her eyes. Guang, Hyunran said weepingly, "What do you think of me? What do you think of me?" Zhou Hao's eyes softened. "Don't go, okay? I know I have caused you a lot of harm, but as long as you are willing to forgive me, whatever you want me to do is fine." The people around heard the words of the two, and Zhou Hao looked like an adult now, so they thought they were a couple who were arguing. One of the fat ants said to Li Ruolin, "Little girl, please forgive him. It is not easy for a man to bow his head. My old man never apologized to me." Others responded, saying, "Seeing that young man is so sincere, forgive him." Li Ruolin was very ashamed when she heard the words, blushing and defending, "No, I am not with him." Zhou Hao grabbed her in front of her and gave a fist to the people around her. "Thank you for your kind help. This is my daughter-in-law. Because I have done a big mistake, I am begging my daughter-in-law to forgive me. Please don't be surprised." In this way, everyone preconceived that they were a couple. Some elderly women even persuaded Li Ruolin to come, saying that the prodigal son would not change his money and let Li Ruolin forgive Zhou Hao. Seeing everyone talking about the gold, Zhou Hao couldn't help but think that the power of the people is really huge. "Zhou Hao, how do you say this?" Li Ruolin panicked even more. "Then you forgive me?" Zhou Hao said. Seeing Li Ruolin not talking, Zhou Hao said to the people around him again, "Everyone, my wife still refuses to forgive me. What should I do?" The chubby ant just said, "It's not easy. Don't you buy a diamond ring for your daughter-in-law, and it will end up with everything?" Others responded with a rush. Zhou Hao smiled at Li Ruolin and said, "Ruolin, if I buy you a diamond ring, can you forgive me?" Li Ruolin saw that everyone was focusing on her, and the crowd was gathering more and more, and seeing the pleading look in Zhou Hao's eyes, she softened her heart and said, Okay, I forgive you, we move." Zhou Hao was overjoyed and did not forget to thank everyone. "This time it all depends on your help. Thank you, everyone." Then Li Ruolin pulled out of the crowd. With the blessing of everyone, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin crossed the road to the other side. After walking far away, Li Ruolin glared at Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, you are so mean." Without the support of the people, Zhou Hao, who was fighting alone, was shocked. But when he saw that Li Ruolin's hand was still being held by him, and she did not have any violent reaction, he knew that she was not really angry. So he said, It's also out of helplessness. I really don't know what to do to make you forgive me." However, Li Ruolin was not really angry, and after she said just now that she forgave Zhou Hao, she seemed to feel more relaxed in her heart, as if she had taken off the heavy shackles. But she sighed faintly at this time. "But what about forgive you? Many things can't be turned back, and the things that have been lost won't come back." She was talking about her virginity that she has been keeping for more than 20 years. Has been lost to Zhou Hao. "I will be responsible." Zhou Hao grabbed Li Ruolin's hand and said solemnly. Li Ruolin looked at Zhou Hao deeply. From her appearance, Zhou Hao does not look like a 14-year-old boy. Moreover, whenever she is in danger, the man who protects herself is always in front of him. If Li Ruolin only regarded Zhou Hao as her own student before Qiuning Mountain, after a series of things, and getting along with Zhou Hao in the cave, Li Ruolin would unknowingly treat Zhou Hao as an adult, a person worthy of his trust. Especially when she was almost raped by Meng Tingguang just now. She also thought of Zhou Hao, hoping that he could come by herself, but she did not expect that he would actually come. "However, there will be no future between us. I am a teacher and you are a student. If I let others know, how can I see others?" Li Ruolin turned aside and didn't look at Zhou Hao. "Also, wait for you. I'm 23. Zhou Hao was taken aback. "Aren't you already 23 this year?" Li Ruolin glanced at him. "Who told you that I was only 19 this year? I skipped 2 levels in elementary school and another level in junior high school, so I entered university a few years earlier than others." "Then it's okay." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "People say it's okay for female juniors to hold gold bricks." As for teacher-student love, Zhou Hao is a bit annoyed because it hasn't become popular these days. If people know, social and public opinion pressure is still quite large. Zhou Hao said to Li Ruolin, "As long as we don't tell others, no one else will know about us. Well, if my high school is not in Yuning, then I won't be your student, and that's fine." "This can't work. Yuning Middle School is the only provincial key high school in Xianqing. Where would you study here? Li Ruolin also became nervous when she heard Zhou Hao actually said that she was not studying at Yuning Middle School for her. But in this way, our relationship will be shaky. Li Ruolin smiled slightly. Don't be afraid. As long as you graduate from high school and go to college, everything will be solved. Hearing her words, Zhou Hao excitedly hugged her. Li Ruolin was startled by his sudden behavior. You? What are you doing? Zhou Hao couldn't help but replied with joy. You say that means you acknowledge our relationship, don't you? I am so happy. Li Ruolin paused for a while before reacting. She said just now that the problem will be solved after Zhou Hao graduates from high school. Isn't the subtext equivalent to admitting her relationship with Zhou Hao? However, it is too late to argue. Moreover, she suddenly felt the warmth in Zhou Hao's arms, giving her a strong sense of security, so she didn't push Zhou Hao away. Instead, she was a little drunk by Zhou Hao's male breath. After opening their hearts to each other, Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin both felt very relaxed, especially they clasped each other, and a deep warmth rose between each other, as if even the surrounding air was full of fragrance. Zhou Hao's hand gave Li Ruolin a very thick and warm feeling, as if being led by him, the whole person could be enriched. Ruolin, did you have a boyfriend before? Zhou Hao asked suddenly. However, Li Ruolin sniffed and snorted. Even if you don't call me teacher, you should call me sister, no big or small. Ha 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 ha, let me call you Sister Lan. Zhou Hao laughed, only to realize that Li Ruolin looks very cute now. But in front of other people, you have to call me a teacher. Li Ruolin answered Zhou Hao's question just now. Boyfriend? There were two in college. Seeing Zhou Hao's face suddenly darkened, she giggled and smiled. I lied to you. At that time, I was just learning how to make a boyfriend, and my parents were very strict. Zhou Hao calmed down after hearing this. If Li Ruolin had a boyfriend before, Zhou Hao would also be jealous. Just imagine that Li Ruolin's soft and delicate lips may have been taking the lead, and Zhou Hao's heart is very sour. Li Ruolin suddenly stretched out her hand to pinch Zhou Hao's nose. This is my first love. Are you satisfied? Zhou Hao nodded happily and smiled bitterly at the same time. Why do you women like to pinch people's noses? Li Ruolin became fierce after hearing this. Is there any other woman pinching your nose? It's my mother. It's my mother. Zhou Hao secretly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and explained. Amidst the laughter, the two quickly returned to Yuning Middle School, and Li Ruolin quickly released Zhou Hao's hand to avoid being seen. At this time, the evening study was over, and most of the students had left the school, so there was no one on the school road. When Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin returned to the teacher's dormitory, they saw two locksmiths repairing the door of Li Ruolin's room 408, because Zhou Hao kicked the door broken to save Li Ruolin. And there were others in the room, but it was Principal Jian and Director Xia. Seeing Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin coming back, Principal Jian complained. Mr. Li, why didn't you discuss with us first when such a big thing happened? Why did you alarm the police so quickly? Maybe it was in the middle. Misunderstanding. Zhou Hao was a little dissatisfied with President Jian's words. Principal, this is still a misunderstanding? Teacher Li was almost ruined by that bastard. If I happened to come to Teacher Li, the consequences would be disastrous. He knew that Principal Jian cared about the school. The reputation of Gao Jingyi was almost assaulted by two construction workers before, which made him embarrassed in front of the mayor. This time something like this happened again. If it spread out, Xianqing would be boiling. Principal Jian looked at Zhou Hao, who was a lot taller, and he was really aggrieved, thinking that this guy is really a broom star, and there is no good going anywhere. However, what Zhou Hao said is also the truth. Is it true that people can't do anything if they are wronged? Principal Jane came here only to express the school's dissatisfaction. After President Jian finished singing the black face, Director Xia came out and sang the white face. He said to Li Ruolin warmly, Mr. Li, since this has happened, and Meng Tingguang has also been arrested, we hope you don't talk about it. Go out, as compensation. The school will reserve a place for you in this year's Outstanding Teacher competition. Is this okay? Li Ruolin had no plans to make this matter public, and that excellent teacher is only eligible for old teachers with more than 10 years of teaching experience, and she is happy to receive this benefit. In this case, we also hope that Mr. Li, you can restore your mood as soon as possible and devote your energy to teaching work. We have great expectations of you, Director CF finally said. Before the two school leaders left, Principal Jin turned around and asked Zhou Hao, "Student Zhou Hao, you just sent Teacher Li back. It's too late now. You should go home to prevent parents from worrying." They had also heard the rumors about Zhou Hao and Li Rulin earlier, although he couldn't believe it all, but he also knew to take precautions. "I know the principal. I have to go now," Zhou Hao replied. So Principal Jin and Director Xia left, and the locksmiths invited back from the two schools quickly repaired the door. After handing the new key to Li Rulin, they also left. Therefore, only Zhou Hao and Li Rulin were left in room 408. "The two old guys just care about the reputation of the school," Zhou Hao complained. Li Rulin poured him a cup of hot tea. "Don't be angry. It is understandable for them to do this. This apartment is not small in size and has a 2-bedroom and 1 living room. It could have been used for 2 single teachers or 1 married teacher. However, because there are fewer single classrooms in Yuning Middle School, there are even fewer same-sex classrooms. Only Li Rulin can occupy this spacious residence alone." Seeing that the clock on the wall indicated that it was already 9:37, Li Rulin said to Zhou Hao, "It's getting late. You should go back first, lest your mother worry about you." But when Zhou Hao picked up Li Rulin's phone, he dialed, "Hey, is that your mother? I will stay overnight at a classmate's house tonight, so I won't go." "Well, I see, it's okay. Anyway, I don't have to go to class tomorrow." After putting down the phone, he looked at Li Rulin pitifully. "Teacher, I am now homeless." Li Rulin became angry. "I have never seen such a shameless guy like you," she said to Zhou Hao with her arms akimbo. "I don't care. You can go to your classmate's house or sleep outside. Don't rely on my house." Zhou Hao sat on the sofa unmoved. "I don't worry about leaving you alone at home. What if someone like Meng Tingguang breaks in again? Well, I will stay. Protect you here. If you really want to be a daring person, that's also you," Li Rulin said irritably. Zhou Hao laughed and pulled Li Rulin standing in front of him into his arms. Li Rulin kept struggling and at the same time groaned. "Have you treated the teacher like this? You don't respect the teacher at all. You are my teacher in front of outsiders." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Now, you are my good sister Lan." He hugged Li Rulin to prevent her from moving. "You said I don't respect the teacher? I will show it to you now." As he said, I kissed her soft and sweet lips. At the beginning, Li Rulin kept beating Zhou Hao's shoulder. Later, her strength became weaker. Eventually, she hooked Zhou Hao's neck, her eyes closed slightly, quietly enjoying Zhou Hao's gentleness. She looked very jerky, she had no skills at all, and she felt the good taste of kissing through Zhou Hao's initiative. Seeing her trembling slender eyelashes, Zhou Hao felt very cute. At this time, Li Rulin was no different from Wang Shijuan who had kissed for the first time, not at all like the dignified and generous teacher on the podium in the past. For Zhou Hao, this is great physical and mental satisfaction. Because he had a crush on Li Rulin for a long time, Li Rulin existed like a goddess in his heart. Therefore, he especially felt guilty and self-blame after assaulting Li Rulin in the cave, because he believed that no one could hurt her, even if he did not allow it. Now, he finally got Li Rulin's fragrant kiss, and when Li Rulin was willing, this meant that for Zhou Hao, his 2 lifetime wishes were realized. Therefore, he did his best to Li Rulin, and soon made her addicted to it. After a long time, the lips of the two finally parted, and there was a sparkling body fluid between them. Li Rulin's cheeks are red on both sides. Yinrua Taoli is very attractive, and at the same time, the beautiful eyes are also shiny. "Is it beautiful?" Zhou Hao asked softly. "Yeah." Li Rulin nodded with a vague expression, and suddenly recovered, and looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. "Why are you so proficient?" Zhou Hao's heart jumped, and his thoughts were so bad that he showed his feet. But he still pretended to be calm and said, "This is natural when the love is strong, Sister Lan. I have liked you since the first day I saw you. Alas, you don't know the suffering of unrequited love. So you were thinking about bullying me at that time." Li Rulin hummed lightly, and then put her head on Zhou Hao's shoulder. "I also dreamed about my first love before. At that time, I thought, the man I like doesn't need to be very handsome, you don't need to be rich, but it will definitely protect me. Give me my shoulders when I am wronged, share my smile when I'm happy, and be by my side when I'm in danger, not let me suffer hurt. What about me? Does it meet your requirements? Li Ruolin squeezed his hand on his waist. Except for his younger age, everything else is basically the same. Hee, except for my age, I am not young in everything else. Zhou Hao suddenly laughed. Li Ruolin was puzzled, and she felt that there was a hard object on her. She immediately understood what it was and hurriedly said, "What do you want to do as a pervert?" The smile on Zhou Hao's face became more and more ambiguous. "What do I want to do? I want to be a teacher." After that, he picked up Li Ruolin and walked to her room. Li Ruolin's two white dangling calves kept swaying, and the two pink fists beat Zhou Hao's chest repeatedly. "No, you little pervert, let me go." Zhou Hao saw that although Li Ruolin struggled fiercely, but the expression of rejection in his eyes was not very determined, he knew that his chance of succeeding tonight was not small. Li Ruolin's room is very simple, with a 1.5-meter wide bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. Zhou Hao put her lightly on the bed and supported her on top of him, staring into her eyes just like that. "Little pervert, what are you thinking?" Li Ruolin calmed down while lying on the bed. Under Zhou Hao's gaze, she felt a little hot on her body. "I'm thinking, I lost myself to you last time I was confused, a bit sentimental." Zhou Hao smiled. Hearing this, Li Ruolin became even more angry. You are a wicked person to sue first." Li Ruolin is beautiful, with bright eyes and bright teeth. Zhou Hao felt that the four beauties of ancient times were nothing more than that, and Zhou Hao felt that Li Ruolin's calm and watery temperament was very charming. If Xiao Yuqin is a noble peony, Wang Shijuan is a fragrant and pleasant daffodil, Situ Jianying is a seductive rose, Gao Jingyi is an aloof and arrogant plum blossom, then Li Ruolin is a clear snow lotus. Zhou Hao gently slid the back of his hand over Li Ruolin's smooth and delicate face, muttering, "It's so beautiful." Li Ruolin did not dare to touch Zhou Hao's scorching eyes, for fear that she would be burned by him if she was not careful. "In harmony, Sister Lan, I also took off your underwear." Zhou Hao deliberately got to Li Ruolin's ear and blew into her ears. Li Ruolin trembled fiercely and said in a mosquito-like voice, turn off the light." "No, I want to see Sister Lan's body clearly. I want to engrave your look in my heart and never forget it." Zhou Hao said softly, and saw Li Ruolin's entire face reddening, even to her neck. Zhou Hao finally sighed for the true face of this baby, as if he had seen a piece of art that is hard to find in the world. "In harmony." Zhou Hao rubbed her in his arms. "Sister Lan, you are so kind. I love you to death." Li Ruolin glared at him bitterly. "I was really loved to death by you. I'll go down and buy some breakfast for you," Zhou Hao said softly. Originally, he wanted to cook breakfast for Li Ruolin himself, but he discovered that she didn't have a refrigerator and there was no ready-made ingredients. "Don't." Li Ruolin stopped Zhou Hao. "You go out now, if other teachers see that you don't know you are staying with me. Or wait for you to go out again. Even if people see you, they will think you came to me in the morning." Zhou Hao smiled. "Sister Lan, you think you are thoughtful." As a result, the two lay on the bed, hugging each other. "You and me, so affectionate." Li Ruolin felt that Zhou Hao really did not look like a boy who was only 14 years old. Both physically and mentally, he was far more mature than those of the same year. In front of him, especially when they met each other naked, Li Ruolin even felt like found shelter. "It's a pity that your parents left Xiangqing. Otherwise it would be nice to see this father-in-law and mother-in-law." Zhou Hao smiled. Li Ruolin frowned. "If my parents know that I am with my students, I am afraid I will be kicked out of the house. You don't know, my dad is very traditional, and he still pays attention to the right person, so this matter. Never let them know." Zhou Hao knows that this concept is not only for those old antiques, but also for many people in modern society. He said to Li Ruolin, "Don't worry, they don't know me. As long as you don't tell them, how do they know that I am your student?" Li Ruolin thought so too. This little friend is not like a child at all, and in some respects is much better than an adult. Before I knew it, it was already 10 o'clock, Li Ruolin also said. "At this time, even if you are seen, you are not afraid. Now there is no breakfast available, so let's go out for dinner." Li Ruolin nodded, and the two dressed up and went out. Unexpectedly, neither of them met a teacher on the way out of the dormitory. But when the two passed the main entrance of Yuning Middle School, the 60-year-old doorman walked over. "Zhou Hao. You are Zhou Hao, someone left a letter for you. Then he handed it over. Zhou Hao has an envelope. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin were very puzzled. Zhou Hao accepted the letter and thanked the old guard, who then walked away. Zhou Hao opened the envelope and saw that there was only one photo that was processed immediately. Zhou Hao took it out and looked at it, but his face changed drastically. There was only one person in the photo. It was Zhao Yuqin, and she had hemp rope tied to her body and cloth tape on her mouth. From her expression and eyes, she was both angry and frightened. Zhou Hao also saw a dilapidated wall behind Zhao Yuqin, and he could tell that it was an old house. There is also a string of numbers behind the photo, which looks like a phone number. Oh, Sister Zhao was kidnapped, Zhou Hao said with a heavy face. Li Ruolin is beautiful, with bright eyes and bright teeth. Zhou Hao felt that the four beauties of ancient times were nothing more than that, and Zhou Hao felt that Li Ruolin's calm and watery temperament was very charming. If Zhao Yuqin is a noble peony, Wang Shijuan is a fragrant and pleasant daffodil, Situ Jianying is a seductive rose, Gao Jingyi is an aloof and arrogant plum blossom, then Li Ruolin is a clear snow lotus. Zhou Hao gently slid the back of his hand over Li Ruolin's smooth and delicate face, muttering, "It's so beautiful." Li Ruolin did not dare to touch Zhou Hao's scorching eyes, for fear that she would be burned by him if she was not careful. In harmony, Sister Lan, I also took off your underwear. Zhou Hao deliberately got to Li Ruolin's ear and blew into her ears. Li Ruolin trembled fiercely and said in a mosquito-like voice, turn off the light. No, I want to see Sister Lan's body clearly. I want to engrave your look in my heart and never forget it. Zhou Hao said softly, and saw Li Ruolin's entire face reddening, even to her neck. Zhou Hao finally sighed for the true face of this baby, as if he had seen a piece of art that is hard to find in the world. In harmony, Zhou Hao rubbed her in his arms. Sister Lan, you are so kind. I love you to death. Li Ruolin glared at him bitterly. I was really loved to death by you. I'll go down and buy some breakfast for you, Zhou Hao said softly. Originally, he wanted to cook breakfast for Li Ruolin himself, but he discovered that she didn't have a refrigerator and there was no ready-made ingredients. Don't. Li Ruolin stopped Zhou Hao. You go out now, if other teachers see that you don't know you are staying with me. Or wait for you to go out again. Even if people see you, they will think you came to me in the morning. Zhou Hao smiled. Sister Lan, you think you are thoughtful. As a result, the two lay on the bed, hugging each other. You and me, so affectionate. Li Ruolin felt that Zhou Hao really did not look like a boy who was only 14 years old. Both physically and mentally, he was far more mature than those of the same year. In front of him, especially when they met each other naked, Li Ruolin even felt like found shelter. It's a pity that your parents left Xiangqing, otherwise it would be nice to see this father-in-law and mother-in-law. Zhou Hao smiled. Li Ruolin frowned. If my parents know that I am with my students, I am afraid I will be kicked out of the house. You don't know, my dad is very traditional, and he still pays attention to the right person, so this matter. Never let them know. Zhou Hao knows that this concept is not only for those old antiques, but also for many people in modern society. He said to Li Ruolin, don't worry, they don't know me. As long as you don't tell them, how do they know that I am your student? Li Ruolin thought so too. This little friend is not like a child at all, and in some respects is much better than an adult. Before I knew it, it was already 10 o'clock, Li Ruolin also said. At this time, even if you are seen, you are not afraid. Now there is no breakfast available, so let's go out for dinner. Li Ruolin nodded, and the two dressed up and went out. Unexpectedly, neither of them met a teacher on the way out of the dormitory. But when the two passed the main entrance of Yuning Middle School, the 60-year-old doorman walked over. Zhou Hao. You are Zhou Hao. Someone left a letter for you. Then he handed it over. Zhou Hao has an envelope. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin were very puzzled. Zhou Hao accepted the letter and thanked the old guard, who then walked away. Zhou Hao opened the envelope and saw that there was only one photo that was processed immediately. Zhou Hao took it out and looked at it, but his face changed drastically. There was only one person in the photo. It was Zhao Yuqin, and she had hemp rope tied to her body and cloth tape on her mouth. From her expression and eyes, she was both angry and frightened. Zhou Hao also saw a dilapidated wall behind Zhao Yuqin, and he could tell that it was an old house. There is also a string of numbers behind the photo, which looks like a phone number. Oh, Sister Zhao was kidnapped, Zhou Hao said with a heavy face. Sister Zhao? Is that the last lady? Li Ruolin saw the picture and remembered that Zhao Yuqin was the woman who mobilized the company earlier, and that she had a close relationship with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao felt that his heart had become a piece, and Zhao Yuqin was no less important to him than Li Ruolin and any other woman. But Zhou Hao also knew that he could not mess around at this time. Otherwise it would be harmful and useless. He was wondering who kidnapped Zhao Yuqin, and wondered if the kidnappers knew Zhao Yuqin's identity. Judging from the phone number at the back of the photo, Zhao Yuqin must have been kidnapped by the other party. But the crux of the problem is, why did they give this letter to themselves after they kidnapped Zhao Yuqin? From this point of view, the other party is not only targeting Zhao Yuqin, but also himself. And the person who knows that he is related to Zhao Yuqin should also be someone who is familiar with Zhao Yuqin. If the other party knows Zhao Yuqin's identity and dares to do this, then it is really bold. The daughter of a central officer and the sister of the military commander, the other party kidnapped Zhao Yuqin, which is tantamount to confronting the entire country. Zhou Hao was also very worried about Zhao Yuqin's safety. Since the other party wanted something, it would not hurt Zhao Yuqin, at least temporarily. However, Zhao Yuqin is so beautiful, it is difficult to guarantee that those people will not have any evil intentions. If the other party knows Zhao Yuqin's identity, then since they dare to kidnap Zhao Yuqin, they dare to violate her. Zhou Hao, what should we do? Or call the police? Li Ruolin next to her was also very worried. No, Zhou Hao frowned. If you call the police, it is impossible to guarantee that the other party will not hurt Sister Zhao. Since they gave this call, let's call it and try. There was a phone in the guardroom not far away. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin walked over quickly, and they saw the old guard was reading the newspaper inside. Li Ruolin greeted him, and Zhou Hao couldn't wait to dial the phone. After 2 busy tones, Zhou Hao asked carefully, "Hello?" Zhou Hao. The voice over there was a little hoarse, and Zhou Hao felt that it was a bit familiar. Zhou Hao said, "I am. I saw on the news that you encountered an earthquake in that mountain. I thought you were dead, but I felt pain for my $150,000. I didn't expect you to come back safely." Zhou Hao finally remembered who this was. This was the person who followed and attacked Zhou Hao last time. That is, the bald brother of the drug dealer. During this period of time encountered a series of changes. Zhou Hao even forgot this guy, but did not expect that he would kidnap Zhao Yuqin. "What do you want?" "Humph." His muffled voice was very gloomy. Zhou Hao seemed to feel a chill in his back, even though he was on the phone. "Now your girlfriend is in my hands. If you don't want to help her collect the body, just give it to me. Prepare 15 million yuan. 15 million? You are crazy." Zhou Hao didn't have time to argue with him whether Zhao Yuqin was his girlfriend. "Didn't you say that I owe you 150,000 US dollars? It's only 100 yuan if you change it into RMB. What, a million?" The man said with a giddy smile. "Have you forgotten the more than $1 million from the placement top? In fact, the 2 accounts add up to number 15 million. But for your sake, a lot of time was wasted, and the extra money will be used to compensate us." Hearing what he said, Zhou Hao also understood that the placement ceiling was the top master he met the night before. No wonder his 4 subordinates all have pistols like the Desert Eagle. It turns out that he is just like a bald drug dealer. At this time, I heard the person say, "You transfer the money to the bank account I designated, and I will let your girlfriend go." "No way." The man's voice rose. "Can you still bargain with me?" Zhou Hao said, "I can't trust you. If I send the money in and you regret it temporarily, then who should I go to? And I am also for your own good. Such a large transfer of funds can easily be detected." He decided, concentrated. "Or else, tell me the location and I will take the money myself." Li Ruolin next to Zhou Hao couldn't help but grabbed his arm. There was silence on the phone for a while before he said, "Okay, but you can only come by yourself. If you let me see the police, Then he told Zhou Hao the location, which was a place on the outskirts of Shanqing. "I'll give you 2 hours to raise money." After speaking, he hung up the phone. Zhou Hao hung up the phone silently. Since the other party was targeting him, they probably didn't know the identity of Zhao Yuqin. Li Ruolin beside her nervously asked, "How is it?" He patted her on the shoulder, and he said, "Mr. Li, you go back to the dormitory first. Don't go anywhere." "You want to go there alone?" Li Ruolin is not willing to let Zhou Hao take the risk alone. "Don't worry, I will be fine." Zhou Hao smiled. Did you forget that I am a martial arts master now? Li Ruolin was taken aback for a moment before remembering that he had eaten ambergris and practiced nourishing Qi Lu. He was already an out-and-out master of the inner family. She glanced at the old guard and saw that he was only looking at the newspaper and was ignoring what the two said. She lowered her voice and said, "But what if they have guns?" "Don't worry, I can handle it." Zhou Hao was not entirely comforting Li Ruolin. In fact, after facing Ding Ye's men, Zhou Hao had experience dealing with firearms. Moreover, the pistol left by the bald brother that time was still in Zhou Hao's possession, so he himself is not considered barehanded. Time was running out. Zhou Hao comforted Li Ruolin and told her not to run around and leave. Before leaving, Li Ruolin took his hand and said, "You must come back safely, or I will hate you for a lifetime." A pair of eyes have been covered with water vapor. Zhou Hao glanced at the old doorman who was still reading the newspaper, and suddenly pulled Li Ruolin over, kissed her lips, and whispered, "You just accepted me. How am I willing to die?" Turning and leaving, only Li Ruolin was left behind, silently watching his distant back. Zhou Hao returned to his home first, but Yin Tong went to work and has not returned. Zhou Hao immediately called Galaxy Securities Company. "Is Sister Zhao there?" It was Jin Xiaoqiong who was in charge of receiving Zhou Hao and Yin Tong when they went to Galaxy Securities for the first time. "Is it Zhou Hao?" "Haha, Sister Zhao is out." It seemed that they didn't know about Zhao Yuqin's kidnapping. Zhou Hao didn't plan to tell them, only asked, "When did she go out?" Jin Xiaoqiong replied, "This morning. It seems that I went to see some place in Shuahua village. Are you looking for something to do with her? I will help you leave a message for her." Zhou Hao knew that Zhao Yuqin was kidnapped when she went to Shuahua village this morning, and that the land she was visiting was the land she had bought before. Therefore, Zhou Hao felt even more guilty. After taking a deep breath, he asked Jin Xiaoqiong, "Sister Xiaoqiong, do you know the phone number of Sister Zhao and her brother? I have something very important to tell him." "Is it really important?" Jin Xiaoqiong knew who Zhao Yuqin's brother was, and she wouldn't dare to disturb him if it wasn't something important. After hearing Zhou Hao's solemn reply, she told Zhou Hao the phone number. A long time ago, Zhao Yuqin left her brother's phone number to Jin Xiaoqiong so that they could ask her brother for help when they were away. After thanking Jin Xiaoqiong, Zhou Hao immediately dialed the number of Zhao Yuqin's brother. Zhao Yuqin's elder brother is Zhao Dingzhou, who has served as the commander of the Guangzhou military region for 3 years. "Hello? Hello? Who do you want to look for?" A calm man's voice came on the phone. From the voice alone, Zhou Hao could feel the majesty of this man. "Hello, Commander Zhao, my name is Zhou Hao. I wonder if Sister Zhao has mentioned me to you." "Haha, it turned out to be Xiao Hao. Haha, Yuqin often mentioned you to me." Zhao Dingzhou's tone slowed down. "Actually, I wanted to see you a long time ago. I haven't saved Yuqin's life before." "Thank you. I blame me for being too busy." Zhou Hao quickly said, "Commander Zhao is too polite. But we will talk about these things later. I have something very important to tell you. Sister Zhao was kidnapped." "Oh, so what? Yuqin was kidnapped." Zhao Dingzhou didn't react for a while, and after hearing Zhou Hao's words, he bounced off the chair, making the secretary next to him also scared. Jumped. It's no wonder that Zhao Dingzhou is so surprised. In Guangdong province, many top figures in black and white recognize Zhao Yuqin. Especially Guangdong is considered his own territory. Really no one dares to provoke this rich daughter. At this time, he thought Zhou Hao was joking. "Yes, Commander Zhao. Actually, I was to blame for this." So Zhou Hao told Zhao Dingzhou about the feast between himself and the drug dealers. Of course, he didn't say that he had embezzled the more than 100,000 US dollars. Otherwise, let Zhao Dingzhou know that it was his greed that caused the disaster, and it is hard to guarantee that he will not do anything to him. Those drug dealers may have seen me be better than Sister Zhao, so they kidnapped her and threatened me. Those brave thieves. Zhao Dingzhou slapped the table fiercely. "I will send someone to surround them immediately, and I will go over to see you immediately." Zhou Hao said, "But Commander Zhao remembers that they must not let them find out, otherwise they are afraid that it will hurt Sister Zhao. Naturally, the special forces under my command are still excellent in hidden camouflage technology." Zhao Dingzhou said, "What about you? Are you really going there?" "Sister Zhao was kidnapped because of me. Of course I also have to save her," Zhou Hao said firmly. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Zhao Dingzhou also admired him in his heart. But the 15 million? I can get it, but I need time to raise so much cash. I don't need Commander Zhao to embarrass this. I have a way. Zhou Hao said, well, go to the dynamic city of Xiangqing City to make peace with me. Zhou Hao also has tens of millions in the stock market. But it is not that Zhou Hao is reluctant, but to cash out these stocks. It takes time to sell and go through complicated procedures. When the money is released, 2 hours have passed. However, Zhou Hao also had a way. When Xiaoqiang's father ran the underground casino in Dynamic City, he must have a lot of cash, so he could borrow from them. Half an hour later, Zhou Hao met Zhao Yuqin's brother Zhao Dingzhou in Xiaoqiang's Dynamic City. Zhao Dingzhou's face is somewhat similar to Zhao Yuqin, but he is much more mature than Zhao Yuqin, and his body reveals an aura, although not deliberately. It also makes people feel very majestic. As Zhao Yuqin said before, Zhao Dingzhou is more than 20 years older than her, and now he bet more than 10 of 50. And Zhou Hao noticed the rank on his shoulders, and he was a lieutenant general. You can be promoted to lieutenant general before the age of 50. Although he can't do without the support of his family, Zhao Dingzhou himself must have extraordinary abilities. At least he must have made outstanding achievements to achieve this. Xiao Hao, how is Yuqin's situation? As a general, Zhao Dingzhou still has enough composure. But this matter involves the safety of his most beloved sister, and he also appears very nervous. In my estimation, Sister Zhao is still safe for the time being. Zhou Hao handed the picture to Zhao Dingzhou. Looking at Zhao Yuqin, who was in the photo, Zhao Dingzhou twitched the corners of his mouth, which showed that he was very angry. And Zhao Dingzhou also came with 2 people wearing military uniforms. One of them said a few words in Zhao Dingzhou's ear. Zhao Dingzhou nodded calmly and said to Zhou Hao, my people are ready over there. Yes, but as far as their reconnaissance knows, the other party also has weapons. It is possible that they have submachine guns. Hearing Zhao Dingzhou's words, Zhou Hao frowned. So that we can never act recklessly. He raised his head and introduced Zhao Dingzhou to Wen Xiaoqiang and his father Wen Xiangdong. Commander Zhao, these 2 are one. Xiangdong and his son Wen Xiaoqiang. They have already lent me the 15 million. Zhao Dingzhou nodded and looked at Wen Xiaoqiang and his son. Wen Xiangdong is the top figure in the underworld in Xiangqing City, but he is dressed like a businessman. He wears a suit and leather shoes, and his hair is waxed, even less than one. Strong is also more gentle. Just listen to Zhao Dingzhou saying to them, thank you for your help. Someone Zhao remembered me, and I will repay you in the future. Wen Xiangdong hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. As far as Commander Zhao is, the most important thing in our industry is loyalty. Not to mention that it is our honor to help Commander Zhao. Since Zhou Hao is Dog's friend, our family cannot stand idly by. In fact, as long as Zhao Dingzhou speaks, many people cry and want to give him money. However, Wen Xiangdong did not want Zhao Dingzhou to feel that he was deliberately pleasing him. Instead, he said he was helping Zhou Hao. In this way, Zhao Dingzhou's impression of him was much better. From this, it is not luck that Wen Xiangdong can dominate the underworld of Xiangqing. As a younger generation, Wen Xiaoqiang dared not talk to Zhao Dingzhou, but he still cast a grateful look at Zhou Hao. If there is a relationship with Zhao Dingzhou, then they would not be too passive in their interactions with Situ Li. It can be regarded as a whole card they got. Xiao Hao, you have to take the money to go to that group of people. You can't just use your bare hands. Zhao Dingzhou handed a black and bright pistol to Zhou Hao. This is the May 4th, which is the Black Star pistol. The power of distance shooting is great. You use it carefully. Also, this is a bulletproof vest. You can put it on. Zhou Hao took the Black Star pistol, but when he saw that the bulletproof vest was thick and heavy, he shook his head at Zhao Dingzhou. Commander Zhao, this bulletproof vest would be avoided. If you put it on, they will find it. It's in trouble. But, seeing Zhou Hao's expression resolutely, Zhao Dingzhou handed the bulletproof vest back to his subordinates, but then handed him a pager. I have arranged snipers around there. You can give them money. Try to delay as much as possible when you are in person. Before the action, I will send you a signal that the pager has been adjusted to vibrate. Once it vibrates, you should try to ensure the safety of Yuqin. We will handle the rest. Zhou Hao took the pager and pinned it to his waist, and then heard Zhao Dingzhou solemnly say to him, Xiao Hao, no matter what, I must first thank you. Commander Zhao is serious. Zhou Hao smiled. Zhao Dingzhou patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Don't call me Commander Zhao from now on. Since you have a good relationship with Yuqin, you can call me Big Brother. The Wen Xiangdong father and son present were very envious of Zhou Hao. Zhao Dingzhou was the backer, and Zhou Hao could walk sideways throughout Guangdong. After discussing the details of the action, Zhou Hao got in the Santana sedan that Zhao Dingzhou had prepared for him and headed to the outskirts of the place. The driver was a young man in his 20s. Although he was wearing casual clothes, Zhou Hao could still feel the military temperament of him. I will put you down a kilometer or two in front of that place, lest the other person doubt it, the young man said. Okay, Zhou Hao replied. If it is normal, he would have a good relationship with this person, but at this time Zhao Yuqin is still in crisis, and he is not in this mood. Looking at the 15 million duffel bag next to him, and then looking out the car window, Zhou Hao prayed silently in his heart, Sister Zhao, you must be fine. The car soon came to the outskirts. Compared with the area of Shuohua village, there are not so many mountains and the terrain is relatively gentle. However, there are fewer people than Shuohua village. There is no road, and only one is 2 meters wide and 3 meters wide. Dirt road. After getting out of the car, Zhou Hao walked towards the bungalow in the small forest 1 or 2 kilometers away. It was exactly the location the other party said, and Zhou Hao guessed that it was the place where Zhao Yuqin was trapped. There is a large area of woods here. On the way to the bungalow, Zhou Hao noticed some slight movement in the surrounding woods. He knew that they were special forces sent by Zhao Dingzhou. He thought that these special forces were indeed extraordinary, and their hidden camouflage technology was very good. It's not that your 6 senses are extremely sensitive, you can't find these people. After arriving at the bungalow, 2 men in front of the door stopped Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, right? Zhou Hao nodded slightly, and at the same time seeing their bulging waists, it was obvious that they had left their pistols. One of them grabbed Zhou Hao's duffel bag and opened it, and the other person searched Zhou Hao's body. When he took out the Black Star pistol from Zhou Hao's waist, he sneered at Zhou Hao, but he just took the Black Star pistol away without saying anything. He did not expect that Zhou Hao deliberately let them find the gun. The purpose is to let them relax their guard. Zhou Hao has never relied on this pistol. Then, the man returned the duffel bag with the money to Zhou Hao and pointed to the room. Our boss is waiting for you inside. Go ahead. Zhou Hao walked in, but heard the 2 people sneer. That kid is dead. Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. After the bald brother promised to bring cash, Zhou Hao guessed by the time he wanted to kill himself. Zhao Yuqin was naturally not immune, so Zhou Hao immediately notified Zhao Dingzhou and asked him to arrange manpower around. The other party didn't know that there were no less than 100 special forces lurking around here. This was Zhou Hao's greatest advantage. This house has obviously been abandoned for a long time. The few pieces of furniture in it are all tattered, the walls are old and peeling, and there are many cobwebs in the corners. Finally, Zhou Hao saw the bald brother in the lobby on the 1st floor, as well as the proud Dingya. What surprised Zhou Hao was that Zhao Yuqin, who was tightly bound, was there. Zhou Hao didn't expect that they would let themselves see Zhao Yuqin so directly. After seeing Zhou Hao's arrival, Zhao Yuqin, who was tied to a chair, shook her head vigorously and made a woo sound. His eyes were full of anxiety, as if he was telling Zhou Hao to leave here quickly, and even his eyes were blindfolded. There was a layer of water vapor, but because of the cloth in her mouth, she couldn't speak. Zhou Hao, who had watched many police and criminal films, immediately guessed that Zhao Yuqin might already know that Ding Yi and the others would kill him. That's why he was so anxious. Zhou Hao deliberately said to her, Sister Zhao, don't worry, I will take you away soon. Zhao Yuqin's expression became even more anxious when he heard this. Boy, I said I would let you get the money back. Ding Yi sneered and looked at Zhou Hao. The man next to him, the bald brother, snorted. You dare to say? Even if we lose the money we traded, you are not afraid of being punished by the boss. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Hao, smiled sullenly. Boy, we meet again. Humph. Last time I was in a hurry and I didn't have time to introduce myself. You can call me Boss Kim. Zhou Hao threw the duffel bag on the ground in front of him and said to Jean Lao Dadeo, I have brought the money. You will soon let Sister Zhao go. Don't be so hurry. Boss Jean touched the beard of his chin. Listen to Lao Ding. Your gambling skills are very good, or let's take a gamble. Zhou Hao frowned and listened to Mr. Jean laughing again. If you win, I will let you go, But if you lose, hey, sorry, your life is mine. Can I refuse? Boss Jean sneered. What are you talking about? Following his words, several people flashed out from the surrounding walls and doors, all holding pistols and even submachine guns. The muzzle pointed at Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin over there. Ding Yi also walked to Zhao Yuqin, smiled, and stroked her hair. If you lose, this woman won't have to die. Hee hee, she is so beautiful. I will take her back to be a little wife. Hee hee. Zhou Hao squinted his eyes and said to Jean Lauderdale, if I can, I want to add a condition. If I win, you give me this short winter melon. Boss Jean glanced at Ding Yi. This old Ding is both good for gambling and lust. I have said that he will be harmed one day. He turned his head and said to Zhou Hao, okay, I promise you. Ding Yi panicked. Boss Jean, you can't do this to me. The boss won't agree. The boss has long been impatient with you. What's more, I said that you were shot to death in the chaos. The boss will not doubt it. The boss laughed. Zhou Hao didn't expect that Boss Jean would actually say such things. It seems that the placement of Lord Ding Ding is really unpopular. The resettlement roof also rushed to Boss Jean angrily and shouted at the same time, Jean Tushing, I will kill you. But before he touched Jean Tushing, he was slapped with a backhand on his face by Jean Tushing's backhand. The whole person turned over 2 times in the air before he fell heavily to the ground. He was bleeding from the nose and half of his face was swollen. However, Jean Tushing smiled slightly at Zhou Hao and said, the guy at home is always a little unbelievable. It's rude. At the same time, a square table was set up, and he and Zhou Hao sat on both sides. I saw that he took a deck of playing cards and shuffled it, and then placed it in the center of the table. We'll just play blackjack, regardless of banker or leisure. Zhou Hao looked around and saw that the guns of those people were still aiming at himself and Zhao Yuqin. He secretly remembered where the 5 people stood, but there was nothing on his face. Jean Tushing took the first card if nothing had happened, and sent the second card to Zhou Hao. Jean Tushing got K, Zhou Hao got J. It's all 10 o'clock. Jean Tushing smiled and stretched out his hand to get the second card, placed it in front of him with the backside up, raised a corner and looked at it, and then looked at Zhou Hao who was opposite. Zhou Hao also took the second card, which was also placed there with the backside up. Jean Tushing squinted and said with a smile, the gambling game involving a few lives is very nervous. He said that, but he didn't have the slightest nervous expression on his face because the few lives involved were not included. And he thinks the situation is under his control. He glanced at Zhou Hao and then turned over the whole card, but it was a 10, and his smile grew stronger. It seems I have good luck at 20 o'clock. How about you? My luck is not bad either. Zhou Hao smiled and turned his whole card over, but it was an ace. I'm sorry. Blackjack. Kill all. He looked at Jean Tushing. I won. Then we can go. Besides, the placement ceiling is mine. Jean Tushing's smile stiffened, but he soon recovered. He crossed his chin and smiled at Zhou Hao. Do you think I will really let you go? Humph. This story will teach you. Chin, don't trust others so easily. Zhou Hao seemed to have guessed that Jean Tushing would say this, and his face also showed a smile. Fortunately, I didn't intend to believe you. Just when the cards were flopped, the pager on Zhou Hao's waist vibrated. It means that the people of Zhao Dingzhou are ready. At this time, Zhou Hao made a gesture to the broken window behind Jean Tushing. Before Jean Tushing understood what Zhou Hao's gesture meant, he heard a gunshot. It sounded like a single shot, but it was actually 3 shots, because Jean Tushing saw that the 3 men closest to Zhao Yuqin fell at the same time, with a blood hole on his forehead. Zhou Hao didn't delay either. He immediately jumped up from the chair after making the gesture, and the 2 playing cards in his hand flew towards the 2 men with submachine guns behind him at the same time. Before the 2 had time to pull the trigger, a playing card went into their throats, and they fell to the ground in the splash of blood. In the face of this sudden change, Jean Tushing remained stunned for a moment, and then immediately rushed to Zhao Yuqin on the right. At this time, he knew that there must be a sniper outside, so the top priority was to seize a hostage to protect himself. But Zhou Hao didn't let him get what he wanted, and his figure swept in front of him faster than him, separating him from Zhao Yuqin. Jean Tushing snorted coldly, and now it was a trick to double snakes out of the hole, and both fists stabbed Zhou Hao at the same time. However, Zhou Hao simply raised his hands and grasped his fists steadily. At the same time, He raised his right toe and slammed it against Jin Tuxing's left knee. How did Jin Tuxing think that Zhou Hao's skills would be different from that of Tianyuan within half a month? There was a severe pain in his left knee, and his entire left leg lost strength. Zhou Hao unexpectedly kicked his left knee to pieces. Jin Tuxing was also ruthless enough. He gritted his teeth to resist the severe pain, kicked his right foot on the ground, and hit Zhou Hao's abdomen with his right knee. How would Zhou Hao let him do as he wished? First let go of his hands, slap his right leg back with his left palm, and at the same time lift his chest with both palms, and press his whole body against Jin Tuxing, who is off the ground. It is the giant bear pressing the mountain of the bear play in the 5-animal play. Jin Tuxing's body was still in the air, and there was nowhere to take advantage of it, so he couldn't avoid it. His chest was hit by Zhou Hao's palms, and his whole body flew back like a cannonball, smashing the walls behind. I fell on the floor in the next room and couldn't help vomiting blood, and couldn't get up. Zhou Hao immediately came to Zhao Yuqin to remove the strip of cloth from her mouth, and then untied the twine from her. Without restraint, Zhao Yuqin immediately stood up and hugged Zhou Hao, tears bursting into her eyes. Xiao Hao. Zhou Hao also hugged her tightly and gently stroked her pink back with his hand. "It's okay, Sister Zhao, it's okay." Suddenly, Zhao Yuqin yelled, "Careful!" At the same time, he turned Zhou Hao around and put his back in front of him. When Zhou Hao turned around, he saw that Jin Tuxing had been knocked down on the roof of the corner of the wall. At this time, he was holding a desert eagle, and his muzzle was aimed at himself and Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Yuqin wanted to use her body to help Zhou Hao resist the bullet. How could Zhou Hao be willing to let Zhao Yuqin take risks for himself, and immediately turned around with Zhao Yuqin in his arms, blocking him with himself? Both of them moved very fast, as if they had made 2 consecutive turns. Boom! The gun rang, and Zhao Yuqin, who was held by Zhou Hao, could clearly feel his body tremble violently. Xiao Hao! Zhao Yuqin let out a heart-piercing scream, and Zhou Hao also fell to sit down. The place over there smiled. Hee. The desert eagle in his hand did not put down, and Zhou Hao was about to make 2 more shots. Zhao Yuqin was very angry. She had already joined the army. She was very agile. She leaned over and picked up a pistol on the ground. Without even looking at it, she shot the top shot, hitting his right hand with the gun. With a scream from the resettlement roof, the desert eagle in his hand also fell, and Zhao Yuqin was still puzzled. She stood up and walked in front of him, screaming and firing several shots, hitting all the 7 bullets in the pistol on the face of the placement ceiling, smashing his entire head. Then Zhao Yuqin dropped the gun and ran back to Zhou Hao, took him into her arms, and cried heartbrokenly, "Xiao Hao! Xiao Hao! Are you okay, Xiao Hao?" Seeing Zhou Hao still did not respond, she Xiao Hao, "You can't die, sister can't live without you. Xiao Hao, don't die, sister beg you." Sadly, she saw that there was a pistol on the ground beside her, so she picked it up and pointed it at her forehead without hesitation. But immediately, the other hand held the pistol's insurance, not letting her pull it. "Sister Zhao, what are you doing? I'm not dead." Zhou Hao's voice suddenly came, but it sounded a little weak. When Zhao Yuqin heard Zhou Hao's voice, it felt like going from to heaven. She immediately hugged Zhou Hao and kissed him frantically, while crying, "Xiao Hao, you scared sister to death, really scared sister to death. Are you okay?" Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, it's just a little bit out of strength." Zhao Yuqin was worried, pressed his body and looked at his back carefully, and found that the clothes on his back had a bullet hole, but his body was not shot, but the skin under the bullet hole was a little bruised. It turned out that Zhou Hao allowed the Jinqi in his body to circulate throughout his body, especially covering his back. After Zhou Hao successfully absorbed ambergris and practiced nourishing Qi Lu, his true energy was much stronger than that of Dr. Gongsun, who had practiced internal skills for decades. With this layer of Jinqi protection, the bullets of the desert eagle could not even penetrate his skin. Zhou Hao was just too fast to cause a little loss of strength. Just to straighten out the true energy in his body, he couldn't answer Zhao Yuqin, but he didn't expect that Zhao Yuqin thought he was shot and died and would commit suicide. "Sister, why are you so stupid?" Zhou Hao wiped the tears on Zhao Yuqin's face with distress. Zhao Yuqin said sincerely, "I don't care. If you really die, then I won't live anymore. Sister, I'm not worth it. Except you." No one is more worthy of me. Zhao Yuqin's words were exactly the same as Wang Shijuan's words. Zhou Hao's whole heart was melted by her words. In fact, Zhao Yuqin had a good impression of Zhou Hao for a long time. The first time Zhou Hao rescued her on the street, she just felt that Zhou Hao was just a middle school student who had done something right, and what she had in her heart was pure gratitude. But in later contact, Zhao Yuqin found that Zhou Hao had a kind of maturity that shouldn't have appeared at that age, especially Zhou Hao's stubbornness, which made Zhao Yuqin's heart moved. And the closer they get to the back, the more ambiguous the relationship between the two is, both resembling and surpassing siblings. However, there are too many obstacles between the two, and Zhao Yuqin has to restrain her feelings due to age and status. And Zhou Hao didn't chase her like other men, and didn't even have the impulse that a teenager should have. He was always courteous in front of her, and didn't puncture the thin paper between each other. And Zhao Yuqin also enjoyed the hazy ambiguity between the two, and at the same time spared no effort to help Zhou Hao do what he wanted to do. Until just now, seeing Zhou Hao resist the bullet for herself, all the restraint in her heart completely collapsed. At this time Zhou Hao said, "Didn't my sister ask me if I would block the bullet for you? Now I can give you a definite answer." "Fool. You fool." Zhou Hao's words moved Zhao Yuqin more than all love words. She cried and beat Zhou Hao in the chest. "You fool." Zhou Hao grabbed her fanned fist. "Sister, don't fight. It will hurt." Zhao Yuqin thought that he was affected by his injury, and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" At the same time, he fumbled his body nervously. At this time, Zhao Dingzhou rushed in with a team of people, and he was relieved to see that Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao were safe and sound. "Yuqin, Xiao Hao, are you okay?" Seeing Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin very intimately hugging each other, Zhao Dingzhou was a little confused. However, Zhou Hao noticed Zhao Dingzhou's expression and did not let go of Zhao Yuqin, because this would make it even more problematic. He explained first, "Sister Qin has been for too long, and her leg has been taken away." Zhao Yuqin also nodded slightly to Zhao Dingzhou, but Yusho quietly pinched Zhou Hao's waist. When Zhou Hao lowered his head, he saw Zhao Yuqin glance at himself lightly, and his heart immediately rippled, feeling a kind of irritation. Zhao Dingzhou loved this younger sister who was younger than him for more than 20 years, so he humbled and warmed her, and he took a long sigh of relief to make sure she was not injured. The special forces he brought also arrested Jin Tuxing, who was seriously injured on the ground. Except for his survivor, all his party members were killed by these special forces. The two special forces escorted Jin Tuxing to Zhao Dingzhou, and Zhao Dingzhou stared at him blankly. "You are Jin Tuxing, the running dog of the Han family in the Golden Triangle? Humph. The army on the border originally planned to annihilate you. Unexpectedly, you would come to Guangdong not far away." At this time, Zhao Dingzhou had taken off his military uniform, but Jin Tuxing still felt a strong upper-level aura from him, and he was able to command so many special forces. His identity was certainly not simple. Jin Tuxing vomited blood. "I think you are at least a general. Who is this kid? Even the general helps him?" Zhao Dingzhou smiled, and suddenly punched Jin Tuxing in the face. Although Zhao Dingzhou didn't understand internal power, he had been in the army for 20 to 30 years, and his fist and kick skills were still very good. With this punch, Jin Tuxing's nose was discounted, and Zhao Dingzhou coldly snorted. "Do you know who you tied up? That's my sister." Jin Tuxing was stunned and annoyed in his heart. If he had known that Zhao Yuqin had such a profound background, he would not have moved her. And Jin Tuxing didn't know that Zhao Yuqin's father was a member of the Central Committee. Otherwise, he would even have a heart for death. He looked at Zhou Hao and said, as if admitting his fate, "Boy, I never thought that Jin Tuxing would be planted in your hands. It's useless to say anything now." Zhao Dingzhou glanced at him coldly, and then said to the two special forces, "Take him back and ask carefully. General Liu at the border must really want to know about the Han family. Intelligence." The two special forces responded and escorted Jin Tuxing out, and Jin Tuxing also looked ashamed. He knew that Zhao Dingzhou's question method would definitely not be very civilized. "Okay, let's go back," Zhao Dingzhou said to Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao, "and the corpses in this room will naturally be dealt with by soldiers. As for the money Zhou Hao brought, he would naturally take it back and return it to Wenxiangdo." Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin boarded the camouflage off-road vehicle in Zhou Dingzhou together. Zhou Hao sat in the passenger seat and voluntarily gave up the back seats to Zhao Yuqin and Zhao Dingzhou. Zhao Dingzhou carefully inspected Zhao Yuqin and made sure that she was not injured. It took a while before he said, "Fortunately, you are fine. When Zhou Hao told me that you were kidnapped, my heartbeat almost stopped." Zhou Hao in front said, "I blame me. If I hadn't provoked the Jinda student, Qin's sister would not be held hostage by them. How can I blame you? Isn't this arithmetic and unintentional?" Zhao Yuqin smiled. "And I am not injured either," Zhao Dingzhou said, "thanks to Xiao Hao this time. He, although this child is young, he is courageous, and there is no limit to the future." He really appreciates Zhou Hao and feels his attitude and method of handling problems. They are calm and mature, unlike a boy who is only 14 years old. And Zhao Yuqin felt sweet when he heard Zhao Dingzhou praise Zhou Hao so highly, because she knew that her elder brother had a very serious temper and he rarely praised people on weekdays. Now that he also admires Zhou Hao so much, it proves that Zhou Hao is outstanding. But this time we have also gained a lot. Jin Tuxing is a capable cadre of the Han family in the Golden Triangle area. People from the Ministry of National Security have been looking for him for a long time. "I didn't expect it to fall into our hands this time," Zhao Dingzhou said. "The Han family is a huge drug trafficking group in the Golden Triangle region. It has organized criminals to smuggle drugs across the border of our country on many occasions. Especially in recent years, it has been very rampant. The National Defense Forces on the border have repeatedly proposed to completely wipe out the Han family. However, on the one hand, it involves the issue of sending troops abroad. On the other hand, we don't know the situation there very well. There have been several secretly sending people in the past to come home." After hearing what Zhao Dingzhou said, Zhou Hao suddenly thought of a question, so he said, "Brother Zhao, do our country's soldiers often get injured?" When Zhao Yuqin heard Zhou Hao call Zhao Dingzhou the eldest brother, she couldn't help feeling a little funny. According to Zhao Dingzhou's age, it was enough to be Zhou Hao's father. But she also knew that because of her relationship, Zhou Hao and Zhao Dingzhou were also considered peers. Yes, Zhao Dingzhou was answering Zhou Hao's question. "Although our country is no longer involved in large-scale wars, many times our army will go out to perform peacekeeping or anti-terrorism missions, and injuries are inevitable, and some training in our troops will often cause soldiers to be injured." "What kind of medicine is usually used in the army?" "It is much better than our folk medicine," Zhou Hao asked again. Zhao Dingzhou didn't understand why Zhou Hao asked these questions, but he still replied, "The medicine in the army is naturally better than the civilian ones, such as some special hemostatic agents and painkillers, which are provided by some special medical institutions in China." The medical institutions he mentioned naturally have a military background. Zhao Yuqin said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, why are you suddenly interested in these things?" "Because I know several prescriptions, some for trauma, some for muscles and bones, and one for replenishing human strength," Zhou Hao said, "but I don't know how effective these prescriptions are, and there are no clinical trials. I've passed, so I'm not sure yet." What he said was the prescription in Shun Nong 100 herbs. Last night, he told Li Ruolin that there was a prescription for contraception after the fact. Practice. For example, starting a pharmaceutical group can make countless money from the prescription for contraception after the fact. What's more, there are hundreds of prescriptions in Shun Nong Bai Chao, which are very effective for various diseases. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhao Dingzhou and Zhao Yuqin were both very curious. "What prescription? Is it effective? Did I not be trapped in the cave during the Qiuning Mountain earthquake earlier?" Zhou Hao said, "The hermit master I met at that time couldn't help passing on my martial arts and some prescriptions for me. He didn't mention it." Regarding the Shun Nong Bai Chao and Qing Nong Jing, he knew that if the existence of these two books were made public, it would cause much trouble in the Chinese medicine field and the whole medical field, and he himself would become a target of public criticism. And Zhou Hao was also afraid that Zhao Dingzhou would let himself dedicate those two peerless works to the country. It was not that Zhou Hao was not patriotic, but people were always selfish. Zhou Hao hopes to get the most benefit for himself through these two books. What's more, it is also a matter of benefit to the country and the people to provide various medicines with profound curative effects to the domestic army and the people through the way of medical groups. Have you tried those prescriptions? Zhao Dingzhou asked. Zhou Hao shook his head. Not yet, so I want to dispense the medicines for some experiments in a few days, but I believe these medicines will be more effective than the special medicines in the current army. Zhao Dingzhou smiled. If this is the case, then your contribution to the country will be great. But this matter is not in a hurry. If it is really effective, you will let me know and we will discuss it at that time. Zhou Hao nodded. He knew that Zhao Dingzhou didn't have much confidence in his prescriptions, but he said that deliberately because he was afraid of hitting him. However, Zhou Hao was not angry. He was very confident in Shun Nong 100 Herbs. Before he met Dr. Gong's son and watched Shun Nong 100 Herbs, Zhou Hao himself did not know that Chinese medicine was so profound and profound. Take him as an example. He was injured so badly after the Cheoning Mountain earthquake, but under Dr. Gongsuan's treatment, he recovered within a few days, although Dr. Gong's son said that the main reason was Zhou Haona's strong resilience ability. But Zhou Hao thought that if it were placed in a modern hospital, he would be helpless to deal with serious injuries in his own situation. So he decided to wait a few days and slowly experiment with the prescriptions in Shun Nong Baichao. The group quickly returned to the city. After such a big change, Zhao Yuqin naturally wanted to go home with Zhao Dingzhou and also told their father about the incident. However, Zhou Hao, accompanied by 2 special forces, sent the 15 million back to Dynamic City and returned it to Wen Xiangdong. Miss Zhao is all right. Wen Xiangdong asked, very concerned when seeing Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, It's okay. I have to thank you for talking about it. Wen Xiangdong said bluntly, I don't think I can make money if I don't have money, but the most important thing is that Miss Zhao and you are safe and sound. He looked at Zhou Hao with enthusiasm. I didn't expect it, Xiaoqiang. The kid can actually make such an excellent friend of yours. Haha. Yes, Xiaoqiang had some feasts with you before. I have already taught him. I hope you don't follow the general knowledge. Where? I've lost my suspicion for less consumption. Zhou Hao smiled. When Xiangdong said, You don't know Xiaoqiang in general, but you have a lot of knowledge, but that stinky boy is also at fault. He is arrogant and domineering at a young age, and he will surely cause trouble in the future. After cursing Wen Xiaoqiang, he told Zhou Hao Dao, I apologize. Even if this 15 million is my behalf, Xiaoqiang will apologize to you. Zhou Hao was taken aback, but immediately thought that Wen Xiangdong was not apologizing, but to draw himself in. He knew very well that after this incident, he was equal to the line of Zhao Dingzhou, so Wen Xiangdong also wanted to please Zhao Dingzhou through himself. After all, it was much more cost-effective to win over Zhao Dingzhou than those ghosts and monsters on the official face of Xiangqing. The 15 million yuan, will it be collected or not? Zhou Hao was meditating. Indeed, the temptation of 15 million to him is really great. However, Wen Xiangdong's goal is not him, but the banner of Zhao Dingzhou behind him. If Zhao Dingzhou knows, it will be harmful to his relationship with Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao's future development. And Wen Xiangdong seemed to see Zhou Hao's concerns and only listened to him with a smile. Xiao Hao, you don't need to worry. The money is purely my apologize on behalf of Xiaoqiang, and it has nothing to do with Commander Zhao. We know who we are and don't dare to have anything to do with Commander Zhao. I only hope that if there is any trouble in the future, Xiao Hao, you can give us a hand. Zhou Hao had to admire Wen Xiangdong's careful observation. He said, Uncle Wen, you are polite. If there is anything useful to me in the future, just speak up. Of course, I dare not do anything illegal. That's natural, and we won't pull you into the water. Wen Xiangdong smiled and said, the money. Since Wen Xiangdong has said so, Zhou Hao is meaningless to push back, but he doesn't want to be honest, so he said, such a big gift, Xiao Hao really dare not accept it. But Uncle Wen, Xiao Hao can bet with you. A handful. Wen Xiangdong immediately understood what Zhou Hao meant. If he let others know that he had given away 15 million to Zhou Hao, then many people would come out to dictate. But if he lost to him at the gambling table, then no one can say anything. Thinking of this, Wen Xiangdong couldn't help expressing his appreciation for Zhou Hao's carefulness. The two smiled and walked into a special box and walked out again near noon. And Wen Xiangdong kept patting Zhou Hao's shoulder and sincerely praised. Awesome, really amazing. I didn't expect Xiao Hao. You are so young, and your gambling skills are so sharp and sophisticated. Uncle Wen, you deliberately released the water. Zhou Hao quickly gave in. What they played in the box was Texas Hold'em with no upper limit. Originally, Xiangdong wanted to deliberately release the water so that he could justifiably lose the 15 million to Zhou Hao. He had been in this way for many years. Veteran, it's natural to do it without leaking. However, after 2 rounds, he realized that Zhou Hao didn't need to release water by himself. Instead, he made him play more and more seriously. In the end, he had tried his best, but he still couldn't resist Zhou Hao. Xiao Chang told me not to let you come to our casino before. Now that I think of it, that's the way it is. When Xiangdong said to Zhou Hao half jokingly and half seriously, Xiao Hao, if nothing happens, don't come to our casino. It's clear that it's robbing business. Now he understands that giving Zhou Hao more than 10 million yuan is really not a big deal, because as long as Zhou Hao is willing, he can win back the same amount of money from the gaming table at any time. Zhou Hao shrugged and smiled. When Xiangdong was very considerate and had already turned the 15 million into a bank card and handed it to Zhou Hao. In fact, Zhou Hao asked Zhao Yuqin to help him make an ID card 2 days ago. After all, with an ID card, it would be much easier to do things. Although Zhou Hao was not yet his age, with Zhao Yuqin's energy, this matter was easy. When Xiangdong personally delivered Zhou Hao to the door, if there is a chance, Uncle Wen will take you to Macau or Las Vegas, and we will win foreigners' money. Okay, it's better for Xiao Hao to respect his fate. Zhou Hao smiled. He is still very much looking forward to the 2 famous casinos of Macau and Las Vegas. That is where the big money can be won. Zhou Hao just called Li Ruolin to report safety when he was in Dynamic City. On the phone, Li Ruolin was greatly relieved when he heard Zhou Hao's return safely and asked again and again whether Zhou Hao was injured. Zhou Hao responded with a smile and said to go to her after lunch. And now, Zhou Hao is naturally going home. Yin Tong had returned from get-off work and was ready for lunch. She didn't know about Zhao Yuqin's kidnapping, and Zhou Hao didn't plan to tell her, lest she worry. Mom, you should quit the job of that sanitation worker, Zhou Hao said to Yin Tong during lunch. With the 15 million he just got from Wen Xiangdong, plus the money in the stock market, Zhou Hao is now an out-and-out multimillionaire, and he really doesn't want to see his mother work hard for life. Yin Tong just looked up at Zhou Hao and then said, "Didn't I tell you? Even if our family has money, we can't be lazy. This is the principle of life." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Mom, I don't want you to be lazy, but I don't want you to work so hard. Or, let's open a store." Open a store? Yin Tong was taken aback by Zhou Hao's sudden suggestion. "Yes, we can open a fast food restaurant." Zhou Hao said, "Open a fast food restaurant right in front of the school. Not only do fast food, but also breakfast and supper." He remembered every school in his last life. The fast food restaurants and breakfast shops in front of the door are full of money, and now there is a fast food restaurant next to the main entrance of Yuning Middle School, but the environment there is dirty and expensive. According to Zhou Hao's memory, there is a few years later, it was squeezed out by another fast food restaurant. There are more than 20 large and small middle schools in Xiangqing City, but there are few restaurants in front of these schools that make fast food or breakfast. Today, most students and teachers are still used to entangled in the school canteen, but the things in the school canteen are very few satisfying. Although the price is relatively low, but the taste is really not flattering. Moreover, most of the fast food restaurants nowadays give people a sense of mess, feeling that they are just places where migrant workers and drivers gather. Zhou Hao remembers that after a few years, Hong Kong-style fast food restaurants became popular near schools and were extremely popular with students. If operated according to this model, fast food restaurants have a lot to do, and the easiest thing in the world to make money is women and students' money. With the development of the economy, more and more students in the school will consume in restaurants outside, and the students who have been tortured by the school canteen for a long time also desperately need a fresh choice. "Mom, the food you cook is so delicious. If we open a restaurant, we will definitely make money," Zhou Hao said to Yin Tong. "And you don't have to do it yourself. Just ask some helpers and waiters. We have to pay close attention to food. The problem of hygiene. Is it really okay?" Yin Tong was really moved after hearing Zhou Hao's words, because the uncle of one of her workmates opened a fast food restaurant in front of a factory and heard that tens of thousands of dollars were received every month. Zhou Hao nodded earnestly. "We will not only open fast food restaurants, but also make this fast food restaurant into a chain store. that is, to be the industry overlord of Chinese fast food restaurants. It is best to take back the Chinese market that McDonald's snatched away. My eyes are bright, and I hated McDonald's and KFC's fast food restaurants that specialize in selling junk food. They poisoned the Chinese people after creating countless obese people in the country and made all the Chinese money. Compared with food culture, Zhou Hao dare to say that no country or nation in the world can compare with China. Whether it is cultural heritage or color, flavor, any Chinese cuisine can compare Europe's most famous French cuisine. And Zhou Hao thought to himself that the money he would earn back in the financial market would eventually be invested in various industries, and the catering industry is a very good choice. Thinking of doing it, Zhou Hao said to Yin Tong, "Mom, you will be on vacation tomorrow. We will go to see what storefronts are in front of the school tomorrow, and we will come back and open the store. You can concentrate on being the boss's wife." "Me, can I do it?" Yin Tong said hesitantly. She has never engaged in such a career. "Of course it will do." Zhou Hao is very confident in his mother. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as you are willing to do it, there is nothing wrong. However, it would be too hard for you to carry the entire store by yourself. You have to find someone come and help you. Zhou Hao held his chin and thought for a while, then said, "By the way, isn't Aunt Lu working as a workshop supervisor in a factory? She must be very experienced in managing workers. Let's let her be the manager." Up. Yin Tong smiled when he heard the words. "We are a small fast food restaurant. What kind of manager is there to talk about? Let alone Shi Ping, who has done a good job in the factory, is not necessarily willing to help us." "It's not necessarily," Zhou Hao said. "Although we are only opening the first one now, with the future development, who can guarantee that our fast food restaurant will not become a chain group? Then the manager of Aunt Lu will be on the rise." Before Yin Tong could speak, Zhou Hao got up and said, "While Aunt Lu is still at home at noon, I will go over and ask now." After leaving the door, Zhou Hao came to the door of Wang Shijuan's house opposite, knocked on the door, and Wang Shijuan opened the door for him. Seeing Zhou Hao, Wang Shijuan thought he was here to find him, so he blushed and said, "Zhou Hao, why did you come so soon? My mother is still at home." She thought Zhou Hao was so bold. "I am in a hurry to find my own tryst." Before Lu Shiping and Wang Zhong could not see in the room, Zhou Hao scratched Wang Shijuan's straight nose. "I'm here to see Aunt Lu." "Oh, look for my mother." Wang Shijuan's cheeks blushed, only to realize that his thoughts just now were somewhat wishful thinking. Wang Shijuan greeted Zhou Hao into the room, and Zhou Hao saw Lu Shiping just packing the dishes, while Wang Zhongcai was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Lu Shiping heard Wang Shijuan say that Zhou Hao was here to find herself, so she asked, "Xiao Hao, what can you do with me?" "Aunt Lu, how much salary can you get in a month as a workshop supervisor?" Zhou Hao said directly. Lu Shiping was stunned. If even the bonus is included, it can be 1,080 a month. In these years, such a salary can meet the daily expenses of their family of 3, but it won't work in a few years. Zhou Hao also remembered that in his previous life, the Hong Kong man who eventually married Wang Shijuan gave their family 1 million. Wang Shijuan married him mostly because of the heart of repaying. Zhou Hao said, "Aunt Lu, if we give you 3,000 yuan a month, can you come and help us?" 3,000 yuan a month? Lu Shiping was stunned. The manager of their factory only paid this salary. "What do you want me to do for you?" Zhou Hao said, "My mom is planning to open a fast food restaurant in front of the school. My mom is afraid that she can't be busy alone, so I want to ask Aunt Lu for your help." Fast food restaurant. Lu Shiping was very puzzled. "Why do you suddenly want to see a fast food restaurant? And do you have the startup funds?" "We made some money in the stock market before," Zhou Hao said, "and the money needed to open a fast food restaurant is not a lot. 100,000 yuan is more than enough." He looked at Lu Shiping. "Aunt Lu, you agree, huh?" Lu Shiping couldn't help falling into silence. Although Zhou Hao said that she would produce a high-tech industry of 3,000 yuan, she was not familiar with the fast food industry and did not know whether it could develop in the end, and her work as a workshop supervisor seemed stable. Some more. However, Lu Shiping was not very happy at work during this period. The manager above wanted to get his relatives into the factory to replace Lu Shiping's position, so he has been embarrassing her at work recently, trying to force her to take his own initiative. Resignation. Zhou Hao saw her doubts. I know that Aunt Lu, you are worried about the future of opening a fast food restaurant, but I believe this is promising. Think about it. There are 2,000 to 3,000 students in Yuning Middle School alone. It is enough for us to earn enough to do business as a student of Yuning Middle School. And we don't just open one. Our initial goal is to open one in front of every school in Xianqing. Lu Shiping was taken aback by Zhou Hao's words and looked at him in surprise. Are you so confident? Yes, so we need someone with management experience to help us. Aunt Lu, what do you think? After thinking about it, Lu Shiping nodded categorically. Well, I promise you. However, I have been an old neighbor for more than 10 years. I don't want you to default on my salary. She joked. This is natural, Zhou Hao said with a smile. We will go to see if there are any good stores tomorrow. Aunt Lu, please go with you. Well, I will be on holiday tomorrow anyway. Lu Shiping returned to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and Wang Zhongcai on the sofa also smiled at Zhou Hao. Brother Hao, then you will be our boss from now on. Wang Shijuan took Zhou Hao aside. Zhou Hao, you and Aunt Yin made money in the stock market? Why did you never tell me? Zhou Hao smiled and hugged her slender waist. I want to give you a surprise. Haha, after making money, it will be easier for me to raise you in the future. Who wants you to raise it? Wang Shijuan glanced at Zhou Hao blushingly. I will support myself in the future. Zhou Hao kissed her blushing cheek. Well, we cherish you to be a self-reliant, strong woman in front of you. Let's be a good, virtuous wife at home. So let's do it. Ignore you, just talk nonsense. Wang Shijuan turned and returned to the house. Then I'm leaving now, Zhou Hao said, and went back to his home, telling Yin Tong about Lu Shiping's promise to help. Yin Tong heard that he promised Lu Shiping a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, and couldn't help but blame Zhou Hao. You'll make promises to others before we open the store. If the store fails to open, Shiping will go again. If you quit your job, what will you pay to others? She was not reluctant to bear the 3,000 yuan, but worried that Lu Shiping's family would be happy. Zhou Hao said, Mom, don't worry, this will happen. Even if it really fails and Aunt Lu quits her job again, I will be responsible for finding a better job for her, so it's all right. You kid, Mom really can't tell you. Yin Tong tapped Zhou Hao's forehead. By the way, I'm going to teacher Li in the afternoon. I have missed more than 10 days of class and have to make up for it. Zhou Hao remembered that he had to go to Li Rulin's in the afternoon, so he told Yin Tong in advance. Yin Tong never thought that he went to Li Rulin for another purpose. He told him that he wanted to make up the lesson, so naturally he would not stop him. He also asked Zhou Hao to buy something for teacher Li, thanked them for helping him make up the lesson. After coming out of the house, Zhou Hao bought a bouquet of roses at the nearby flower shop, and even carefully wrapped them in newspapers so as not to be suspicious when they entered the school. Then, he went to a Chinese medicinal materials store and took a pill according to the prescription for contraception in Shun Nong Bai Chao. The medicinal materials required for this prescription are relatively common, so it is easy to buy. It's just that the old man who grasped the medicine was surprised to see that Zhou Hao was so familiar with these medicinal materials and dosage at his young age. Walking to the door of Yuning Middle School, Zhou Hao noticed the surrounding shops by the way. There is a three-way intersection in front of the main entrance of Yuning Middle School. A large flower bed separates the cars on the 3 roads. The traffic is fairly smooth, and because it is close to the business district, there is a lot of traffic and people. Zhou Hao noticed that there was a relatively large hardware store diagonally across from Yuning Middle School, covering an area of more than 100 square meters, occupying 2 facades. And Zhou Hao also noticed that the hardware store posted a picture saying, Wangpu, transferred red paper. So he walked over and saw that there were only 2 young people inside, and he asked one of them, Are you transferring here? Yes. Do you want to push your hand? The man glanced at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded. The location of this store is good. There is an open space in front for students to park their bicycles. He asked, How much is the transfer fee? I don't know this, because the boss is not here. The man shrugged. Or you can leave the phone call, and I'll let you know when the boss comes back. This is also a way. Zhou Hao left his home phone number and said, I will come back tomorrow. When he walked into Yuning Middle School, Zhou Hao walked directly into the teacher's dormitory without encountering anyone on the way. Ringing the doorbell of 408, the door opened quickly, and Li Ruolin was wearing a beige, loose-fitting home clothes, which looked more lazy than usual, but also looked very warm. Seeing Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin immediately pulled him into the house and looked around and saw that no one was closing the door. You don't need to be so sneaky. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly, feeling as if he had hooked up with a married woman. But Li Ruolin couldn't help but shyly thrown into his arms. I worry about how long you have been away. She quietly smelled Zhou Hao's body, as if she could feel safe in this way. Right, then Sister Zhao, is it okay? Zhou Hao said. No, I have gone home with her brother. It's okay, Li Ruolin said. What about you? Are you injured? My martial arts is so high. How can I get hurt so easily? Zhou Hao smiled and gently stroked Li Ruolin's slender rose with his right hand. By the way, this is for you. He opened the newspaper, revealing something. Bunch of bright roses comes. Seeing this gorgeous and beautiful rose, Li Ruolin was pleasantly surprised to take it and sniffed it in front of her. It's so fragrant. Thank you, Zhou Hao. When she was in college, those who pursued her also gave it to her, but she never know. So strictly speaking, this is the first time she has received roses. She didn't expect Zhou Hao to do this kind of romantic thing, and she was as sweet as honey in her heart, and Zhou Hao took this opportunity to kiss her lips. Compared with last night, Li Ruolin is much more proficient in her skills. At least she already knows how to communication with Zhou Hao with her lips and tongue. The two separated for a long time. When Zhou Hao saw a few square breads remaining on the coffee table, he frowned and asked Li Ruolin, You eat these things at noon? Her voice was gentle. I am worried that you are so worried that you are not in the mood to eat. So I just bought some bread to satisfy my hunger. You, even a teacher, don't know how to take care of yourself. Are you hungry now? Li Ruolin nodded, like a little cat. Now that you are back, I am naturally in the mood to eat. Of course I'm hungry now. You wasted so much energy last night. Don't. I'm running out of strength. Don't toss me. Li Ruolin panted and begged for mercy. Li Ruolin nodded, suddenly raised her head, and opened her mouth to lightly bite Zhou Hao's nose. You are really harmful. Zhou Hao smiled. Come on, I'll take you out for dinner. She nodded and found a vase to keep the roses bought by Zhou Hao before returning to the room to change clothes. In a short while, Li Ruolin changed into a light blue floral dress and a small white coat, which looked a lot more lively than the pure white dress yesterday. The two left Yuning Middle School and brought them to a nearby restaurant with a history of more than 10 years. Zhou Hao took Li Ruolin directly up to the second floor and sat in a position next to the window. Not far away there were 5 men in their 30s and 40s. As they had some meaning at this time, those 5 were eating lamb pot, and seeing the dozen or so empty wine bottles on the ground on their side and their flushing faces, they knew they were already drunk. When one of them saw Li Ruolin, who was so beautiful, he blew his whistle and joked with a frivolous look. Oh, what a beautiful girl. The man was about 40 years old, and his appearance could be described as crooked melons and jujubes, coupled with the presumptuous gaze bursting out of alcohol. It was really annoying. Especially when he looked at Li Ruolin. It was as if he was her with his eyes. Li Ruolin is now Zhou Hao's woman. How could Zhou Hao tolerate others being so frivolous than her? She was about to stand up with a cold snort, but Li Ruolin immediately held his hand, shook her head at him, and handed the waiter to him. Give the menu that comes to Zhou Hao. Let's see what to eat. Zhou Hao didn't want to go against Li Ruolin's will, so he took a look at the menu and said to the waiter, Come on with a fish-flavored eggplant and a parsley-stuffed beef. The fish-flavored eggplant needs some Shaoxing fermented bean curd, and parsley-stuffed beef is more let's get some aged tempeh. Oh, yes, and a cup of black-bone chicken stewed with American ginseng. In the last life, Li Ruolin told students in her class that her favorite dishes were fish-flavored eggplant with Shaoxing fermented bean curd and parsley-stuffed beef with tempeh. Zhou Hao still remembers clearly. Sure enough, Li Ruolin looked at Zhou Hao with a little surprise. How did you know that I like to eat fish-flavored eggplant and parsley beef? You like it too? I thought it was only me. Zhou Hao pretended to be surprised. Li Ruolin's preference has not been told to anyone except her parents, so she thinks that she has a spiritual connection with Zhou Hao, and she feels that the two are destined partners, and this is what Zhou Hao wants to achieve. I heard Li Ruolin say to him again, You started taking supplements at such a young age? That black-bone chicken stewed with American ginseng is very angry. It's not for me. It's for you to eat. Zhou Hao smiled and touched her face. I'll help you make it up. Li Ruolin was taken aback for a moment. Her face flushed, and she was very moved by Zhou Hao's thoughtfulness. At this moment, the man not far away shouted to Li Ruolin again. "Hey, miss, how about coming over to have a drink with us? Let's invite you to karaoke tonight." Several other people also screamed. Zhou Hao's anger continued to surge when he heard the man's words, but Li Ruolin didn't want to cause trouble, so she held Zhou Hao's hand and turned to the man at the same time. "Sir, please focus on yourself. This is a public place. Don't shame yourself." "Oh, I'm still angry." Instead of curbing, the man became more excited. "But you are also very beautiful when you are angry. You are really crazy." A male waiter who was about 18 or 9 years old in the restaurant came to the man and politely persuaded. "Sir, please don't disturb other guests. Let's give you a 10% discount on this meal." But when he heard a crisp pop, the man slapped the waiter backhand and said in a nasty voice, "You dare to take care of Lao Tzu's affairs. Give your mother a 10% discount. When Lao Tzu has no money, go away." A companion next to him also pushed the waiter away vigorously and shouted impatiently, "Hurry up, get out. Don't climb over if we don't ask you." The young man had never suffered such a grievance. Tears burst into his eyes, and he blushed and walked away. At this time, the beating man also took out a handful of banknotes from his trouser pocket. They were all brand new 100 yuan bills, estimated to be several thousand yuan. He raised his hand and raised the money to Li Ruolin. "Miss, as long as you are willing to come and drink with us, the money is yours. Let's get rid of that kid. How can he afford to raise a big beauty like you?" Facing the man's unscrupulousness, Li Ruolin took a deep breath, then let go of Zhou Hao's hand. Zhou Hao immediately stood up and walked towards the 5 people, and the 5 people also stood up immediately. Although the guy who took the lead was crooked, he was also very strong, taller than the 1.8-meter Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao approaching him aggressively, not only was he not afraid, but excitedly shouted, "Boy, what? I want to fight." He wanted to take the opportunity to beat Zhou Hao away, and then he could concentrate on dealing with Li Ruolin. Zhou Hao didn't speak and walked straight to him. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed his hair and pressed it down, pressing his entire face into the lamb pot on the table. That man couldn't stand Zhou Hao's strength. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't lift himself up. I wanted to yell, but the whole face was soaked in the soup. Only a few bubbles came out, making a gurgling sound. Fortunately, a few of them were full and drunk, and the stove under the lamb pot had been extinguished early, otherwise the soup would be deadly hot. The other people immediately rushed over to pull Zhou Hao away, but Zhou Hao suddenly raised his right foot and kicked the nearest person out. Then the toe of his right foot was picked on the ground, and the beer bottle was picked up and waved. Broke another person's head. "Don't move." Holding the unusually sharp bottle with only half in his hand, Zhou Hao drank to the last 2. Seeing that Zhou Hao was so vicious, the 2 of them were holding a murder weapon in their hands, so they didn't dare to mess around immediately. Only then did Zhou Hao pick up the man who took the lead from the lamb pot. As soon as the guy left the pot, he yelled, waving his hands constantly. Because the mutton pot they ate was spicy, it irritated him to tears, and he couldn't even open his eyes. "Boy, wait for me. I'm not finished with you. I'm not finished with you." He still yelled fiercely. Zhou Hao sneered. "It's pretty fierce." After he said, he pressed his head again and hit the table hard, and the guy immediately fainted and fell softly to the ground. Letting go of the man, Zhou Hao clapped his hands. "I don't know what's good or bad." Then he said to the 2 men, who didn't dare to move, "Hurry up and take them away, lest you get in the way here." The 2 did not say anything, and quickly lifted the person who passed out, and left with the 2 people who had been injured by Zhou Hao just now, but they heard Zhou Hao shouting behind them, "Remember to settle the account." They also do business. Returning to Li Ruolin and sitting down, Zhou Hao found Li Ruolin looking at herself with her cheeks crossed in her arms, with a soft smile on her face. "What's wrong?" Zhou Hao said strangely. "Is I too rude?" Li Ruolin shook her head lightly. "No. Men sometimes have to be rude to show their masculinity. I saw that you were quite masculine just now." She now feels that when she meets a frivolous person, a man can stand up for herself. It feels really good. But Zhou Hao put his hand on her waist. "Then you mean to make me rude on the bed?" Li Ruolin sipped him immediately. "You little pervert. How can you get involved in anything?" When she remembered that she was upset with Zhou Hao last night, There were two red tides on her face. It looked like Yinrua Taoli is so charming. At this time, the waiter brought their order, but the waitress looked at Zhou Hao with a little admiration in his eyes. On the one hand, Zhou Hao was really good and much better than many male stars. On the other hand, Zhou Hao. The actions just now made the waiters who were present very happy. Sir, be careful. The waitress reminded Zhou Hao while serving the dishes. The group of people just now, especially the clerk who beat us, is a bully in this area, and the whole street dare not dare. If you provoke him, beware of his revenge. Bullish. Humph. I'm afraid he won't come. Zhou Hao said proudly. If he dares to come to me again, I don't mind doing harm to the people. The waitress, who was not yet 20 years old, was embarrassed by Zhou Hao's heroic spirit. After she left, Li Ruolin next to Zhou Hao smiled jokingly. I can't see that you are a little foolish. Girl, I didn't think you were such a person in the class before. You were much better at that time. Zhou Hao smiled noncommittently. The restaurant's dishes were well done, which made Li Ruolin eat with gusto. Zhou Hao didn't eat much because he had lunch at home. He just accompanied Li Ruolin and finally urged her to eat the whole cup of American ginseng stewed blackbone chicken is finished. I think you want to make me a fat woman. Li Ruolin touched her swollen belly and smiled. Beads and Yuruin are pretty good. Zhou Hao also smiled. This will make Wang Fui easy more attractive. After resting for a while, Zhou Hao settled the account and took Li Ruolin back with him. They didn't know that they had just left. Just now, the man was bandaged from the hospital, and he rushed into the hotel with more than a dozen strong men to find Zhou Hao to settle the account. Seeing that Zhou Hao had left, he was unwilling. He also let the dozens of people beat up the restaurant severely before leaving. Back to the teacher's dormitory with Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin asked Zhou Hao, "You are here with me all day? Haven't your mother ever asked?" "I told my mother that I came to you for tuition." Zhou Hao smiled. "Yes, you have lost more than 10 days of class. I really have to help you make up." Li Ruolin and Zhou Hao were trapped in the underground cavern of Cheoning Mountain for more than half a month, and even the Olympic English competition was missed. As a teacher, Li Ruolin is nothing, but Zhou Hao is a student. The 10 days left is enough to make his grades drop significantly. However, Zhou Hao said indifferently, "No, I don't need to make up these junior high school knowledge. Anyway, I can handle the high school entrance examination without going to class." What he said is the fact, and he remembers the topics of the high school entrance examination clearly. And even if he can't remember clearly, the knowledge of this junior high school is easy for him, a talented graduate of Fudan University. Li Ruolin was very dissatisfied with his arrogance, but seeing Zhou Hao speak so eloquently, she deliberately took Zhou Hao several questions, but she didn't expect Zhou Hao to answer it after just one glance. Facing Li Ruolin's surprised gaze, Zhou Hao proudly said, "I have taught myself this knowledge a long time ago during the holidays. I am already reading high school textbooks now." Without the burden of schoolwork, Zhou Hao simply took advantage of Li Ruolin's strength to regain her once again, tossing this beautiful teacher like a slime. To avoid Yin Tong's suspicion, Zhou Hao didn't spend the night with Li Ruolin today. Moreover, with Li Ruolin's current physical strength, even if he wanted to stay here, Li Ruolin would not dare to agree. The next day, Zhou Hao, Yin Tong, and Lu Shiping went to the hardware store opposite the school to be transferred. Yesterday, the young man saw Zhou Hao coming, so he quickly called out his boss. But when the boss of this hardware store came out, Zhou Hao was taken aback, and the boss stared at Zhou Hao. "It's you." The owner of this hardware store is the man who was cleaned up by Zhou Hao yesterday. The owner of this hardware store is called Huo Liang. When he was young, he was also a brave bastard. Later, he mixed up some famous people on the underworld of Xiangqing, and by chance, he met the director of the Xiangqing Industrial and Commercial Bureau. So he started a hardware business, just in time for a few construction projects in the city. By virtue of the director's relationship, he wrapped up the hardware materials for these projects and made a fortune. In Xiangqing, he owns 4 hardware stores. And this one opened in front of Yuning Middle School because it needs a lot of hardware materials to build new dormitory buildings and gymnasiums. Now the dormitory building of Yuning Middle School has been built, the gymnasium is almost finished, and there are no new construction projects nearby, so Huo Liang wanted to sell the shop out. Huo Liang's forehead is still wrapped in a bandage. Yesterday, he took someone to the restaurant to retaliate, but he didn't find Zhou Hao, making him angry for the whole night, and when he was upset when he could breathe out. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hao came to the door by himself today. Okay, brat. This time you have nowhere to break into hell. Huo Liang smiled grimly, and just wanted to ask the 3 employees in his store to teach Zhou Hao a meal, and suddenly remembered that all 5 of them were yesterday. But he can't be alone. Now it's even harder to subdue others. So he suppressed the impulse in his heart, but narrowed his originally small eyes. Is that you want to take over this store? The moment he saw Huo Liang, Zhou Hao felt a headache. Unexpectedly, the owner of this hardware store was actually the guy from yesterday. Hearing this question, he answered directly. Yes, it's me. Do you still want to transfer now? Why don't you think about it? Huo Liang chuckled, but put his hands behind his waist and secretly gestured to the clerk behind him. The clerk had been with Huo Liang for a few years and naturally knew what it meant, so he went into the interior to make a phone call. Huo Liang thought he was doing something unconsciously, but Zhou Hao knew what Huo Liang's idea was when he saw the clerk walking in with a different look and turned back to Yin Tong and Lu Shiping and said, Mom, Aunt Lu, you should go back first. I only need to talk about this. I know the boss. Yin Tong and Lu Shiping also saw that Huo Liang knew Zhou Hao, but they didn't think that they had a deep holiday. They thought that Huo Liang's words to Zhou Hao just now were a joke among ordinary friends. Yin Tong said to Zhou Hao, This store is very good. If it's not very expensive, let's take it down. I know, Mom. Zhou Hao nodded. Don't worry about my affairs. By the way, you can go to the second middle school to see if there are any good stores. We may open a branch there in the future. All right. So Yin Tong and Lu Shiping left together. And Huo Liang didn't really care about their departure, as long as Zhou Hao was still there. At this time, Zhou Hao smiled at him again. Well, how much transfer fee do you want for this store? Huo Liang stretched out 10 fingers and looked at Zhou Hao with a smile. 100,000. 1 cent will not be sold. Zhou Hao frowned immediately. 100,000? Are you kidding me? Although the area here is not small, the transfer fee is only 10 or 20,000 at most. You are the lion's big mouth. He snorted to Huo Liang. I think you plan to transfer it to me at all. 100,000 is not expensive. Huo Liang saw that there were more than 10 or 20 people coming here with iron pipes in his hands, and his smile became even thicker. Originally, I decided the transfer fee is 25,000, but look at my injury. Don't you have the consciousness of paying some medical expenses? He pointed to the bandage on his head and cursed Zhou Hao. At this time, more than a dozen people had arrived in front of Huo Liang's shop and surrounded Zhou Hao. And Huo Liang also smiled sternly at Zhou Hao. Now you can't do it if you want to, or else you just keep 100,000 yuan, or you just keep a hand. Zhou Hao looked at the people around him who were staring at him with a sneer on his face. He just let Yin Tong and Lu Shiping leave first to prevent this from happening, so that he could deal with them without any worries. Seeing Zhou Hao not answering, Huo Liang stepped back slowly so as not to be affected, and then shouted to those around him, Brothers, give this kid a long memory. Following Huo Liang's order, the dozen people immediately raised the iron pipe in their hands and rushed towards Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao's quick dodge a few times, he cleverly avoided a few iron pipes swinging at him. At the same time, he fisted out and greeted the surrounding thugs one after another, causing screams everywhere. These people usually fight in groups and do things that are too many and bullying. But for Zhou Hao, these people are far from enough. Although there were no killers, none of the people who were hit by Zhou Hao were constantly breaking their bones. After a few hands and feet, none of these more than 10 people could stand up and lay down in front of Huo Liang's shop. There was a lot of traffic and people here. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of many people, but they also knew that this kind of thing could not be touched, and many people knew the background of the owner of this hardware store, so only dared to look from a distance. Huo Liang, who was hiding behind the counter, was stunned. He didn't expect that more than a dozen people could not help Zhou Hao, and he was beaten to the ground. At this time, Zhou Hao also strode towards him. Huo Liang was even more panicked. But this hardware store had no back door. He could not escape at all. He could only watch Zhou Hao go straight to the counter and grab him. The neckline pulled him out from behind the counter. You, what do you want? Huo Liang disappeared from the arrogance just now and looked at Zhou Hao in fear. Zhou Hao didn't speak. His backhand was a slap, and Huo Liang's face was immediately swollen, and he opened his bow left and right, giving Huo Liang a few loud slaps. Spare, forgive. Huoliang was beaten repeatedly by Zhou Hao to beg for mercy. At this time, the sound of a police car rang outside, and then several police officers yelled and asked, "What is going on? Who is fighting and making trouble?" Zhou Hao grabbed Huoliang and walked out of the hardware store, and he saw more than a dozen uniformed policemen outside. When Huoliang saw them, he seemed to have found a savior and hurriedly shouted, yellow team, help!" The policeman who led the team was shocked when he saw Huoliang being pulled by Zhou Hao like a chicken. He and Huoliang obviously knew each other. However, the yellow team also recognized Zhou Hao and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Why is it you again?" I said, "Comrade Xiao Zhou, our director is really right. Wherever you go, the trouble will follow." Zhou Hao shrugged. "It's not that I'm looking for trouble, it's trouble that is looking for me. I'm also helpless." When Huoliang saw that Team Huang met Zhou Hao, he was shocked. He rolled his eyes and shouted to Team Huang, "Team Huang, this kid hurt my staff and beat me cruelly. You have to help. I am fair." He saw Team Huang shook his head. "I can't help you this time." Of course, he knew Huoliang's tricks. Those so-called employees were his thugs. After hearing what the yellow team said, Huoliang Tun was shocked, wondering if he had kicked the iron plate. At this time, Zhou Hao also let go of Huoliang and threw him to the ground. The yellow team patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. "You kid is amazing. I saved Miss Zhao." In the rescue of Zhao Yuqin yesterday, Zhao Dingzhou did not allow the Xiangqing Public Security Bureau to intervene. He used all his own personnel, so the Xiangqing Public Security Bureau did not know anything about Zhao Yuqin. It wasn't until Zhao Dingzhou's deputy asked them yesterday to extract the 2 men of Dingye who had been injured in Zhou Hao's hands 2 days before and was arrested by Situ Li and others knew about it. Originally, Situ Li wanted to use Ding Ye's 2 subordinates to find out the drug cartel behind to accumulate his political achievements. But a director of the Public Security Bureau in his district, how dare to challenge Zhao Dingzhou? Let alone Zhao Dingzhou's deputy also said that if he could, the successful eradication of the Han's drug cartel would also be credited to him. So Situ Li had to obediently hand over the 2 of them. The fact that Zhou Hao assisted Zhao Dingzhou in successfully rescuing Zhao Yuqin was also spread in the Public Security Bureau, but Situ Li gave them a word of order, ordering no one to say it. Otherwise it would anger Zhao Dingzhou, and no one could bear it. "Team Yellow, look at these people." Zhou Hao looked at the thugs who were knocked to the ground by himself. Team Huang smiled and said to the other policemen, "Take these guys back. Wait, send them to the hospital first." After that, he glanced at Zhou Hao. "Why did you do this? Is it heavy?" Zhou Hao spread his hands. "I am not good at martial arts, so naturally I can't grasp the severity." In the end, Huoliang was also taken back to the Public Security Bureau, and Zhou Hao naturally followed back in order to record a confession. When he went to the Public Security Bureau, Situ Li immediately came out and said with a smile at Zhou Hao, "Every time I see you, there is no good thing." Huoliang was shocked to see Situ Li actually come out to see Zhou Hao in person. Situ Li had always been the person he wanted to make friends with, and had never been able to make friends. Now that Zhou Hao has such a good relationship with Situ Li, I feel regretful in my heart. And after Situ Li heard Zhou Hao talk about the whole story, he looked at Huoliang coldly. "I heard someone report that you were bullying the market before, and today I just have a chance to clean up you." In fact, what Huoliang did was not that serious. At most, it's about instigating others to fight or gang fights. He hasn't been involved in pornography, gambling, and drugs, let alone any murders. In the underworld, he is considered an innocent person. Situ Li said that frightened him. After all, he knew that Huoliang had a good relationship with the people in the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Although the Bureau of Public Security and the Bureau of Industry and Commerce had nothing to do with him, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not be asked for help in the future, so Situ Li did not want to beat Huoliang to death. "Director Situ, please be forgiving." Aye. Huoliang turned to Zhou Hao immediately when Situ Li didn't look at himself. "I gave it to you for that store, and I will also pay you 100,000 yuan to compensate you for your loss. Don't you want to transfer that store? How can you give it to me?" Zhou Hao asked. "In fact, I bought that store a long time ago, so I can call the shots." Huoliang explained quickly. This week, Zhou Hao had a busy and fulfilling life. In addition to going to school, he put all his energy into fast food restaurants. After the previous events, Huoliang clearly realized that Zhou Hao was really not someone he could provoke. So he immediately transferred the hardware store in front of Yuning Middle School to Zhou Hao's name, and also gave Zhou Hao 100,000 yuan. How he made an apologize. And in order to please Zhou Hao, Huoliang not only removed all the hardware and building materials from the store, but also found a familiar decoration team to redecorate Zhou Hao for free. After learning that Zhou Hao was going to open a fast food restaurant, he also raised the kitchen utensils of a nearby fast food restaurant that was about to close down. These utensils are still very new, but Zhou Hao has saved a lot of effort. Zhou Hao knew that Huoliang was not a good person, and he was not respectful of his favor. Zhou Hao did not intend to open the traditional domestic fast food restaurant that only provides convenience for customers, but from the beginning, he moved towards the style of the Hong Kong-style fast food restaurant that will become popular in the future. Since Zhou Hao used to settle for food and clothing in those Hong Kong-style fast food restaurants before at work, he was very familiar with it. So Zhang Luo didn't need to fumble step by step. And this week, the Bureau of Industry and Commerce also issued a business license for Zhou Hao's fast food restaurant very quickly. On the one hand, it was Huoliang's matchmaking. The relationship between Situ Li and Gao Holu is not shallow, so they naturally sold Zhou Hao a favor. Yin Tong, who is not familiar with this, saw that his fast food restaurant was so fast, and he praised the efficiency of the relevant departments. On the contrary, Lu Shiping knew that it would take 2 or 3 months for general business licenses to be approved, not to mention the catering industry license. So Lu Shiping was a little surprised and curious about Zhou Hao's energy. At the same time, Lu Shiping has quit her job in the factory and actively recruited several young waiters for Zhou Hao. After Zhao Yuqin knew that Zhou Hao was going to open a fast food restaurant, he asked 3 chefs with excellent skills to lead Zhou Hao, in addition to 5 younger apprentices. In fact, for fast food restaurants with relatively low requirements, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping's cooking skills are more than enough, but the kitchen of the fast food restaurant is not more than housework, and the workload is very heavy. Zhou Hao can't bear to tire the 2 elders. As for the name of this store, Zhou Hao decided to use Mrs. Zhou Restaurant and drew the trademark by himself. The trademark is the cartoonized Yin Tong, with an amiable smile, wearing an apron, and holding one in his hand. Spatula, both image and fresh. The decoration team introduced by Huoliang had a good skill. Perhaps Huoliang greeted them in advance. They did not dare to cut corners and worked very hard. Within a week, the decoration team was guided and requested by Zhou Hao. Get the outline of a Hong Kong-style fast food restaurant. The decoration in the store is mainly beige, which can give people a warm feeling. And Zhou Hao also specially asked someone to order 20 sets of wood-colored dining tables and chairs, which are simple and generous. As for food, the food in Hong Kong-style fast food restaurants is similar to that in China. And one of the chefs Zhao Yuqin found used to be a fast food restaurant in Shenzhen with Hong Kong people. Not only did he learn a lot of fast food practices in Hong Kong, he also learned Hong Kong's most famous milk tea. After Zhou Hao tried the milk tea he made, he immediately said that this milk tea alone was enough to serve as the store's signature product. As for food procurement, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping took care of the work. Zhou Hao emphasized to them that they must pay attention to the hygiene and freshness of the food, and pay more attention to the health of the dishes after the opening, because the health of catering will be more and more valued in the future. Zhou Hao wants to do a good job at the beginning of his business to win a good reputation for future development. It was fun day. Yin Tong and Lu Shiping both went to the nearby vegetable market to find suitable wholesalers. Zhou Hao also came to the store to check the progress. Wang Shijuan reviews the mock questions Zhou Hao prepared for her at home to prepare for the high school entrance examination next summer. Li Ruolin and other English teachers in the school went to the Municipal Education Bureau to start teaching and research courses, while Situ Jianying accompanied her mother to visit relatives in Guangzhou. Therefore, Zhou Hao, who has many Red fans on weekdays, is unaccompanied today. When he was about to go home, Zhou Hao saw a familiar Mercedes-Benz car coming from not far away, and he could see a beautiful shadow through the windshield. When the car stopped in front of the store, Zhou Hao had already walked over and opened the door of the car. Zhao Yuqin inside gave Zhou Hao a light glance, and then put his hand on and walked out like a noble empress. "Sister, I haven't seen you these days. Xiao Hao misses you every day," Zhou Hao said with Zhao Yuqin's hand tightly. Zhao Yuqin was also soft in her heart, holding Zhou Hao back in her hand. My sister misses you too. Won't you come and invite you to dinner with me? When the two entered the shop, Zhao Yuqin saw that the decoration here was almost finished and smiled at Zhou Hao. You make it more refined than the restaurant outside. I can't believe this is a fast food restaurant. The impression of the shop still remains in a mixed place where migrant workers gather. Sister, haven't you been to Hong Kong? Haven't all the fast food restaurants there? Zhou Hao smiled. Zhao Yuqin shook his head. I go to Hong Kong to discuss business matters. Where can I go to a fast food restaurant? By the way, when do you plan to open? A week later, Zhou Hao said. After my publicity, all the students in the school knew that this Mrs. Zhou's restaurant was about to open, and those students who had been tortured by the school's dining hall for a long time were waiting for it. At that time, my sister will definitely come and cheer for you. Seeing that it was already dusk outside, Zhou Hao felt a little hungry. He squeezed Zhao Yuqin's palm. Sister, where are we going to eat? Zhao Yuqin's palm was tickled by Zhou Hao. She couldn't help but glanced at him with an annoyed look. Seeing his handsome face, especially the clever star eyes, I really wanted to rub him into her arms. Love him well, but because of the people around, I can only suppress this impulse in my heart. She said, go to Callus. I booked a table there. Callus is the only Western restaurant in Xiangqing. It only settled in Xiangqing half a year ago. The environment is very good, but the consumption is also very expensive and ordinary people will never come here. Although Callus has a high grade, it does not have independent boxes like other restaurants. Instead, each table is separated by a screen. In the dim lighting and soft music, these separated tables became a small world where couples whispered and talked about love. The waitress took Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin to a table leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window. Since Zhao Yuqin had already ordered a couple's set meal in advance, the waitress poured 2 cups of coffee for the two and said that the set meal would arrive later, and then left. Don't disturb the two people who are wise. Without others, the atmosphere immediately became ambiguous. Zhao Yuqin's gaze towards Zhou Hao was eagerly with a deep tenderness, and against the misty twilight outside, it showed a blurry and intoxicating taste. Zhou Hao couldn't help but grabbed her hands on the table and didn't say a word. He stared at her deeply and communicated with her with the same eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Hao felt itchy in his legs, as if being provoked by something. At the same time, he saw the growing blush on Zhao Yuqin's face. He immediately understood what it was and ripples in his heart. Those were Zhao Yuqin's jade feet. Zhou Hao remembered that she was wearing a black dress today, and her slender legs were covered with a thin layer of flesh. At this time, Zhao Yuqin used the wrapped jade foot to pluck Zhou Hao's leg. Gently, slowly. With that kind of texture, Zhou Hao felt that Zhao Yuqin was not only scratching his legs, but also scratching his heart. His breathing gradually became heavier. When Zhao Yuqin's jade feet moved to his knees, he suddenly reached under the table and grabbed Zhao Yuqin's jade feet, stroking them between his legs and making her the soles of the feet were pressed tightly between his hips. Zhao Yuqin was taken aback by Zhou Hao's sudden behavior, and then felt a warm texture on the soles of his feet. Although she hasn't been human, she is very mature both physically and mentally. She naturally knows what the hot thing is, and her face is even more red. After smoking a few times without taking it back, she glanced at Zhou Hao angrily and cursed, "Little pervert. Who provoked it first?" Zhou Hao smiled, touching her jade feet unscrupulously. Zhao Yuqin's feet are very beautiful, and there is a thin layer of slippery outside, which is very comfortable to the touch. Zhou Hao doesn't know who invented it first, but this thing is too temptation for men. His hand followed, although it could only reach Zhao Yuqin's calf due to the position, but this was enough for Zhou Hao to play with. And Zhao Yuqin was also confused by Zhou Hao, especially the hot and swelling thing on the soles of her feet. Although separated by several layers of fabric, Zhao Yuqin could still feel its unusual scale. Thinking this, it seems that the little enemy has not only grown taller, but also developed a lot in that place. When she thinks about this, she feels that she has a crisp and itchy sensation, and even feels a little wet there. "Okay, kid, don't touch it," Zhao Yuqin whispered to Zhou Hao after grinding her legs. Zhou Hao also saw the waiter coming here, so he let go of Zhao Yuqin's feet. Zhao Yuqin hurriedly adjusted the expression on her face so as not to be noticed. At the same time, she asked Zhou Hao, "The day after tomorrow is December 10th. You should release those stocks." "Well, it's time." Zhou Hao nodded. After cashing out, "How much is it?" Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, "The money you have invested in one after another. If all the money is now cashed out, there should be more than 780 million yuan. You are already a veritable multimillionaire." When Zhao Yuqin said that he had become a multimillionaire, Zhou Hao just smiled indifferently. Zhao Yuqin gently stirred the coffee in front of him with a teaspoon. His eyes could not be separated from Zhou Hao's face. "Millionaire, you just smiled?" As an ordinary person, he accumulated 7 in such a short time. The huge sum of 80 million is probably going to be ecstatic. "It's just a multimillionaire," Zhou Hao said. "Should I be so satisfied?" He turned his gaze out of the window, looking at the dark blue, clear night sky outside. His thoughts fell into silence. The year 1996 is almost over, and the year 1997 is about to come. For people in Asia and even the whole world, 1997 was an extraordinary year, not only because Hong Kong, which had been away from the motherland for many years, finally returned to the embrace of the motherland, but also because the world-famous Asian financial turmoil was also there. Happened in the year. The cause is an international financial crocodile. George Soros, the controller of the Quantum Fund, sees the imperfect financial system of Southeast Asian countries and uses a large amount of international hot money to hit the Thai baht, causing the Thai baht to depreciate sharply. Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, and South Korea are all deeply involved. Affected, George Soros also swept tens of billions of dollars in this campaign, and finally suffered a setback when he attacked the Hong Kong stock market. This mighty financial turmoil destroyed decades of economic development in Southeast Asian countries such as Thailand and brought heavy disasters to the people of Southeast Asian countries. Zhou Hao is not sympathetic to the people who have been victims of the financial turmoil, but he knows that he cannot change anything. Although the financial turmoil was caused by speculators headed by George Soros, the most fundamental reason is it lies in the extremely imperfect financial systems of Southeast Asian countries. What Zhou Hao has to do is to accumulate enough funds to catch up with this ride and get the most benefits for himself. In the past 2 days, Zhao Yuqin has helped Zhou Hao to let go of the stocks he holds. After all the stocks invested by Zhou Hao are sold the day after tomorrow, Zhou Hao intends to invest the money in the Hong Kong stock market. In the first half of 1997, the Hong Kong stock market maintained a strong upward trend, and the Hang Seng Index repeatedly hit record highs. It only began to plummet when the Asian financial turmoil officially came in July. However, Zhou Hao is not to buy stocks, but to invest in futures. Although Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index has repeatedly set new highs in the first half of the year, there have also been several ups and downs during the period. Zhou Hao has studied in detail in his previous life, so he is very interested in Hong Kong. The stock market has been up and down in half a year. Taking advantage of this advantage, Zhou Hao is confident that his 70 to 80 million will be turned into 1 billion yuan by June 1997. Then, he would use the money to follow George Soros and others in the troubled waters of the Southeast Asian stock market. George Soros and many other speculators spent hundreds of billions of dollars in this battle, so Zhou Hao's billion yuan will soon disappear like pebbles thrown into the lake. Zhou Hao is more concealed and safer to operate. Recovering from his meditation, Zhou Hao saw Zhao Yuqin on the opposite side holding her cheeks and looking at herself motionlessly. "What's the matter?" "There is something on my face." Zhao Yuqin gently shook her head. "I think the way you think about things is particularly attractive." She was telling the truth. Before Zhou Hao's body had changed so much, she had discovered that whenever Zhou Hao thought that this kind of focused and serious look is very charming, with a quiet and introverted stability. The waiter brought up the couple set meal ordered by Zhao Yuqin. Compared with the couple set meal in Dynamic City, the Callus is much more formal and authentic. After all, this is the main Western food. Soon, the table between the two was full of borscht, spaghetti with meat sauce, baked lobster with cheese, mixed vegetable salad, etc. To be honest, Zhou Hao has not studied the way of eating Western food, nor does he know which hand should hold the fork or the knife. But he did not plan to not know how to pretend to understand and eat as convenient as possible. On the contrary, it seems more natural, free, and easy. Because of family reasons, Zhao Yuqin often has the opportunity to contact foreign friends. He has been to Hong Kong again, so he knows better than Zhou Hao. But instead, she felt that Zhou Hao's non-pretentious behavior was more lovely, at least much better than those hypocrites who only knew a little and boasted. Moreover, the real side of Zhou Hao was also very pleasing to Zhao Yuqin. She kept putting delicious food on his plate, and watching Zhou Hao's food, she also ate with relish. You are about to have winter vacation. What are your plans? Zhao Yuqin asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao stuffed the piece of lobster meat into his mouth and said, I plan to go outside to take a look. On the one hand, I will increase my knowledge, and on the other hand, I also want to see the medicinal materials needed in the prescriptions mentioned earlier. Oh, I remember, the prescriptions you told my brother before. Zhao Yuqin asked, Do you know where the medicinal materials are produced? Zhou Hao nodded. I know. Shen Nong Bai Chao not only records the medicinal properties and habits of various medicinal materials, but also indicates where they are distributed in the country. Some medicinal materials are also distributed in Cambodia and Vietnam. Many of the medicinal materials in it have not been discovered yet, and it is even impossible to buy them in pharmacies. Zhou Hao intends to take advantage of the winter vacation time to visit the country first and verify the prescriptions in Shen Nong Bai Chao. Shen Nong is not only revered as the of Chinese medicine, but also the of agriculture. According to legend, the earliest farming technique in ancient times was passed down from Shen Nong. In addition to recording various medicinal materials, Shen Nong Bai Chao also records the conditions and methods of planting these medicinal materials. Zhou Hao thought to himself that if this wonderful book was carried forward in ancient times, China would definitely become the most advanced medical country in the world. Today, Zhou Hao conceives of developing a large-scale medicinal planting base after having sufficient funds in the future to produce the undiscovered and promoted medicinal materials in Shen Nong Bai Chao. Sister, do you want to come with me? Zhou Hao invited Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Yuqin also showed a look of expectation, but soon dimmed. I want to go with you too, but I really can't go away. The old man at home wants me to go to Beijing during the Spring Festival. Go to Beijing? Zhao Yuqin nodded, said it was to accompany him in the past, but I know his idea. I probably found someone to let me go on a blind date. Blind date? Zhou Hao's expression changed, and he immediately held Zhao Yuqin's hand. Sister, I won't let you go. Seeing Zhou Hao so nervous about herself, Zhao Yuqin felt sweet. My sister can't even think about it. But no one in the family dare not listen to that old man's words. Besides, it's just a blind date, and I won't really have a relationship with those guys. What? She leaned her head, her nose pressed against Zhou Hao's. Don't worry, I don't want anyone except Xiao Hao. Yeah. Zhou Hao nodded heavily, but there was still a trace of haze in his heart. He knew that with Zhao Yuqin's conditions and background, the person her father had found for her must be extraordinary. Although he had already gotten her heart first, he still needed more power if he wanted to win the beauty. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao ignited a raging fire in his heart. At this time, the waiter brought up the dessert, which was a large cup of ice cream for the couple to share, with bright jam on top. Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, Okay, don't mention these disappointments. Come and try this ice cream. After that, he took the ice cream with a spoon and brought it to Zhou Hao's mouth, and fed it into Zhou Hao's mouth. How does it taste? Kind. Very sweet. Zhou Hao also smiled and spooned a spoonful to Zhao Yuqin. Just as the two were happily feeding each other, there was a quarrel from behind. Cui Hong, don't leave me, okay? You don't want to marry that person, okay? I beg you. It was a young man's pleading, and you could tell how sad he was from his voice. The woman opposite him snorted coldly. Why can't you marry him? If you don't marry him, do you want me to marry you? I will keep that broken pharmacy with you all my life. Stay with you in that tofu-sized house all my life. Or the lame dad who has served you all his life. Hearing what the woman said, the man blushed, pointing at the woman and scolded. You! Don't let you scold my father. Why can't I scold him? The woman held her hand in her arms and said, Why is it that he will be dragged down by young people when he is old? So why doesn't he just die, so that he won't get in the way there? Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin frowned when they heard this. This woman is too mean and vicious. Sure enough, the man was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently, and he raised his hand and slapped the woman. The loud applause was very clear in the dining room, and the woman suddenly went crazy. "Xiao Jiming, do you dare to hit me?" The one named Xiao Jiming was also stunned, staring at his palm blankly. At this moment, a man with a stomach full of generals walked over from the door with a few strong men, with a big brother in his hand, looking like a nouveau riche. And the woman immediately stood up and threw it into the arms of the general's belly, and she complained pitifully, "Husband, this guy hit me. Look, my face is swollen." The general belly man touched the woman's face distressfully, and then stared at Xiao Jiming fiercely. "Do you dare to beat my wife?" He grabbed his collar after he said. The manager of the Callus restaurant immediately walked over to stop the two of them. "Two gentlemen, if you have any grievances, please go out and resolve them. We are here for business." The general belly man snorted and let the two strong men he had brought out with Xiao Jiming in between. Other guests in the restaurant looked at Xiao Jiming's back with a little sympathy, knowing that he not only lost his own woman, but also had to be beaten up. "I'll take a look." Zhou Hao stood up and walked outside as he said to Zhao Yuqin. That Xiao Jiming reminded him of himself in his last life. He was also betrayed by his own woman and was also persecuted. Zhou Hao and Xiao Jiming belong to the same people who have fallen into the world. "Wait for me. I'll go with you." Zhao Yuqin grabbed Zhou Hao, who was about to go outside, and snapped his fingers to ask the waiter to come over to check out. Zhou Hao was a little anxious, worried that Xiao Jiming would be in danger. Although he had never lived before, Zhou Hao felt that he and Xiao Jiming were a little bit sick, as if he had seen himself betrayed by Zheng Ying and killed by Huang Wank in his previous life. When the two left the Callus Western restaurant, Xiao Jiming, the woman, and the general's belly man were all gone. Zhao Yuqin was about to drive with Zhou Hao to find. Zhou Hao heard a scream from the far left. "Sister, over there." Zhou Hao rushed to the deep alley far to the left as he said, and Zhao Yuqin also drove the car to follow. Originally, Zhou Hao thought that Xiao Jiming was beaten by the men of the general's belly, but when he arrived, he saw a different scene. The three strong men under the general's belly man fell to the ground and couldn't help but Xiao Jiming, who was slightly thin, was fighting the last strong man. The brawny man has very good skills. He is very proficient in close combat, and his fists are fierce, but Xiao Jiming seems to be able to deal with it easily. When Xiao Jiming raised his right arm by one space, he blocked the strong man's attack, then quickly cut in with his left hand in the neutral position. With 4 fingers, he slammed the strong man's neck fiercely, and the strong man immediately fell to the ground. Zhou Hao's eyes widened here, because Xiao Jiming's move was clearly the crane makes the spirit in the Wu Qin Shi. This is not the incomplete set of Wu Qin Shi circulated among the people, but the authentic Wu Qin Shi recorded in the Qing Nong Jing by Dr. Gongsun. However, Zhou Hao also saw that the Wu Qin Shi used by Xiao Jiming was only a maneuver and did not have the true energy of Yang Qi Lu as the basis. Even so, it would be difficult for an average of more than a dozen people to get close to Xiao Jiming. Xiao Jiming's subordinates were overthrown by Xiao Jiming, and the general man became frightened. Facing Xiao Jiming, who was full of anger, he looked flustered and said, "You, what do you want? Don't hurt me. I am the brother-in-law of Director Zhang of the Health Bureau." The woman named Sohong also looked at Xiao Jiming tremblingly. "Jiming, don't be impulsive, kill, but you will have to shoot." Xiao Jiming looked at Suehong deeply. His breathing was heavy. "Suehong, I ask myself if I treat you badly. I will try my best to satisfy you with whatever you want. But why do you still want to do this? My pharmacy, if it runs well, it's enough for our family to live a good life. Why do you want to do this? Is it possible that you can live with such a man for a lifetime if you are surprised by the money?" He pointed to the general belly man. Indeed, Xiao Jiming was young and strong, and he looked good, much better than the general belly man in his 40s. What she wants is not an ordinary little day, but a life that can spend money to enjoy. Zhou Hao's voice came from behind. Xiao Jiming looked back and saw Zhou Hao walking over. "A woman like her, why are you sad for her? It is her loss for her to give up you, not to mention a woman who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Are you?" Xiao Jiming looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. Zhou Hao smiled. "I saw it all in the restaurant just now. I was afraid that you would be bullied, so I followed it out. I didn't expect you to do it all by yourself." Xiao Jiming was very moved when he heard that Zhou Hao had come out to help him, and Zhou Hao, a person who had never lived before, could help him out of righteousness. On the contrary, Cui Hong could turn his face and deny others, which made Xiao Jiming sigh with emotion. Nothing. This dear friend is right. A woman who dislikes the poor and loves the rich is not good enough. Why should I be so persistent? He often sighed and walked out of the alley. Looking at Xiao Jiming's back, Cui Hong's eyes were a little complicated, as if regretting. Zhou Hao glanced at her and snorted coldly. Wait and see. One day you will regret the decision you made today. After that, he followed Xiao Jiming and left. Walking out of the alley, Xiao Jiming shouted at the night sky, expressing his depression. Zhou Hao came over from behind and patted him on the shoulder. Go for a drink. Xiao Jiming glanced at Zhou Hao, then nodded heavily. Zhao Yuqin drove over at this moment, and Zhou Hao got into the car with Xiao Jiming. Zhao Yuqin saw Xiao Jiming's sad look in the rear mirror. Before Zhou Hao could speak, he said, Go to Dong'an City. The wine there is more authentic. So the three of them came to Dynamic City. The man at the door was Wen Xiangdong's subordinate, and they recognized Zhou Hao, and they immediately welcomed him respectfully when he saw him. After Zhou Hao explained their intentions, they immediately arranged a KTV room for Zhou Hao. Xiao Jiming has not been here yet, and because of his depression, he is not in the mood to pay attention to the excitement around him. After a few people came to the room, the waiter immediately brought beer and snacks. As soon as Xiao Jiming saw the beer, he grabbed it and poured it into his mouth without saying anything. After a while, he let 3 beers down. Zhou Hao didn't stop him either. It's better to let him vent at this time. Finally, Xiao Jiming, who had flushed cheeks, let out a deep sigh and smiled bitterly at Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. I'm sorry, but both of you are offended. Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin both shook their heads. Zhou Hao said, Just for that kind of woman, it's not worth it. Speaking of sadness, Xiao Jiming took another sip of beer. I originally thought she was willing to stay with me. It's still the question, the choice between love and bread. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know how many people have died. Zhao Yuqin smiled at Zhou Hao. Why haven't I seen you worry about this problem? I'm more greedy. I want both love and bread. Zhou Haoyan smiled shamelessly. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Jiming. I heard that your house operates a pharmacy. Is it Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine, Xiao Jiming said, but nowadays Chinese medicine is getting less and less attention. Everyone sees Western medicine and eats Western medicine when they are sick. He was a little bit empathetic. Medicine is low. Some people in the West even say that our Chinese medicine is pseudoscience. Zhou Hao was also filled with indignation. Traditional Chinese medicine has been developed for thousands of years, which is not known how many years earlier than Western medicine. After reading Shun Nong 100 Herbs and Qing Nong Jing, he felt that Chinese medicine is far more profound than Western medicine. He asked Xiao Jiming, Are you a Chinese medicine doctor? Yeah. Xiao Jiming nodded. I graduated from Union Medical University and studied Western medicine. However, the more I come into contact with Western medicine, the more I feel that Western medicine is inferior to our Chinese medicine. Zhou Hao was a little surprised, because many people who study Western medicine think that Chinese medicine is not inferior to Western medicine. Even he himself used to think so. In my opinion, Chinese medicine focuses on the inner part, disease prevention, while Western medicine focuses on the outside and focuses on curing diseases. Comparing the two, Chinese medicine is like a country's internal political system, while Western medicine is a country's army. From the perspective of status, the political system is the root cause. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Xiao Jiming slammed the wine bottle on the coffee table. Heroes see the same thing. Our family has practiced medicine for generations, and when my dad was young, he went to a medical expert and studied for 20 years. For many years of Chinese medicine, all my knowledge of Chinese medicine was taught by my father. When Zhou Hao heard the words, a thought arose in his mind. I just saw you seem to know martial arts. Is that what your father taught? Yes, but this martial arts was not created by my father. Xiao Jiming explained. It was also learned from that expert. Haha, do you know the name of this martial arts? It is also very famous in China. It is the 5-animal show created by Hua Tuo back then. Brother Xiao, take a look. Zhou Hao suddenly stood up and performed a few moves in the open space of the room, all of which were tiger games in the 5 animals. Xiao Jiming stared at Zhou Hao dumbfounded. You? How come you can do this authentic five animals show? Zhou Hao looked at Xiao Jiming. Is the master of your father called Dr. Gongsun? When he said this, Xiao Jiming was even more shocked. Could it be that you are also the descendant of that one? The same can be said to a certain extent. Seeing Zhao Yuqin also showed a surprised expression, Zhou Hao explained. The stranger I met in Xiaoning Mountain should be the master of Brother Zhao's father. You mean my master is in Xiaoning Mountain now? Xiao Jiming was completely drunk at this time. My father has not seen the master for more than 10 years. He always wanted to see the master, but he didn't expect him to be in Xiaoning Mountain. No, I have to go back and tell my father that I will set off to see master. But Zhou Hao shook his head. I can't compare it, because Dr. Gong's son should have passed away now. Xiao Jiming was taken aback. Why? Zhou Hao told Xiao Jiming about Dr. Gong's son. When Zhou Hao left Xiaoning Mountain, Dr. Gong's son had only half a month left. By now, he was afraid that it was already gone. But I also want to see my grandfather, Zhou Hao said. Since Xiao Jiming's father is Dr. Gongsuan's apprentice, his medical skills must be much better than his own half-hearted man. So their help is indispensable for establishing a Chinese medicine group in the future. Yes, we will go back now. Although the master has passed away, I have to tell my father. So the three of them left Dynamic City and followed Xiao Jiming back to his home. Xiao Jiming's family lives in the old city, just above his own pharmacy. And his pharmacy is called Jimin Pharmacy. Judging from the quaint signboard and the medicine cabinets inside, it seems that this pharmacy has a history of hundreds of years. When they came to Xiao Jiming's home on the second floor, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin saw Xiao Jiming's father Xiao Nanhua. This is an old man with ordinary appearance, but Zhou Hao saw that he was sitting in a wheelchair, and his legs had been paralyzed for a long time, and the muscles had atrophied a lot. Xiao Nanhua was very surprised by the arrival of Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. Especially the temperament of Zhao Yuqin was not like the daughter of ordinary people at all. In Zhou Hao's view, although Xiao Nanhua was only in his 50s, his deep surroundings and rickety figure made him look like he was 60 or 70. Jiming, are these two your friends? Xiao Nanhua asked Xiao Jiming. Not only my friends. Xiao Jiming explained. These two are Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin. Zhou Hao has a deep connection with our family. Xiao Nanhua looked at Zhou Hao in confusion. Yuan? Young man, are you our distant relative? Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. I encountered an earthquake in Xiaoning Mountain before and accidentally fell into a hole. Inside I met a strange man who not only healed my injury, but also used martial arts and some medical skills. It was taught to me. As for the name of this strange man, he called himself Dr. Gongsun. Xiao Nanhua became excited when he heard Zhou Hao's name, Dr. Gongsun, and put his hands on the armrest of the wheelchair to prop up his whole body. Oh. You mean Dr. Gongsun? You mean Gongsun. Doctor, neither of his legs can move, so he propped up so that he might fall. Zhou Hao quickly helped him. Uncle Xiao, you sit down first. Don't get excited. Don't get excited first. Xiao Jiming also hurried over to help his father sit down. Dad, the strange person Zhou Hao met should be your master, because Zhou Hao understands the authentic five animals show. Zhou Hao nodded. I think so too. Dr. Gongsun uses a pair of crutches to travel with his legs, and sometimes he connects a stick with his broken leg. Uncle Xiao, is that the same for your master? Yes, that's right, my master is like this. Xiao Nanhua nodded repeatedly. He is in Xiaoning Mountain? Then why didn't he tell me and didn't come to see me? Did the master forget me like this? Apprentice. His face was still very excited. It has been more than 10 years since the master left. It has been more than 10 years now, but he also bought and visited me once and didn't tell me where he was going. Xiao Nanhua clung to Zhou Hao's hand tightly. Little brother, how is the master now? Zhou Hao looked sad. If I guess correctly, Dr. Gongsun has now passed away. Then he told Xiao Nanhua about Dr. Gongsun. Xiao Nanhua was stunned when he heard it, as if he couldn't let go of it for a long time, as if a thunderbolt in the blue sky. Muddy old tears filled his face. Xiao Nanhua joined Dr. Gongsun to study medicine when he was 15. It has been 40 years. According to Zhou Hao's speculation, Dr. Gongsun has been here in Guangdong for at least 60 years, because ambergris bears fruit once in 60 years, and Dr. Gongsun also tried it with his body when the last time ambergris came to fruition. Some, unable to withstand the drug's properties later, resulted in disabled legs. However, Dr. Gongsun might have seen Xiao Nanyue's talent for studying medicine at the time, so he temporarily decided to accept him as an apprentice to teach medicine. At the same time, he only passed the Wu Qin Shi moves to Xiao Nanyue, but did not pass the I Chi Lu together. Under the guidance of Dr. Gongsun, Xiao Nanyue learned the effects and properties of a variety of Chinese medicinal materials and also learned a very superb technique for diagnosis. However, Xiao Nanyue's medical skills are far beyond those of the well-known Chinese doctors in China. However, Xiao Nanyue has been very low-key for decades and has been guarding this family-renowned Jimin Medicine Hall, silently treating the residents around him. Zhou Hao only told Xiao Nanyue about Dr. Gongsun's teaching of his own martial arts. As for Shun Nong Bai Chao and Qing Nong Jing, they did not mention it. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable, and Zhou Hao will naturally not give up all his foundation. Since you are the descendant of the master, you can be regarded as my little junior brother, Xiao Nanyue said. Jiming, I just came to see your uncle. Without hesitation, Xiao Jiming came to Zhou Hao and bowed respectfully. Jiming has seen Master Uncle. Zhou Hao waved his hand again and again. I didn't worship Dr. Gongsun as a teacher. Xiao Nanyue said solemnly. Little brother, you can't say that. Since you are a master of martial arts, then even if you don't have the name of a master and apprentice, you still have the truth of a master and apprentice. And the master is arrogant. If not, it seems that you will never teach your martial arts. You should treat him like a master, otherwise you will be afraid of deceiving your master and destroying your ancestor. Zhou Hao was also silent when he heard this. His feelings for Dr. Gongsun were very complicated, and it could be said that they ranged from hatred to respect. Okay, he sighed. He really has the grace to live and teach me. This master's name, he can bear it. But, he suddenly looked at Xiao Jiming. This uncle, you call it privately. Okay, we still deserve to be friends outside. Zhao Yuqin, who was next to him, hid his mouth and laughed when he heard this. Unexpectedly, this little enemy suddenly became his uncle. Xiao Jiming turned his head to look at Xiao Nanyue, and when Xiao Nanyue nodded, he agreed to Zhou Hao. Then Xiao Nanyue sighed. Since the master has passed away, then we should be apprentices to establish a spiritual position for his old man. Also, Jiming, you will come with me tomorrow to worship the master at Xiaoning Mountain. Little brother, can you take us there? Of course, I also have this intention, Zhou Hao said. Xiao Nanyue suddenly asked, by the way, Jiming, how did you meet the junior brother? When Xiao Jiming told him what happened, Xiao Nanyue snorted. Marry a wife and beg a lady. I have said that the woman is not a good person. I also said that you are not good enough for her. Is she not good enough to be us, Xiao family's daughter-in-law? Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin looked at each other and smiled. Zhou Hao asked Xiao Nanyue. Bo Xiao, senior brother Xiao. Originally wanted to call him Uncle Xiao, but after Xiao Nanyue glared at him, Zhou Hao immediately changed his words. I see. It seems that your leg is not born with a disability, and you have not practiced Qigong, so you shouldn't be like a master. What is going on? Hearing Zhou Hao's question about this, Xiao Nanyue and Xiao Jiming's faces unanimously showed agitation. Xiao Jiming said angrily, It was the Yang family who beat my dad to be disabled. People from the Yang family? Zhou Hao frowned. Xiao Nanyue sighed. It's like this. One night 2 years ago, when I was about to close the door, a severely injured man stumbled in and fell into our pharmacy. I saw that he had broken 3 of them. His ribs, and his face was dark purple, and his mouth was vomiting black blood. It was obviously poisoned. So I immediately rescued him, but his injuries were easy to deal with. The tricky thing was his poison. I used it for a long time. It took time to discover that it was a kind of poison that the master once told me, called Smile of the King. It was made from more than a dozen different poisonous weeds. The poison was very strong, and ordinary people would be killed in half a minute. But that person's internal strength is so good that he just temporarily suppressed the poison in his body. Listening to Xiao Nanyue's words, Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were amazed, and listened to Xiao Nanyue's continued words. This kind of Smile of the King was prepared by the royal family in ancient times to grant death to ministers and generals. In fact, it is what we see in TV novels. The kind of crane dinghong that arrived. The master used to study Yin Wangxiao, in the early years, so he also knows how to detoxify. I detoxified that person according to the antidote prescription taught to me by the master. Zhou Hao said, this person was poisoned by the Yang family. Xiao Nanhua nodded. Yes, I also know from the population that the Yang family is a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years in Guangxi. His family inherited martial arts very powerfully. And that person was only because he offended the Yang family. All the way to here. This Yang family treats the law too much as nothing. Zhao Yuqin frowned. It is true. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that chivalrous people are forbidden by martial arts, not to mention that these people are not chivalrous people at all. Xiao Nanhua said, on the second day, I detoxified that person. People from the Yang family were here. Kill the person without telling them. The person is weak and can't resist it. Moreover, when they knew that I was helping the person detoxify, they immediately asked about the detoxification formula. Xiao Jiming clenched his fists and said, they killed my mother in order to persecute my dad. My dad was afraid that if they got the formula, they would use Yin Wangxiao to harm others, so they refused to say anything. Later, my dad is crippled. Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin took a breath, thinking that those in the Yang family were too rampant. Fortunately, Jiming happened to go to another province at that time, so he was able to escape. Xiao Nanhua said. Zhao Yuqin asked, did you not call the police? It has been reported, but the police can't help them. Xiao Jiming said, we only know that they are from the Yang family, but there are more than tens of millions of people named Yang in Guangxi province, so later the police only regarded this as entering the room. The murder case has not been solved until now. Zhou Hao squatted down and looked at Xiao Nanhua's leg. Can it be cured? Xiao Nanhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Go to the hospital to take an X-ray. The doctor said that my legs were paralyzed because of spinal nerve necrosis. My spine meridian was interrupted. Unless I find someone with extremely high internal abilities, use Jinqi to help. I healed my injury, coupled with the internal and external application of the Su Gu Sin taught to me by the master, and then I have a chance to recover. But in today's society, people who know a little bit of internal skills dare to claim to be Qigong masters. It is not easy to find someone with extremely high internal skills. Xiao Jiming sighed. Originally, we wanted to find a master to help my dad, but now after the masters passed away, my dad has no chance of recovery. Extremely high internal strength? Haha. Zhou Hao suddenly laughed, because Dr. Gongsun once said that his physique was changed due to eating ambergris, so he could practice Qigong thousands of times more easily than ordinary people. When he left the cave, his internal strength was much stronger than that of Dr. Gongsun, not to mention that he had been practicing Qiyong Lu all this time. Senior brother Xiao, is this kind of internal strength considered high strength? Zhou Hao smiled and pressed his hand to the floor. With a little effort, the whole palm sank suddenly, and when he lifted it up, an inch was left on the concrete floor. Sushin's palm print. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.